Good morning, everyone. Oop, I can hear my own voice.
It's quite possible that somebody has.
Can everyone please put yourself on mute? Is just in the chamber hall or anyone listening?
I can hear it. I can hear it.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Mine is on mute. Maybe try again. I'm on mute.
No. Can we go into this one, sir?
Just hold on.
Can we close this one?
This
Testing,
one?
1, 2.
Okay.
Sign in.
Here?
Sign in.
Sign in?
Yes, sir. This one. E-scribe. Login.
How's this?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you so much, Councillor Jans. We're just sorting this out in chambers.
Name check on.
Yeah.
Councillor Knack, could you try your microphone for a second?
Could you try
Better?
Yeah, I can test out this
Okay.
mic.
How is it now?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
I believe that's
It's
better.
much
Thank
better.
you.
It was me. Or my system. My new gadgets. Okay, now I would like to call this meeting to order and would like to start by acknowledging that at this time I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional lands of TD6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Sotu, Blackfoot, Nakota Sioux, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. I will do the roll call. Councillor Wright. I know they told me to do it the other way, so I
Caught
just
me by
follow.
surprise.
I
I'm
just
here.
follow the directions from city clerk's office. Yeah. Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Pinspe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette? Not yet. Councillor Tank.
I'm here.
I am here too. Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning to everyone. Adoption of the
Sorry,
agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I do apologize, but we do appear to have Councillor Paquette on the call. Would you mind just seeing if he's
Councillor
able to hear us?
Paquette, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Just
Good.
working on that mute button. Thanks.
Got it. So everyone is here. Adoption of the agenda.
I'll move the adoption of the agenda of the November 29th, 2021 City Council non-statutory public hearing budget meeting agenda be adopted with the following changes. The addition of 6.1, fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment, 2019 to 2022 operating budget, attachment 5, and the replacement attachment of 6.2, fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment, 2019 to 2022 capital budget, attachment 4.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Cartmel. Please vote on the adoption of the agenda.
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Approval of the minutes, none. Protocol items? Seeing none. Request to speak. We do have number of speakers, so I will read their names, Madam Clerk. And should we ask them if they're present? Or
We don't need to at this
We don't
point
have
in
to.
time because after you've called out all of the names, and we'll just politely interrupt you where there's been a few changes. Once
Okay.
you've called out all the names, we'll make paper copies for all members here in council, and we'll email the list out,
Yeah.
as well as post it online shortly
Good.
thereafter.
So the following people are registered to speak on the budget. James Rosno, Edmonton Sports Council. David Hanning, Edmonton Sports Council. Shannon Pinn, Edmonton Sports Council. Gary Shelton, Edmonton Sports Council. Michael Steele, Edmonton Ultimate Players Association. Tully Lutz, Community Park Little League, Edmonton Little League District 2. Katrina, she's withdrawn. David Embry, Argyle Veldrum Association. Steve Hogel, Hockey Edmonton. Steve Bradshaw, ATU Local 569. Jeffrey Sundquist, Edmonton Chamber of Commerce. Angie Sink, Millwood Soccer Association. Laura Bruno, CHBRER. Sydney Bond, CHBAER. Tim Adams, Free Play for Kids. Jama Dunn, Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organizations. Eric Lewis, Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 30. Lenny Churdick, Civic Unions Local 52. Kamel Jasper Febi, City of Edmonton Energy Transition Climate Resilience Committee. Klaas Rodenberg, City of Edmonton Energy Transition Climate Resilient Committee. Alex McFarlane, Linda Rolt, Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association of Persons with Disabilities. Dixie Wendland, Dance On Dance Society. Stephen Burdu, World Triathlon Series Edmonton. Sheldon Olensk, Sports Central. Shell Whiskey Jack and Poverty Edmonton. Nadine Kalifu, Edmonton Poverty and Poverty Edmonton. Arun Sikuira and Poverty Edmonton. Maria Mayan and Poverty Edmonton. Lucinia Ortez and Poverty Edmonton. Paul Sir, Canadian Basketball Alberta. Marnie Suter, Access, Terry Quinn, Access, Rocky Sinclair, Access, Jim Gibbon, Edmonton Heritage Festival Association, Nicola Ton, Shakespeare in the Park, Andrew Ritchie, Paths for People, Haika Chima, Paths for People, Louis Cardinal, Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center, Ricardo Casanova, Yeg Soccer Society, Janine Fraser, Kids Cottage Foundation, Sarah Schulman, In With Forward, Herman Huang, Kinlink Do, Katie Sirota, William Tully, Aman Hojan Paswo, Panita so Aman is with Canadian Burke Beaner Society, Panita McBrien, Edmonton Downtown Business Association, and Robert Rohatton, Edmonton Heritage Festival Association.
We also have Jennifer Long from Recovered Urban,
Jennifer Long, Recover Edmonton.
And just one note that Jim Gibbon will be moving from panel 2, and he'll be heard on panel 3, and we'll sort that out as we reprint the
Got
list.
it.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so those are the members of the public to speak. Request for specific item on agenda, none. Council inquiries? Council inquiries, seeing none. Report to be dealt with at a different meeting, none. Request for rescheduled reports, none. Public reports. So exemptions, right? At this time. Okay. Probably will exempt Councillor Cartmill.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I will select 6-1, 6-2, 6-3.
6, 2, 6, 3. Okay, we have selected all the items, so none to be approved. Cool. Now we go into our presentation, right? Over
Great.
to you, Andre.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and Council.
Or just hold that.
Did you want to read your speech out, or do you want to?
Of course. I do it now or before speakers?
If you want to do it now, it sort of explains the orders for
We'll
today.
do that. Okay, I'll explain the process for today's non-statutory public hearing on the 2019-2022 capital and operating budget adjustments. I would like to explain the process for today's non-statutory public hearing on the policy. So, administration will make a presentation regarding 3 cross-referenced budget items. Item 6.1, supplemental operating budget adjustments. Item 6.2, supplementary capital budget adjustments. And 6.3, COVID-19 2022 financial impacts and funding strategy. For the purpose of today's meeting, neither amendments nor the main budget motions may be put on the floor or passed. No questions will be asked of administration. Speakers will be heard in a panel of up to 18 and present to council in the order in which they registered. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to address council. The clerk will run the official timer in the council chamber. The timer lights on the podium that you see on here will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, you may wish to use a timer of your own. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask questions of you or other panel members. For this reason, you may wish to remain in the meeting until all questions have been asked of your panel. If you're participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you are not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or email at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. If you are here with us in person, the clerk will guide you to your seat when it's your turn to speak. There's a public health order in place and face coverings are mandatory in City Hall as well as 33% capacity limit in council chambers. We ask that you keep your mask on at all times, including while making your remarks to council. We appreciate your understanding and participation in keeping everyone safe. In the event of an emergency, please follow the clerk's directions to evacuate. City staff will direct you to your muster point. Thank you for coming to participate in City of Edmonton's budget process. Mr. Colbert, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Worship and Council. We are here today to present an overview of the recommended 2022 budget adjustments for the capital and operating budgets, including adjustments for the impact of the pandemic on the 2022 operating budget. I am joined by all my colleagues of the executive leadership team. Leading this work are Stacey Padbury, Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, as well as Harm Rai, Branch Manager of Financial Services and Director of Budget Planning and Development. City Council and Administration implemented a multi-year budget approach for both the operating and capital budgets to properly identify and plan for longer-term funding needs to achieve Council-approved items. The original 2019 to 2022 operating capital budgets were approved in December of 2018. We are now approaching the last year of this four-year budget cycle. In alignment with Council-approved multi-year budget policy, our proposed budget stays the course of previously approved for 2022, with adjustments made only for necessary items. We have prepared the supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments to give Council the best information possible for the December budget deliberations. And as we will explain in this presentation, this budget recommends maintaining a 1.8% tax increase as approved earlier this year through the spring 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment. This increase will allow the city to maintain service levels and build and maintain infrastructure, and puts the city in a strong position to respond to future financial uncertainty, including the longer-term impacts of this pandemic. The increase is also lower than the inflation forecast for 2022. We are committed to finding a balance between managing property taxes while still offering the services that Edmontonians count on and continuing to move our infrastructure plans forward. Although we are here today presenting the 2022 budget adjustments, I can tell you that administration is already preparing the 2023 to 2026 budget cycle, and we look forward to engaging you with you on that process and ensuring your objectives are reflected in the 23 to 26 budget proposals that will be presented in the fall. We encourage you to share with us your goals and engage us in helping meet those goals. As we will cover later in the presentation, the 23 to 26 budget is being prepared using a priority-based budget methodology, which will give Council a full perspective on interdependencies between the services, the relationship of services to the priorities in the city plan, and the perspectives of all members of City Council. We recommend that Council works through that process over the course of the next year rather than reprioritizing all of the budget in the next few days we have available for this fall adjustment. I will now turn it over to Stacy and team to walk you through the full presentation. Thank you.
Today we'll cover a number of items related to the supplemental operating and capital budget adjustments. We'll provide a snapshot of the overall budget process and a quick overview of the 2022 approach to the operating update. To set the stage for the upcoming budget deliberations, we have a brief economic update. We'll provide an overview of the adjustments in three distinct parts. First, the one-time adjustments recommended to manage the impacts of the pandemic on the city's operating budget. Then, the ongoing adjustments recommended to the city's 2022 operating budget through the fall supplemental operating budget adjustment. And finally, the adjustments to the capital budget in the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment. On the basis of an earlier request from Council for information, we also have information on the city's carbon accounting framework. We will wrap up the presentation with a discussion on next steps related to the 2022 budget process. Next slide, please. As we shared with you in Council orientation, the city develops a four-year budget as required by City Policy C-578 multi-year budgeting policy. Under the policy, and in alignment with the term of City Council, a four-year budget is presented and approved 1 year after a new City Council is elected. The policy was designed in part to provide the new City Council with some time to settle into their new roles and gain an understanding of the city's processes and provide feedback on the city's strategic direction without having to develop and approve a brand new budget within the first weeks of their term. When setting budgets, it's important to recognize the process for establishing a four-year budget is considerably different than the process for a supplemental budget adjustment. Significant motions made in the supplementary budget adjustment process that have ongoing impacts can result in discussions and decisions that bypass the prioritization process. As a result, significant and transformational changes to the budget are better deliberated in the context of the four-year operating budget cycle. This slide outlines the work of the budget from now until we establish the 2023 to 2026 operating and capital budgets. We are here with the adjustment to the fourth and final year of the four-year budget. Today, you will see recommended adjustments for the impacts of the pandemic on the operating budget, and the capital budget. Through the approved multi-year budgeting policy, adjustments to the budget are generally confined to four different categories: external factors such as provincial or federal budgets or legislation changes, adjustments for the operating impacts of capital projects, unforeseen changes to economic forecasts, and council-directed changes. I also want to take the opportunity to provide a brief overview of the 2023 to 2026 planning and budget process. As Mr. Corbould mentioned, we are already beginning to plan for the 23 to 26 budgets. Our first piece of work will be the operating budget outlook and the capital investment outlook. These documents will provide the longer-term outlook for both the capital and operating plans. These outlooks are scheduled to be presented in May 2022, and they're intended to provide an understanding of the longer-term financial implications of the decisions made by Council to date and future plans in the context of current economic assumptions. These documents help set the stage for a discussion of long-term financial strategies while identifying growth and cost pressures. Once the 10-year outlooks have been presented, administration will shift to focus on developing the proposed four-year budget. The development of the budget is predicated on the work that departments and branches do with business and action plans. These plans outline how the work they are planning will support the priorities of council and the corporation for the next 4 years, identifying results to be achieved and linking performance measures to council goals and outcomes. Resources required to achieve these results will be included and aligned with the budgets to be presented in the fall of 2022. The proposed four-year operating budget presented in the fall of 2022 will be prepared at a program level and will be released publicly in early November. Council will have an opportunity to submit questions to administration for further clarity on the budget prior to deliberations beginning the end of November. After deliberations and in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Council will approve the budgets prior to December 31st. As you can see, for the 23 to 2026 cycle, our decisions will be grounded in the city plan, and resource allocation decisions will be made using priority-based budgeting. Priority-based budgeting will help us allocate our resources to best achieve corporate goals and priorities. As we start engaging Council on the 23 to 26 planning process, we will explain more details on priority-based budgeting and the process. Next slide, please. Oh, you're good. You saw a similar version of this slide a couple of weeks ago in our orientation session, but it's worth reviewing again with City Council as a reminder of the 2022 operating budget approach. We are taking two distinct approaches to the 2022 budgets. While this may seem like an artificial division, this strategy is aligned with our budgetary principles of one-time funding for one-time issues and ongoing funding for ongoing services. This approach also allows some time for administration to get a better understanding of the longer-term impacts of the pandemic and the post-pandemic recovery. On the left side of the slide, you'll see our approach to the 2022 COVID budget impacts. We continue to project revenue shortfalls in the area of transit, recreation facilities, and other areas, including parking. The city is also expected to incur additional costs related to the pandemic, such as personal protective equipment and enhanced cleaning. Similar to the approach used for 2020 and 2021, the impacts of the pandemic will be offset by one-time strategies. Until we're certain of the lasting impacts of the pandemic on the city's operating budget, we will continue to use one-time strategies to address the impacts. This approach helps to limit the impact to residents and businesses by utilizing all available one-time options to fund temporary impacts before considering increases to the tax levy. We know that there are many things that may permanently change the way people interact with their city, and we will address those when we have a greater understanding of the effect of the pandemic on things like transit ridership and recreation facility use. And we'll likely bring these forward in the 2023 to 2026 budget next fall. The COVID budget adjustments are discussed in the COVID 2022 Financial Impacts and Funding Strategy Report, and we'll go over those in this presentation. On the right-hand side of the slide, we've laid out our approach to the 2022 base operating budget. This approach maintains the 1.8% tax increase currently approved for 2022. Before we walk you through the budget adjustments, we'd like to provide an overview of the city's economic conditions and factors that were taken into consideration in the development of the supplemental budget adjustments. I'll hand it to Felicia Muthiardi, our corporate economist, to provide a brief economic update.
Thank you, Stacey. Good morning. There's been a great deal of change in Edmonton, particularly since the start of 2020. We've been navigating a pandemic that has had significant impacts on our economy, public health conditions, and our social landscape. This does not only set us on a different course than what we anticipated when the four-year budget was developed, but even compared to what was anticipated when the pandemic first set in. Before we walk you through the budget adjustments, we would like to provide an overview of economic conditions and factors that were taken into consideration for the fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment. Since the start of this year, there have been some positive signals of Edmonton's economic recovery. One clear signal has been how quickly our regional labor market has rebounded after experiencing significant employment losses last year. So this chart was presented during council orientation a few weeks ago. But as a reminder, we have regional employment expressed as the red line. It includes both full-time and part-time employment, and it's charted on the left axis. We also have the regional unemployment rate expressed as the blue line and charted on the right axis. Even though these figures are for the region, given that Edmonton has historically accounted for around 70% of regional employment, trends in Edmonton's labor market are very likely following trends that are very similar to what we're observing for the region. In August 2021, regional employment rose above pre-pandemic levels. The latest data confirms that that remains the case. In October 2021, our regional unemployment rate moved lower to 8%, and that actually puts us back in line with where we were pre-pandemic. Even though our labor market has rebounded and has fully recovered in terms of employment levels, there are pockets of the labor market in which the recovery is incomplete. For example, there is still room to recover for many goods-producing sectors like agriculture, manufacturing, and construction. Across job types, full-time employment is still behind. The rebound in aggregate employment has been led by the services-producing sector, particularly sectors that were hardest hit by public health restrictions like accommodation and food services, trade, which includes both retail and wholesale trade, and transportation. As restrictions were lifted, we started seeing greater improvements in employment, though concentrated in part-time work, and that's largely due to the nature of work for some of these sectors. Looking ahead, we expect labor market conditions to continue to improve with positive annual employment growth and an unemployment rate that drifts lower. However, there remains some labor market uncertainties that we are monitoring that are related to the pandemic, but have the potential to be longer lasting. This could impact growth expectations for sectors where we are already expecting a more protracted recovery, like manufacturing. Next slide, please. So turning our sights to inflation, again, this is another chart that was presented at council orientation a few weeks ago, but here we have annual average inflation rates for the Edmonton region, but we've also included our updated expectations for 2021 and 2022. For 2021 so far, inflation has been running high. This has been due to a combination of factors. The first is base year effects. We calculate inflation as a year-over-year change in Statistics Canada's Consumer Price Index. So price changes that impacted the index 12 months ago that left inflation in that period either really high or really low would be considered as having a base year effect on current period calculations. The second factor has to do with supply chain disruptions and transportation bottlenecks, which are impacting the price and availability of some goods. The third factor has to do with energy. Supply-side constraints have really lifted the price for some energy commodities like crude oil and natural gas. This impacts this consumer price index through the utility component and transportation, specifically retail gasoline prices. So we lifted our inflation rate expectations for 2021 and 2022 to an average of 3% this year and 2.8% next year. This is after taking into consideration what has been driving inflation rates higher. We expect price pressures will start to ease starting in 2022 as supply chain disruptions, transportation bottlenecks, and energy supply side constraints start to unwind. We expect a return to more normalized rates of inflation by the end of 2022. However, this will likely be a gradual process, and there is a risk of these price pressures persisting for longer than expected. In summary, even with an economic recovery underway, there remains still a considerable amount of uncertainty, especially over the near to short term. With that economic backdrop, I will pass it to Mr. Rai to go over the COVID 2022 financial impacts and funding strategy.
Thanks, Felicia. So we will first start with the COVID 2022 financial impacts and funding strategy. Next slide. We know that to stabilize our finances, we must take a principled approach. The principles used to manage the 2022 COVID cost impacts are consistent with those used previously, which were endorsed by Council last year. A review of these principles shows that they continue to be applicable, from prioritizing safety to honoring relationships to use of various one-time funding strategies to address COVID. Next slide. To give you a sense of the scope and scale of the financial impact of the pandemic, this slide outlines the revenue reductions and additional costs for 2020 and 2021. The total budget impact in 2020 was $152.9 million, and in 2021, the budget impact was $152 million. When the pandemic was first declared, the City of Edmonton was one of the first cities in the country to adjust its budget, putting in place funding strategies that included expense management and redirection of reserve funding, including use of funds from the Pay-As-You-Go reserve, which funds capital. This was done before any announcements were made on funding from other levels of government. In late 2020, the Government of Alberta finalized a municipal operating support transfer of $158.2 million, also known as MOST funding. Administration recommended that this funding be used immediately to address the 2020 impacts of COVID, and that the strategies that were originally put in place, which I just summarized, be set aside in the Financial Stabilization Reserve, or the FSR, to be used to address the 2021 impacts of COVID. Municipal operating support transfer funding came with specific criteria on the use of the funding, including the requirement that the funding be used by March of 2021. The city has used all this funding to address the impacts of COVID in 2020 and 2021. As a result, in the 2020 column, you will notice that the full 2020 budget impact of COVID, estimated to be $152.9 million, was offset by the municipal operating support transfer funds. On the right-hand side, you see the city's response in 2021 to the revenue reductions and increased costs of $152 million, was to employ the remaining municipal operating support transfer fund of $5.3 million and one-time savings identified as a part of the original COVID funding strategy. Next slide. Given the difficulty predicting the duration of the pandemic and uncertainty related to the percentage of the population vaccinated, the COVID budget impacts assume the pandemic will impact city services for the duration of 2022. The city's business areas have estimated the impact on revenues and expenditures based on trends experienced over the last 2 years. Services are assumed to be operating at full service levels with public health restrictions in place wherever necessary. Operations have been adapted to function under current health restrictions, including the use of the Restriction Exemption Program. Both Edmonton Transit and Community and Recreation Facility Services will be operating at full service levels, but will experience reduced revenues due to the demand for services. Given the difficulty predicting the duration of the pandemic and the uncertainty related to the health guidance, actual impacts may vary from these assumptions. If impacts are greater than estimated for 2022, administration may return to Council during 2022 to propose additional funding strategies. Alternatively, if the impact is less than anticipated, proposed funding in this report to offset the COVID-19 impact will be returned to the COVID-19 funds within the appropriated Financial Stabilization Reserve to manage future impacts. Similar to 2021, due to the unpredictability related to the pandemic, administration has not provided alternate scenarios and has not estimated effects beyond 2022 at this time. Next slide. The total budget impact for 2022 is estimated to be $96.7 million, comprising $80.6 million in reduced revenues and $16.1 million in additional costs. So I'll just go over some of these items briefly. Transit fare and non-fare revenues are forecasted to be $53.7 million less than currently planned in the 2022 budget. Transit continues to monitor the impact of this, and this represents the midpoint of the estimate for 2022. It looks increasingly more likely that ridership will take a slower path to recovery. Lower ridership is expected in 2022 as the fourth wave of the pandemic suppressed the ridership recovery that was originally anticipated to gain momentum during the fall of 2021. The impact is expected to continue through the winter, and sustained ridership recovery is not anticipated to return until the fall of 2022. Overall, fare revenue is expected to recover less than 65% of pre-pandemic revenue in 2022. The ultimate level of ridership and revenue recovery realized in 2022 is dependent on the sustained return of secondary and post-secondary students to in-class learning and sustained return to workplaces next year. Recreation facility admission and revenue is forecast to be $13 million lower than budget next year. Information from customer surveys indicate that in 2022, admission and membership revenue for recreation and attraction facilities will be lower than contemplated in the original four-year budget by approximately 30%. In addition, a 30% reduction in dryland programs during 2022 is also expected. The total estimated impact on the revenue next year is a budget decrease of 19% or $13 million. Parking revenue is being forecast to be $8.6 million lower than the anticipated budget because of less usage of city parking facilities and decreased parking in the downtown core as a result of lower traffic volumes and special events. Automated enforcement revenue is continuing along its path of decline. While the full decrease is not all tied to the pandemic, the analysis for the 2022 estimates that approximately $2.6 million of the decline in revenue is attributable to lower traffic volumes resulting from the pandemic. The Traffic Safety and Automated Enforcement Reserve is forecast to be in a deficit position by the end of 2022, and administration will return in the first quarter of next year with a strategy to deal with the declining automated enforcement revenues on an ongoing basis. This $2.6 million revenue decline is identified for one-time funding to address the lower traffic volumes as a result of the pandemic. Tag and fine revenues are expected to be less than budget due to lower traffic and parking volumes. These items account for $80.6 million lower than budget revenues next year. Add to this approximately $16.1 million in additional COVID expenses for things like enhanced cleaning, personal protective equipment, washroom and houselessness response efforts, increased security, increased tax appeals, remote work information technology costs, and redeployment of staff to other pandemic priorities to bring us to a total impact of $96.7 million. Next slide. So this slide summarizes the proposed one-time funding strategies to offset the estimated 2022 impacts of COVID we just saw on the previous slide. First, we will use $31 million from the COVID funds within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve. Next, we are recommending to use $23 million from our financial strategies fund. This is a fund set aside in the operating budget to manage volatility and fluctuations in our operating budget over the course of the four-year cycle, and addresses any ongoing emerging pressures that may arise over the cycle. We are recommending to use $23 million of funding from this fund on a one-time basis. Funds were originally set aside to manage increases in fuel, electricity costs, as well as other budget items. Based on a recent risk assessment, we believe a total of $23 million can be released on a one-time basis to assist with COVID. Next, the wind-up of the annuity plan, a legacy city pension fund, has been in the process over the last number of years, and the final settlement is anticipated in the fourth quarter of this year. The city's portion of the final surplus is estimated to be $13.7 million. And again, administration is recommending these one-time funds be used for COVID. In accordance with Bylaw 11713, the Edtel Endowment Fund bylaw, City Council may authorize a special dividend payment when the market value of the fund is more than 15% above the inflation-adjusted principal. At June 30th, 2021, the market value of the fund was above this threshold. A special dividend of $10.8 million will be available in 2022. It has been the city's practice to fund capital with any special dividends. For 2022, we are recommending that the special dividend be used to offset the budget impacts of COVID. The COVID budget adjustment report includes a recommendation for Council to approve a special dividend from the fund in 2022, and then also recommends that this dividend be used to offset the COVID impacts, along with the overall funding strategy. Land Enterprise is forecasting an increase in the land dividend of $3.3 million next year. We are proposing this also be used to offset COVID. Tax penalty revenues have increased as a result of a larger amount of outstanding Tax penalty revenues have increased as a result of a larger amount of outstanding taxes owing. These increased tax penalties are being recommended to be used to offset the impacts of COVID as well. And lastly, we have implemented expense management strategies across the corporation in the areas of business travel, hosting, employee recognition, consulting, and contractor costs to help offset these impacts. Expense management strategies also include reduced costs for recreation facilities and Edmonton Transit. At year end, we will also likely recommend a portion of any tax-supported surplus for 2021 to be placed into the COVID funds within the appropriated FSR. This is similar to our approach in 2020. We have scrutinized our spending over the course of 2021, which has resulted in intentional budget surpluses, as you'll see in the Q3 financial updates we will give later in December. As a result, we are recommending that a minimum of $6.4 million be drawn from the Financial Stabilization Reserve as a part of the overall COVID 2022 funding strategy. We will continue to advocate for support from other levels of government, but right now we have heard nothing in terms of support. During the most recent federal election, transit operating support was not discussed as a top priority. If support from other levels of governments were to be received, we would use those funds before the funding strategies noted above and would return to Council with a revised strategy as necessary. Next slide. So for this next section of the presentation, we will go over the Fall 2021 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment Report, which includes recommended adjustments to the 2022 operating budget and recommends the 2022 tax increase. It's important to remember that once we discuss tax levy, we are discussing ongoing funding sources, so are also now considering ongoing funding needs. Whereas with the COVID item we just discussed, those are one-time budget impacts with one-time funding strategies. Next slide. So in December of 2018, City Council approved the original 2019 to 2022 operating budget. Today we're here to present the operating adjustments to the currently approved budget for 2022. As Stacey mentioned earlier, through their approved multi-year budgeting policy, the ability to amend the budget is generally confined to four circumstances. External factors such as the provincial or federal budgets or legislation changes, adjustments to the operating impacts of capital, unforeseen changes to economic forecasts, and any council-directed changes. For 2022, all of the recommended adjustments are summarized in Attachment 1 of the Fall 2021 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment Report, and this is what requires Council's approval. Looking forward a bit, we will be back in the spring next year with the Spring Supplemental Operating Budget to confirm the 2022 tax increase so that administration is able to bring forward the property tax bylaw for the year that will set the tax rate, which will generate tax revenue required to support operations as outlined in the budget. The City will wait to approve the tax rate until the spring in order to accommodate any impacts on the City's budget from the passing of the provincial budget, typically in February and March, and including the property tax requisition. Typically, the fall supplemental budget will include more adjustments than the operating budget, while the spring supplemental budget adjustment process is more of a formality to capture any last-minute changes prior to finalization of the tax rate for the year. Next slide. So now we'll move on to the 2022 tax increase. Remember that once we discuss tax levy, we're discussing the ongoing funding source, so we're also now considering ongoing funding needs. The 2022 tax levy increase currently approved by City Council is 1.8%, which is reflected at the top of this table. The slide reflects required budget adjustments that have been recommended in the Fall 2021 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment. These are budget adjustments that we have little to no discretion over and need to be accommodated for in the budget. I'll go over these. Assessment growth is estimated to be $15 million lower than considered in the original budget. As a part of the four-year budget process, the estimates of real growth for each of the 4 years was produced and expected to be in the range of $30 to $35 million per year. This is new taxation revenues generated largely from construction or demolition of improvements. However, due to COVID and related economic impacts, we expect to see a slowdown in 2022 non-residential construction activity, which will negatively impact our original growth forecast. As a result, we're estimating a $15 million reduction to the growth forecast. Total estimated assessment growth for 2022 is approximately going to be $20 million. Operating impacts of capital are required operating costs as a result of approved capital projects. In the fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment, the net impact is $8.5 million and includes operating costs for the opening of the Windermere Fire Station, resources to support growth of the fire fleet, and South Edmonton Hazmat Unit, additional licensing costs required for our SAP system, offset with some operational savings as a result of the Valleyline LRT delayed opening. Council has made decisions along with administration during the year, which have also resulted in changes of $2.7 million to the 2022 operating budget, including cost savings that were identified across 3 community and recreation facility registered programs areas that would see the elimination of programs with low enrollment or low cost recovery, and the creation of an updated naturalization plan, which requires $0.5 million in funding in 2022 to start the work. The work is expected to result in future operating cost savings, which will be quantified after the strategy is developed. This category also includes resourcing needed for compliance of an updated tree bylaw, reduction in business license fees as a result of the updated business license bylaw fee methodology, and decisions to reimburse our civic agencies for their services. Regulatory changes are those changes resulting from external legislation. These include increases to our insurance premiums, training requirements for peace officers, and adjustments to the firefighter and fire chief supplementary pension contribution rates. Franchise fees are expected to increase by approximately $14.8 million based on revised forecasts provided by EPCOR and ATCO Gas. Debt servicing is lower than expected by approximately $11.5 million, and this is due to revised project cash flows, mainly for Yellowhead Trail and Valley Line West downtown to Lewis Estates. At the February 22nd and 24th City Council meeting, Council approved to include the recovery of costs for public fire protection services in the EPCOR water utility rates effective April 1st, 2022, and then remove the recovery of these costs from the current fire hydrant service agreement approach, resulting in a reduction in the operating budget requirement for the Fire Rescue Services branch as of April 1st, 2022. This results in a decrease to the tax levying operating budget of $9.3 million in 2022, with an additional decrease in 2023 of $3.1 million, for a total decrease on an ongoing basis of $12.4 million. In September 2021, the Local Authorities Pension Plan Sponsor Board announced a 1% reduction to employers and employee LAPP contribution rates for 2022. As an employer, this equates to an operating savings of $7.5 million to the city's 2022 operating budget. After considering these required adjustments, the forecasted tax increase would be approximately 0.9% for 2022. Administration is also recommending funding of $4.7 million for operational service needs, which I will summarize on the next slide, as well as increased funding for financial strategies to manage future risks in our operating budget over the longer term. All of these items can be accomplished within the existing approved 1.8% tax increase for 2022. As Andre stated in his opening comment, this increase will allow the city to maintain service levels and build and maintain infrastructure, and puts the city in a strong position to respond to future financial uncertainty, including the longer-term impacts of the pandemic. The increase is also lower than the inflation forecast for 2022. Next slide. This table expands on the operating service requirements we identified on the last slide. We are recommending these items for funding in the 2022 operating budget. Since the start of the pandemic in the spring of 2020, cost management has been a key strategy in offsetting the budgetary impacts of COVID. Spending across the city has been curbed, and administration has been deferring funding decisions related to some priority items. Funding these items will improve overall service to the citizens of Edmonton, either directly or through external facing areas, or indirectly through support functions, and promote operational efficiencies. The total of these funding requests is $4.7 million, which equates to an approximate 0.3% tax increase. The details of each of these funding requests is included within the operating budget adjustment report. Next slide. This table reflects the items Council has asked to come back for consideration during these budget deliberations. The total funding required would be $7.2 million, which is equivalent to a 0.4% tax increase. The unfunded service packages have been included in attachment 2 of the operating budget adjustment report for your reference. Council would need to make a motion for an unfunded service package to be funded during budget deliberations, and then it would need to be voted on by council. Please reach out to us if you need any help drafting the motion in advance of budget deliberations using the process previously communicated to you by the City Clerk's office. If you do not make a motion to fund these items, they will not be debated and considered for inclusion in the 2022 operating budget. It's also important to highlight that these are unfunded service packages. These are the unfunded service package requests we are aware of today. As committee and non-budget council meetings continue up until the start of budget deliberations and even over the course of budget deliberations, there could be more 2022 unfunded service packages requests coming from committee and council. Those unfunded service packages will be included as addendums to the fall 2021 supplementary operating budget adjustment agenda item at the start of and if necessary during budget deliberations. We will inform council of any updates to unfunded service packages. Since the release of the budget reports on November 15th, there have already been a couple of additional funding requests to be brought forward for consideration as a part of deliberations, and I'll go over these later on in the presentation. Next slide. This table reflects the components of the tax increase. The drivers of the tax rate increase can be separated into 5 separate categories: municipal services, Edmonton Police Services, alley renewal, and Valley Line LRT. I will briefly review each one, starting with what is approved in the current approved 2022 tax increase of 1.8, approved in the spring, earlier this year, and the impacts the impacts of recommended adjustments in this fall supplemental budget adjustment and the resulting 2022 adjusted amount. You will notice that the overall tax increase has not changed. However, there have been shifts between the components. Municipal services represent those directly provided by civic departments reporting to the city manager. For example, fire rescue services and Edmonton Transit. Valley Line LRT is for the required tax increase for the Valley Line Southeast and tax-supported debt servicing requirements for Valley Line West and the Metro Line extension. I will come back to explaining the changes in these categories. The effects of the Edmonton Police budget is identified separately as Edmonton Police Services reports through the Edmonton Police Commission rather than the city manager. Edmonton Police Services receives their annual tax levy funding in accordance with the Edmonton Police Services funding formula. The formula is currently suspended as a new funding policy and framework is being developed for council consideration, with a report coming back in the first quarter of 2022. Last fall, when the funding formula was suspended, council removed $11 million from the police budget, with $5.5 million in 2021 and an additional $5.5 million in 2022. Those funds are currently held corporately. The decrease resulted in Edmonton Police Services portion of the tax increase going from 1.0% to 0.7% as shown on the table here. This fall supplemental adjustment does not include any further changes to the police funding, and as a result, the Edmonton Police Services portion of the tax increase remains at 0.7%. Introduced in 2017, the alley renewal strategy will accelerate the elimination of alleys rated to be in very poor condition across the city. The alley renewal program is funded through an annual tax levy increase of 0.3% for the period 2021 to 2023. There is no change to the 0.3 increase attributable to the alley renewal program in the budget adjustment before you today. Now coming back to municipal services and the Valley Line LRT tax increase components. Municipal services originally represented an increase of 0.4%. This is increased by 0.3% to account for the 0.7% of the overall proposed 2022 tax increase of 1.8%. This is due to the adjustments that are being proposed in this fall supplemental budget adjustment, which all impact municipal services, with exception of a portion of the recommended reduction in debt servicing costs that are attributable to the Valley Line LRT item. The Valley Line LRT item shown here reflects the required tax increase for Valley Line Southeast and tax-supported debt servicing requirements for Valley Line West and Metro. Due to changes in debt servicing requirements for Valley Line West and Metro, largely as a result of revised project cash flows and borrowing requirements, the tax increase for this line item has decreased by 0.3%, from 0.4 to 0.1. Next slide. This graph provides a bit more context to the components of the tax increase since the start of the 2019 to 2022 operating budget cycle. The original approved tax increase in each of the 4 years of the 2019 to 2022 operating budget cycle were 2.6% as approved by City Council in December 2018. As you can see, the trend has been a decrease from those original approved tax increases. There's a few interesting points and takeaways from this table. Generally speaking, a larger portion of the tax increase each year goes towards amounts directed for specific purposes, such as Valley Line LRT, alley renewal, and Edmonton Police Services. Municipal services, shown by the green portion, had been gradually decreasing as a portion of the tax increase, down to negative levels in 2020 and 2021, and are now returning to a more equal portion of the tax increase in 2022. For 2021, the full reduction required to achieve a 0% tax increase, which was just over $55 million, was accomplished through municipal services. The same holds true for 2020 to achieve a 1.3% tax increase. Next slide. The average Edmonton household would pay approximately $714 in property taxes for every $100,000 of their assessed value in 2022, an increase of $14 compared to last year. Those dollars keep Edmonton moving with traffic lights, snow removal, repair crews, and transit. They keep residents healthy with parks, recreation facility, libraries, winter skating, and social programs. They keep the residents safe with fire rescue and Edmonton Police Services, and enhance life in the city through tourism, attraction, sports, and supporting small businesses. Prior to setting of the 2022 tax rate and finalization of the tax increase in spring of 2022, we will have more detailed information on the impact of the 2022 tax increase on different property types using updated assessment values. Next slide. So you also saw this slide during budget and financial reporting orientation session earlier this month, and we thought it would be important to bring this forward again to try and help explain the difference between the tax increase, which is the 1.8% included in this budget, and then the tax rate and the overall tax impacts experienced by a property owner. The city collects the amount of property tax, the tax levy, required to balance the budget after all other revenue sources have been considered. The tax levy requirement is equal to the total municipal expenditures less all other city revenues that are non-tax. In effect, the city's property tax base is the backstop for any outstanding expenditures the city has, and in this way, the city can always collect what it needs to operate, no more or no less. Property tax represents approximately 57% of the city's operating revenue and is the backbone of municipal finance as well as the primary financial tool in the city's control. However, the way property tax works is often misunderstood, and we wanted to take a moment to try to provide a high-level overview of the methodology. So at the most basic level, the property tax is really just two formulas. The first is the tax rate calculation, and the second is the individual property owner tax impact calculation. So in the first box, the tax rate calculation divides the total tax levy required by the total taxable assessment base. The tax levy requirement is equal to the total municipal expenditures minus any other city revenues. The tax levy requirement, or property taxes required to balance the budget, is what council approves through the operating budget process. So for example, in this fall's 2021 supplemental operating budget process, the increase in taxation revenue for 2022 compared to 2021, after considering assessment growth, is approximately a 1.8% increase, which we referred to as the estimated tax increase in the report. Once the total levy requirement is determined by council, the assessment and taxation branch fills in the total taxable assessment base in the denominator of the formula. This number is effectively a sum total of all taxable property value in the city of Edmonton for that tax class. Reassessments in all properties in Edmonton are performed annually and are released in January of each year for property owners to review. Now that we have both elements of the tax rate calculation in place, the city can establish a tax rate that is applied to individual property owners based on their property assessment as reflected in the second box. While relatively simple, it is important to note a few consequences of this calculation process. First, while council ultimately determines the tax levy requirement, referred to as the tax increase, the assessment area is responsible for determining assessment values. This means that while council is responsible for determining how much revenue is collected, The distribution of the tax levy is determined through the assessment process. Second, while council's decision to increase the tax levy requirement results in an increase to the tax rate, changes to the assessment base have an inverse relationship with the tax rate. That is to say, for any given tax levy amount, increases in overall assessment values will result in a tax rate decrease, while decreases to the overall assessment values will increase the tax rate. Third, assessment change experienced by each property owner each year is unique to that property. This means that the ultimate tax impact to a specific property owner in a given year is dependent not only on the overall change in the tax levy, but also on the way their assessment changed relative to others. In other words, they are more than likely going to experience a tax change that is different to the tax levy change approved by council. So for example, council may approve a 1.8% tax increase for 2022. However, one property owner may experience a 4% tax increase, while another will experience no tax impact at all because of the way their assessments have changed relative to each other and the rest of the tax class. This is one of the more challenging aspects to explain with respect to property taxes. We are always available to support any conversations you are having with your constituents around property tax. Next slide. So this chart provides a visual representation of the city's operating expenditure budget for our tax-supported departments based on the proposed fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment. It is a reflection of the ongoing expenditures and does not include any adjustments made to the budget on a one-time basis for COVID. You can see from the slide that the most significant portion of the city's expenditures are in the area of police services, community services and attractions, and public transit, representing 44% of the city's operating budget. Next slide. This chart displays the main sources of funding for the city's 2022 tax-supported operations. These revenues fund the expenditures identified on the previous slide. Property taxes make up 57.5% total revenue needed for the approved operating budget. User fees account for 12.2% of revenue collected by the city, and this revenue is generated primarily from development services, permit fees, recreation facility admission and program fees, and various other fine revenues. The remaining funding comes from franchise fees from utilities that have infrastructure in the City of Edmonton, including ATCO and EPCOR, and annual dividends from EPCOR as well, transit revenues, and provincial and federal operating grants. General revenue, shown as 12.2% of the total revenues, include items such as investment earnings and dividends, transfers from reserves to offset related expenditures, and various other revenue streams across the city. Next slide. This slide shows the net operating requirement. The net operating requirement is the property taxes that must be collected to provide services in the city's operating budget. Simply put, it's equal to the operating expenditures to provide the services, less other non-tax levy revenue sources generated through providing those services, such as user fees. The net balance remaining is referred to as the net tax levy requirement or the net operating requirement and is collected through property taxes. This slide shows that the 2022 net tax levy requirement, as proposed in the operating budget report in front of you today. A large majority of the net tax levy requirement is in the areas of police services, community services and attractions, public transit, debt repayment, fire rescue services, and neighborhood renewal. Next slide. So now I'll be moving on to the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment report. I'm good. Similar to the operating budget, the current four-year capital budget is for the period 2019 to 2022 and was approved in December 2018. Today we're presenting the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment, which allows us to make adjustments to the already approved capital budget. The fall 2020 supplemental capital adjustment report has only one recommendation, that the adjustments in attachment 3 of the report be approved. Within attachment 3, there are 50 adjustments recommended by administration for approval. They comprise the following: 16 new profiles, 15 scope changes, 13 recosting adjustments, 2 funding source adjustments, and 4 transfers between profiles. Administration has summarized all of these adjustments within attachment 2 of the capital budget report. Administration has also included copies of all new capital profiles recommended for funding within attachment 4 of the report. I will provide additional information on each of these categories and highlight the significant adjustments within them later in the presentation. In addition to the main recommendation in the report, administration is also seeking council direction on how to proceed with the Coronation Park Sports and Recreation Center project. Council directed administration to report back on this project within the fall supplemental capital budget adjustment report. We have provided two options in attachment 6 to the report and are seeking council direction on how to proceed. I will provide additional information on these options also later in the presentation. Next slide. This slide shows the approved capital budget prior to the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustments and include tax-supported operations, waste utility, and Blatchford and downtown district energy utilities as well. The total approved capital budget for the entire city prior to the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment is $11.1 billion, consisting of $7.5 billion within the 2019 to 2022 timeframe and $3.6 billion approved in the years 2023 and beyond. The fall 2021 capital adjustment report addresses administration's recommended adjustments only to tax-supported operations. Adjustments to the waste and district energy budgets will be brought forward in separate reports to City Council during the budget deliberations directed through the December 9th Utility Committee meeting. Next slide. Yeah, that's good. So many of the capital adjustments in front of Council today are a result of the Project Development and Delivery Model, otherwise known as PDDM. For projects that are at checkpoint 3, where sufficient planning has occurred and estimates for delivery are available. The projects require approval for delivery within their own standalone capital profile. The funds are reallocated to these standalone profiles from larger composite profiles. Growth projects greater than $2 million and renewal projects greater than $5 million require approval within a standalone capital profile when they reach checkpoint 3 of the Project Development and Delivery Model. So a lot of the adjustments are related to that. The Project Development and Delivery Model is intended to ensure that all city projects progress to an appropriate level of development prior to being considered for the delivery phase. The approach provides council and business partners with more accurate information about the project's progress and viability at set points through the project lifecycle, which in turn allows for the city to make informed decisions about how to allocate capital spending more effectively. This process also enhances transparency and improves communication about the project status and overall maturity. Next slide. So this is a real detailed but important slide. There are many adjustments in the fall supplemental budget adjustment report for capital. So we hope this table will help categorize those adjustments for you to be able to better navigate and understand the report. The table shows the total impact of the capital adjustments recommended by administration that are summarized in attachment 2 and included in detail in attachment 3. The total value of all the adjustments proposed is $447 million. $230.2 million of these adjustments are funded with transfers to and from existing budgets, so no overall impact to the capital budget. This results in a net $216.8 million increase to the city's overall approved capital budgets. The adjustments are sorted into the categories shown on this table. So starting at the top are new profiles which are seeking new funding. These are projects that were considered emerging by administration and were therefore not a part of the approved 2019 to 22 capital budget. This is why they require new funding. These two new capital profiles recommend for a total of $4 million in new funding. They are the reallocation of staff from the City Center West, funded through $3.5 million in pay-as-you-go dollars, and the Real Estate Transportation Legacy Land Acquisition Project, funded with $500,000 of land fund retained earnings. The next category is the new capital profiles that are being brought forward at checkpoint 3 of the PDDM model, but are also seeking pre-approval for additional funding from the 23 to 26 capital budget cycle. The total value of these profiles is $213.2 million, with $84.8 million of that amount being funded with transfers from existing budget. The $128.4 million remaining is a net new ask of funding from the 23 to 26 capital cycle. Additional details on this will be provided in the following slides. The third category in this table is new profiles that are at checkpoint 3 of the Project Development and Delivery Model. This category includes 9 new profiles for consideration, totaling $94.5 million. $93.9 million of this amount is funded with transfers from the existing capital profiles. The $600,000 net increase to the overall approved budget is due to additional developer financing funds and not a request for additional city dollars. Capital profiles for all 9 items have been included for council review in attachment 4 to the report. The fourth category is scope change increases. A scope change is when a new element or component is being recommended for addition to an original approved capital profile. The total scope change increases amount to $19.2 million, with $11.3 million being funded with transfers from existing approved budgets. The remaining $7.9 million difference is a net increase to the overall capital budget. Scope changes seeking new funds include funding for major event, Phase 1B of Kichiaski's Sacred Earth project, and upgrades to the city nursery. The fifth and sixth categories relate to recosting adjustments. These are adjustments that are required when an approved capital project is projected to be over or under budget. This can occur when tenders on capital projects differ from the original approved budget. Recosting increases total $98.8 million, with $2.8 million of that amount funded from transfers from existing budgets. The $96 million remaining portion is a net increase to the city's overall capital budget. Significant adjustments making up this category are the 50th Street CPR grade separation project and a funding adjustment to the neighborhood renewal program. Again, I'll expand upon these later in the presentation. Recosting decreases mostly occur when a capital project is complete and funding is not required and is released. The total impact of this category is $20.1 million decrease to the overall capital budget. The final category in this table is transfers between profiles. These are adjustments where funding is greater than $5 million is being transferred between 2 previously approved capital profiles for a reason other than scope and recosting changes. Some transfers that are under $5 million are also included within this category due to the type of funding source for additional transparency as deemed necessary. Administration is recommending $43.8 million of transfers between approved capital profiles. These adjustments mainly relate to funding being transferred between large renewal composite programs in order to optimize the desired outcomes of the renewal program as a whole. The recommendation in the fall 2021 capital adjustment report would result in a net $216.8 million increase to the city's approved capital budget. The net increase is primarily due to 3 specific items, which I just described at a high level, but will now expand upon. Next slide. So these are the 3 main items that account for the $216.8 million net increase to the overall capital budget. The first relates to 5 capital profiles being brought forward for approval that are requesting new funding from the 23 to 26 capital budget cycle fund to fund expenditures in those years. These projects are the Edmonton Expo Center Rehabilitation, Edmonton Convention Center Rehabilitation, Kinsman Sports Center Facility Rehabilitation, Edmonton Police Services Headquarters Rehabilitation, and the Latta Bridge Replacement. These projects are requesting a total combined budget approval of $213.2 million. Of this total amount, $84.8 million in funding is recommended from transfers from within existing profiles in the 2019 to 2022 capital budget, and the remaining $128.4 million relates to anticipated expenditures in 2023 and beyond that would require a pre-commitment of projected available capital funding in those years. Approval will result in a net increase to the overall city's capital budget. By committing future budget cycle dollars to fund the entirety of these projects now, various benefits can be achieved. These include improved continuity and integrity of project resourcing and contracts, fewer facility service disruptions, and scheduling, project management, and cost efficiencies. The second item relates to a funding adjustment recommended for the Neighborhood Renewal Program to add $54.2 million of Neighborhood Renewal Reserve funding to the Neighborhood Renewal Program composite profile. This adjustment is only needed to add back funding that had previously been approved within this composite capital profile in the 19 to 2022 capital budget cycle, but was transferred to various standalone capital profiles for 2023 and beyond budget years in previous supplemental capital budget reports. Administration is now pulling this funding back to the 2019 to 2022 composite profile. Neighborhood renewal expenditures approved for 2023 and beyond should be funded with neighborhood renewal funding from the next budget cycle. This is in line with how the program has previously been managed and results in a more effective use of cash flow of neighborhood renewal reserve funds. You could almost consider this adjustment more administrative in nature, but due to the size of the budget adjustment, we felt it necessary to explain. You can be reassured that this is not adding or decreasing funding to the overall neighborhood renewal program. It is simply matching previously approved budgets with the appropriate planned expenditures. The final item relates to the 50th Street CPR grade separation project, which requires a $42.4 million budget increase so that it can proceed to the delivery phase. The request for additional budget is required due to an updated estimate for the project that is based on more comprehensive design and understanding of all elements that were originally put forward within the original budget request. Specific increases in estimates relate to increased land costs, utility relocations, and the added complexities of working near the CP rail yard. Administration is having discussions with the federal government to have the $42.4 million increase required for this project to be partially offset with additional federal funding. Administration is recommending that the $42.4 million budget increase required be funded entirely with new tax-supported debt in order to advance the project. Once the outcome of the negotiations is known, administration will reduce the total $42.4 million of additional tax-supported debt by the amount of any federal funding received. The additional tax-supported debt will not be required until 2024 and beyond, therefore will not have any immediate debt service impacts in 2022 and 2023, and based on discussion with the federal government, may not be required to be borrowed in its entirety. Next slide. The capital budget adjustment report includes an update on the Coronation Park Sports and Recreation Center and requires a decision from City Council to proceed. For background, on August 31st, 2020, administration presented Council with two scenarios on how to proceed with the Coronation Parks Sports Recreation Center project. Scenario 1 represented building to the budget option and required the program and design to be adjusted to fit the original approved budget of $112.3 million. Scenario 2 reflected the building to program option and would continue to the path of the original approved design and program, but would require a budget increase estimated at that time to be $36 million to deliver the project. On December 9th, 2020, Council directed administration to proceed up to checkpoint 4 of the project design and delivery model under the Scenario 2 build to program option, and to report back to Council during the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget discussion. The project has now reached checkpoint 4, and administration requires Council direction on how to proceed. We have provided two options in attachment 6 of the report. The total budget increase is now estimated to be $41.1 million. Option 1 is to approve an additional $41.1 million budget increase to the project so that it can proceed to the delivery phase. The estimated completion date would be June 2026. Option 2 is to defer the project and release the delivery funding from the capital profile. The project would remain at checkpoint 4 and would be considered for delivery within the 23 to 26 capital budget prioritization process. Approximately $107 million in tax-supported debt would no longer be required, $1 million in pay-as-you-go funding would be released, and $4 million in partnership funding would no longer be required either. Administration requires Council to choose one of these options in order to proceed, and has prepared draft motions for each one that can be provided for Council for deliberations and voting purposes. Next slide. So there are two items noted in the report which would result in additional tax-supported debt should Council choose to advance them. The 50th Street CPR grade separation recosting increase, which is included within recommendation 3 of attachment, which is included in attachment 3 recommendations, and the Coronation Recreation Center recosting increase, which requires a separate Council decision as indicated in attachment 6. The total maximum tax increase of tax-supported debt for the two projects would be $83.5 million. The estimated new debt servicing costs per year for this new debt would be $5.2 million per year. If Council approves these projects with funding through the tax-supported debt, the new debt servicing costs would not start until 2023 due to planned construction timelines and required borrowing, and would not have any immediate impact to the City's 2022 operating budget. The annual debt servicing impacts would be included in the 23 to 26 proposed operating budget as operating impacts of capital. As noted earlier in the presentation, administration will reduce the tax-supported debt for the 50th Street grade separation should the federal government agree to fund a portion of the cost. Administration is also recommending that 30.3 million of gas tax funding from the corporate pool be held and used to address existing budget pressures. Depending on outcome of the 50th Street grade separation, funding discussions, and council decisions on the Coronation Recreation Center project, the 33.3 million in gas tax could be used to further offset additional tax-supported debt required for either of these projects. Both would be eligible for gas tax funding held in the corporate capital pool, which is discussed on the next slide. Administration will provide an update at the spring 2022 supplemental capital budget adjustment regarding the final funding allocations based on the outcome of the 50th Street grade separation discussion and council's decision on whether to proceed on the construction of the Coronation Recreation Center project. Next slide. So the next few slides will introduce council to the corporate capital funding pool and walk council through changes to the city's corporate funding pool. The corporate funding pool is a term used to describe funding sources and primarily for capital that have very few constraints. It consists of three funding sources: pay-as-you-go funding, which is a combination of investment earnings and tax levy directed towards capital; Municipal Sustainability Initiative, otherwise known as MSI funding, which is the provincial grant; and federal gas tax funding, which is an annual grant from the federal government. Funding within the corporate pool is allocated to projects which council approves over the 4-year capital budget. Any additional funding that becomes available within the cycle is held to address future budget needs and emerging items within the pool. The target is to maintain a positive balance. Relatively speaking, the corporate capital pool is a small portion of the overall capital budget. Next slide. So I'll walk through the details of the capital pool and changes since the last spring 2022 supplemental capital budget adjustment. Starting at the top of the slide, at the conclusion of council deliberations in the in June, the corporate funding pool was in a deficit balance of $6.4 million. This deficit balance is primarily due to the use of $46.5 million in pay-as-you-go funding to help offset 2020 and 2021 COVID impacts, which was approved by council in April of 2020, partially offset with one-time federal gas tax funding top-up funds, which we received in 2020 that are being held to address emergent capital items. So that's kind of what accounts for the $6.4 million deficit. Adjustments since that time mainly include approval of $11 million for corporate pool funding towards the 170th Street pedestrian bridge project and the Air Services Opportunity Fund. There is also an additional $1.1 million of minor forecast adjustments, which result in an overall corporate pool balance deficit of $16.3 million prior to consideration of any of the items in the capital budget adjustment report in front of you today. Next slide. Continuing from the previous slide, this slide reflects the recommended use of the corporate pool funding in fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment report and strategies to address the deficit balance of the pool. The first line item on this table reflects the deficit of $16.3 million, which I just discussed on the previous slide. Administration is recommending that $8.9 million of corporate pool funding be used to advance the following new projects: the relocation of staff from City Center West, which will require upgrades and renovations to the areas of the staff are being relocated; funding for a major event; Phase 1B of the Kichiaski Sacred Earth project; and other smaller open city technology projects that were deemed high priority. Secondly, as noted earlier, administration is recommending that $30.3 million of federal gas tax funding that is currently unallocated be held and used to reduce overall new tax-supported debt that may be required for 50th Street grade separation and the Coronation project, the Coronation Recreation Center project. This would result in a deficit balance in the corporate pool of $55.5 million. Administration's strategy to address this deficit balance is as follows. First, when council approved $46.5 million of pay-as-you-go funding to address COVID-2022 towards COVID-19, at that same time, approval was also given to pre-commitment of 2023 pay-as-you-go dollars to cover the shortfall in 2021 and 2022. Essentially, this means that the first $46.5 million of new pay-as-you-go funding in 2023 is already accounted for to cover approved expenditures during the 2019 to 2022 budget. When factoring in this $46.5 million pre-commitment of 2023 funding, the corporate funding pool is still left in a $9 million deficit balance. Administration is projecting 29.3 million greater than budgeted investment earnings for 2021, as you'll see in the Q3 financial update reports later in December. In line with budget principles to use investment earnings to fund capital projects, the additional investment earnings will be transferred to the pay-as-you-go reserve at year-end. Based on projected increase in investment earnings at year-end, administration is recommending that pay-as-you-go funds be overspent by $9 million to provide funding for the recommended adjustments in the capital report, which is essentially the $8.9 million reflected above in the chart. The entire amount of actual additional investment earnings will be transferred to the pay-as-you-go reserve at year-end, putting the reserve back in a positive balance. Greater than anticipated investment earnings in this budget cycle could be used to replenish the overcommitment of pay-as-you-go funding as a result of the COVID strategy discussed above. This would result in less reimbursement of pay-as-you-go funding from the 2023 capital budget. Administration will return with more details and recommendations related to this approach in the spring, once the final 2021 investment earnings have been determined through the year-end financial close process. So throughout the presentation, we have mentioned the pre-commitment of 23 to 26 capital funding at various times. We want to provide Council with a summary showing the impact of these pre-commitments on the next cycle. It is important to note that this slide only speaks to funding sources within the corporate pool, so things like MSI, pay-as-you-go, and the federal gas tax. Previous Council decisions have already committed $37.2 million of funding from 23 to 26. This primarily relates to affordable housing, the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Expansion Project, Conversion Project, and LRT expansion. $46.5 million of pay-as-you-go funding has been pre-committed to replenish the pay-as-you-go funding that was used in the current budget cycle to offset the impacts of COVID. Lastly, this supplemental budget adjustment report is seeking pre-approval of another $128.4 million of the 23 to 26 capital funding to advance major facility renewal projects, as explained earlier in the presentation. In total, this is a commitment of around $212 million of funding from the 23 to 26 available capital pool funding. It's still early to estimate how much funding might be available over the course of 23 to 26. That being said, based on some high-level analysis, funding from the corporate pool sources in the next cycle is estimated to be just under $1.1 billion. For comparison purposes, this number was just over $1.3 billion this cycle. Doing some quick math, this equates to approximately 20% of the 23 to 26 available corporate pool funding already spoken for. We felt it was important to Council to be aware of these impacts of decisions made previously and decisions that may be made through these budget deliberations. Consideration must be given to the fact that for some of these items, it is likely that the 23 to 26 funds would have been used regardless to advance these initiatives, especially when considering the previously approved projects on this table and the pre-approval of 23 to 26 funding for major facility renewal projects listed here as well. Although future funds have been committed, when these items were approved, they were done so based on sound rationale and helped advance high priority items or address emergent funding needs. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, there are other items that are relevant to both the operating and capital upcoming budget deliberations resulting from committee meetings after the public release of budget documents on November 15th. So these are items committees have asked to come back for consideration during budget deliberations or will be discussed in future committee meetings that may result in additional items for debate during budget deliberations. The first item is an unfunded service package for the A1 indoor soccer facility for $5 million, asked to come forward to Council for consideration during the deliberations by Executive Committee on November 16th. The unfunded service package is reflected as an addendum to the Fall 2021 Supplemental Operating Budget Adjustment Report and is included as Attachment 5 to the report on the November 29th City Council agenda. At the upcoming December 3rd Audit Committee meeting, there will be a request for an unfunded service package to be brought forward for Council's consideration during deliberations to provide $230,000 for resourcing requirements in the Office of the City Auditor. If committee recommends this to be brought forward to Council, it will be added as an addendum to the operating budget report after December 3rd. At the Community and Public Services Committee meeting on November 15th, a motion was made by committee that administration update the current capital profile for the Lewis Farms facility and park to advance site preparations for City Council to consider during upcoming deliberations. A motion will be brought forward to budget deliberations so it can be debated along with other items in the supplemental capital budget adjustment. The estimated cost of this request is approximately $15 million. Similar to other unfunded service packages and capital requests, Council would need to motion for these items to be debated and voted on during deliberations. Again, please reach out to us through the Office of the City Clerk for any assistance in drafting any of these motions. Throughout the supplemental budget process, as we engage with the community and council, we have become aware of other funding needs. We are aware of an emerging item related to the city's public washroom program. Currently, there is $1.3 million identified for one-time funding in 2022 within the COVID budget adjustment report for continuation of the 2021 program, as well as enhanced overall cleaning of washrooms and surrounding areas. That funding request also includes resourcing support for the build-out and implementation of the overall washroom strategy for 23 to 26. We also are working on options for an enhanced level of public washroom program for 2022. This enhanced level would be based on the addition of more temporary facilities, attendance for facilities, as well as cleaning services for businesses providing washroom and supplement services. The total additional cost for enhancements would be $2.3 million in 2022, on top of the $1.3 million already recommended in the COVID budget adjustment report. We also heard from culture and arts industry in Edmonton. Individual performing artists were particularly hit hard during the pandemic. Support for the performing arts has a stacked impact of supporting artists, providing a pandemic economic recovery initiative, and making communities safer through vibrancy efforts in our downtown and communities. Support could be provided through a grant program to support hundreds of performances and presentations over the course of 2022, and the grant program could be administered through the Edmonton Arts Council. Estimated funding required would be approximately $1.2 million in 2022. Free Play for Kids has reached out to the city as well, requesting funding support in the range of $600,000 to $1 million. These items are not included in the recommended budget adjustments presented in the supplemental budget adjustment reports, but we wanted to make council aware of what we have been hearing. Later today, you will hear more from community and potentially these groups during the public hearing. So lastly, the carbon accounting framework. So when we presented the energy transition strategy earlier this summer, we informed council that we would return in the fall with a report that provides current state information in terms of the corporate and community carbon budget and estimated projections in various climate investment scenarios. So what we have included in the supplemental operating budget adjustment report is an example of what a carbon budget for the community and corporation may look like. What we have not shown directly in this report is various climate investment scenarios to achieve those targets. We have discussed types of investments previously in the energy transition plan and have reiterated some of those again in this report. But a lot more discussion with council is required on these investments. In Q1 of 2022, the city plan interim targets will be discussed with council, and we will get some guidance on the level of investment council wants to direct at achieving these emission targets. This information will inform the development of the climate investment scenarios to be presented in Q2 as a part of the annual climate update, and will allow us to update and refine carbon budget trajectory we are presenting here today with planned action details to reduce the carbon deficit. It's an iterative process that will require input from council. Next slide. So why carbon accounting? So on April 19th, 2021, the revised Community Energy Transition Strategy and Action Plan was approved by City Council. The Energy Transition Strategy outlines how we achieve transformational change to a low-carbon city as outlined in Connect Edmonton and the City Plan, and sets targets for community and corporate greenhouse gas emissions. To remain informed and assess progress towards a low-carbon future, the City is implementing our carbon accounting framework to integrate greenhouse gas reductions into the City's budget and financial prioritization process. Our carbon accounting framework is a set of processes by which an organization quantifies their greenhouse gas emissions, sets strategies and targets towards the reductions of carbon emissions, develops and implements planned actions towards achieving those strategies, and reports and adjusts the approach based on results. The prioritization of financial resources will be critically important to achieve the targets set out for greenhouse gas emissions while managing the pressure placed on the property tax rate, with a projected $42 billion of public and private investment required over 30 years to achieve the targets outlined in the strategy. The carbon accounting framework will be an important tool to allow council and administration to evaluate our work against our goals and understand what financial pathways we have to get there. We're providing Council an update today on the progress we've made and look ahead to what's next. So please refer to Carbon Budget and Accounting. It's in attachment 3 for further details outside of the information we're presenting here today. Next slide. So the implementation of carbon accounting framework and the integration of planned actions to achieve those greenhouse gas reductions into existing financial processes will help inform decision makers and allow us to report on the progress we are making towards a low carbon future. As suggested by the graphic here, the path to greenhouse gas reductions is an iterative approach that will require baseline information, strategic direction, planned reductions, implementation plans, and reporting to happen through a collaborative and integrated process. The city has already been doing the first step of carbon accounting framework, which is collecting and reporting on community and corporate greenhouse gas emissions. The second step is to establish a carbon budget based on targets, which we are presenting here today. Our intention is to provide Council with a sense of what a carbon budget for the city and the larger community may look like. Next slide. So the following is key terminology that is included in the report and in this presentation that's important to understand. So the carbon budget. So this is the amount of greenhouse gas emissions permitted based on emission targets. The community and corporate carbon budgets presented here reflect target reductions from 2005 emission levels aimed at achieving a 1.5 degree global average temperature increase as outlined by the Paris Agreement and adopted by the City of Edmonton in the Community Energy Transition Strategy. The Carbon Fair Share Budget is a fair share community carbon budget that is based on the C40 methodology that is a cumulative 155 megatons of GHG emissions for the period 2019 to 2050. The amount of greenhouse gas emissions permitted is based on C40's methodology to assign a fair portion of the global carbon budgets to C40 cities. We will be referring to the carbon budget based on the Paris Accord for this discussion. Current state baseline is the amount of greenhouse gas emissions inventory, the emissions actuals for the years 2015 to 2020, plus the long-term carbon forecast amount for the years 2021 through 2050. Carbon deficit or surplus is defined as the gap between the actual greenhouse gas emissions and the emissions targets. A deficit implies that the current state emissions are greater than the target emissions. A surplus is the opposite. Community carbon budget is the carbon target budget for Edmonton within the city boundaries, which is a much larger number and more challenging for the city to directly influence. The corporate carbon budget is a carbon budget for the City of Edmonton owned and operated assets and is within our direct influence to impact. Next slide. So carbon accounting and budgeting and the related processes are a new field of focus, not only for the City of Edmonton, but for municipalities across Canada as well. As such, in these early stages of developing our carbon budget, assumptions have been applied to this information as we begin to develop and then implement the components required to deliver a comprehensive carbon accounting framework. Current state inventories, emissions, and resulting targets are based on information we know today and inform our baseline emissions. Methodologies used to quantify inventories and emission forecasts are continually evolving as this field of work matures and knowledge increases. As such, metrics related to targets, forecasts, and inventories are retroactively updated to reflect current and best practices in methodology or changes in municipal boundaries and are not fixed in nature. The emission targets presented here are aligned to the reductions necessary to limit the increase of global temperatures to 1.5 degrees Celsius, as called for in the Paris Agreement. Edmonton's target reductions are set based on the city's 2005 emission levels to be achieved in the years 2025, 2030, and 2050. The target emissions trajectory was calculated using previously communicated targets and then applying a declining balance % reduction between the target years to achieve the required emissions reductions. This does not include any planned actions, grid factor changes, or additional inputs. Future changes to emission targets based on council direction in Q1 and Q2 of next year, and carbon budget methodologies may be reflected in a revised emission trajectory. Current state baseline forecast is based on the best information at this time. More detailed forecasts will be informed by strategic investment decisions. So this graph provides a summary of the annual community emission targets. So that's the blue line in the middle, compared to the current state emissions, the pink line across the top, aggregated by the 4-year budget periods. Edmonton has set emission reductions of 35% by 2025, 50% by 2030, and being net neutral by the year 2050 from the baseline year of 2005 as outlined by the Paris Agreement and previously communicated in the Energy Transition Strategy. Given the current state community emissions forecast, Edmonton will have the following forecasted cumulative carbon target deficits compared to targets for each budget period. So a cumulative deficit of 6.5 megatons by 2025, a cumulative deficit of 31.4 megatons by 2030, and a 254.3 megaton cumulative deficit by 2050. Next slide. Corporate carbon emissions are a subset of the community emissions and contribute to approximately 2.4% of the total annual community greenhouse gas emissions output, based on the average annual corporate greenhouse gas emissions inventory from 2015 to 2020. This graph provides a summary of the annual corporate emissions targets compared to the current state emissions, aggregated by the 4-year budget periods. The corporate emission target is to be net neutral by the year 2040, as indicated in the Energy Transition Strategy. The current state forecast for the year 2040 is a cumulative deficit of 4.5 megatons. Next slide. So administration is continuing to develop the carbon accounting framework for implementation in 2022 to contribute towards 23 to 26 capital and operating budgets and financial processes. In Q1 of 2022, administration is planning on providing council with an update on the city plan interim targets. This discussion will help inform investment scenarios in this field. The impacts of investment scenarios have not been reflected in the information presented today. Investment scenarios in this field can vary widely and will be better informed through a discussion on the interim targets. Later in Q2 of 2022, administration will return with its annual climate update. The information from the interim city planning target discussion with council will help inform development of annual emission reductions required to achieve those targets, corrective actions, and associated required investments. This will be presented in Q2 as a part of the annual climate update and will allow us to update and refine the emission targets trajectory presented here today with planned action details on how to reduce the carbon deficit. In the background, we are working on development of the carbon accounting framework and the tool. We are targeting to have this completed by Q2 of 2022. The implementation of the framework will provide a suite of tools that will integrate a carbon lens with budgeting, prioritization, and our reporting process. The tool will apply a climate lens to assess carbon impacts of financial decisions, help allocate and track carbon budget and expenditures for city operations, and integrate with budget requests and information technology applications. In the fourth quarter of 2022, we will present City Council with our proposed 23 to 26 operating and capital budgets. If all works according to plan, the use of the carbon budget and accounting framework will help support capital and operating investment decisions that help achieve emission targets or reduce the carbon deficit. Reduce the carbon deficit. The framework would highlight the carbon impacts associated with the proposed service packages of capital projects included in the multi-year budgets and demonstrate how environmental lens to assess carbon impacts was applied to the priority-based budgeting principles. The work will continue into 2023 and beyond and includes ongoing training, education, and capacity and knowledge building. We will continue to improve and enhance carbon budget and accounting framework knowledge and integration throughout the organization. So in terms of next steps for the overall budget, the upcoming weeks are going to be fairly busy and we are committed to supporting you throughout this process. Today we've provided you with our initial fall supplemental budget presentation. The duration of today is devoted to public hearing, providing you with opportunities to engage with public on these fall supplementary budget adjustments. Deliberations will commence tomorrow afternoon and will continue with the dates shown on the slide. We recommend that the 3 budget reports be discussed and debated separately, starting with the COVID 2022 budget adjustment report, then moving into the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment, and finishing with the fall 2021 supplemental operating budget adjustment. The COVID budget adjustment should be dealt with first, as it's a one-time balanced budget adjustment that has no direct impact on the capital budget or the 2022 tax levy increase. Council should also discuss capital before operating in order to ensure any operating impacts of capital budget decisions are captured for the operating budget deliberations. This order is consistent with previous budget deliberations. Last slide. So that concludes our presentation. So we look forward to hearing from the public and working with you through this process and to amend the final year of this four-year budget to find a balance between the competing pressures of COVID response and recovery, taxpayers' ability to pay, and Edmontonians' expectations for service and infrastructure. Thank you for your attention through this detailed but important presentation.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the presentation and also having, I think this was a very comprehensive presentation. I hope that people who are listening will benefit from it and people who are presenting will also have a benefit from listening to this presentation. So we, Madam Clerk, why don't we put a panel of 10 people together so we can then conclude that by noon. Then we can break, then come back for questions. Would that work?
Sure, we can adjust the panels.
Yeah.
Sure, we've just,
Or have you put together a panel of 16 already?
so the document that we've shared with all of council and posted online has the first panel of speakers, actually has 18 speakers in
Okay.
it. One has withdrawn. So we have some people who are
So
here.
some people would have to wait after lunch because we would not be able to conclude 17 people before lunch.
That is correct.
Okay, cool. All right. So are they all lined up to go?
It would be most helpful if we could call their name and just confirm whether they're here in chambers and if we need to set them up or if
Okay,
they're
I'll-
actually online.
I'll do that. James Rosno?
Present.
Thank you. David Henning?
I'm here.
Shannon Penn?
Present.
Gary Shelton?
I am here, but I will only be assisting and answering questions if needed.
Okay, questions only. Okay. Michael Steele?
I am here.
Julie Lutz?
Yeah, Tully Lutz.
Tully Lutz, sorry. David
It's okay.
Embry? David, you're here? If you could please come down. Steve Hugel?
I am here. FYI, I am not available in the afternoon.
Okay. Steve Bradshaw?
I'm present here.
Okay. Oh, you're not in person. Okay. Jeffrey Sundquist? Jeffrey, if you could come down, please. Angie Singh? From the Millwoods Soccer Association? Angie, you're there?
Yeah.
Good. Laura Bruno?
Present.
Okay. Sydney Bond? Sydney, are you there? Nope. Tim Adams?
Hello, present.
And Gemma Dunn? Gemma?
I'm here.
Okay. Eric Lewis? If you could come down here, Eric. And Lenny Churik. Lenny, are you here? If you could come down here too. So that's the first 18? Okay. Got it.
So, Mr. Mayor, I do believe we have the first 17 in the first panel ready to go, if
Okay.
you'd like to start.
Good. Okay, our first speaker is James Rosno. James?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councilors. My name is James Rosno. I'm the current chairperson of the Edmonton Sport Council. On behalf of the Edmonton Sport Council, I wish to congratulate each of you for your selection to council to do great work on behalf of Edmontonians. The Edmonton Sport Council is a not-for-profit organization funded by the City of Edmonton to be both an advocate for sport and provide organizational guidance to Edmonton sport and active living and active recreation sector. The importance of this sector to advance many benefits to individuals in the community is large, thus supporting the enhancement of a healthy city. Serving as my chair is not my only role in sport. I also work as the executive director at Athletics Alberta. In this capacity, I'm currently working with Basketball Alberta, Volleyball Alberta, the City of Edmonton, and Explore Edmonton to repurpose 2 of the halls at the Edmonton Expo Center for sport use when not being used for conventions and trade shows. Paul Sir, who is registered to speak later on, will expand on the Expo Center proposal. I'm going to open with a definition of sport from the United Nations. All forms of physical activity that contribute to physical fitness, mental well-being, and social interaction, such as play, recreation, organized or competitive sport, and indigenous sports and games. As you may be able to tell, my passion is sport. Sport and recreation programming provides an opportunity for improved health and wellness, social belonging, confidence, and resiliency. We as leaders need to carefully consider that our decisions today will have an impact on the sector in the future. We ask for your consideration of the following 3 requests. Number 1, to restore funding to the Community Investment Grant Program for social services, sport, and recreation. Number 2, direct administration to engage the Edmonton Sport Council in the administration of the sport component of the CIOG program in 2022. And number 3, direct administration to negotiate transfer of sport component of the CIOG program to the Edmonton Sport Council beginning in 2023. There have been very many significant impacts from COVID on sport over the past few years. We've either seen sport slow down, we've seen organizations go into hibernation, we've seen some organizations permanently close. As the sector slowly recovers, it's imperative that the financial supports remain in place to further prevent the attrition of participants, coaches, officials, and volunteers. COVID-19 has impacted the physical and mental health and well-being around the world. On November 8th, both the Edmonton Journal and the Edmonton Sun ran a front page ad on the edge of time, children's mental health nearing crisis in Alberta, 4th wave doctors say. We also have a quote from Dr. Klein: to help youth manage their mental health, more needs to be done to encourage them to be active. As restrictions have led to an increase of inactivity, and getting more exercise can alleviate anxiety and depression. There's no greater time in history than to support sport and wellness in the community. One of our biggest concerns is that with children missing out on sport and recreation experiences during 2020, the pandemic may lead to a potential generation of young people lost to organized sport. A Canada Games Council study on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic revealed that 1 in 3 young people were unsure if they would return to sport following their safe return to play. And 1 in 5 did not intend to return to sport after the pandemic. As you can appreciate, these stats magnify the fact that the decisions we as leaders make today will have a lasting impact on the future health and wellness of today's youth. Making a decision to sustain the CIOG is a proactive approach towards community wellness. I encourage Council today to make a proactive decision at what is clearly such a crucial moment in time for the sport and recreation sector. We as leaders can make a commitment today towards providing the necessary resources that will support a successful rebound in the sports sector, while providing the opportunity for participants to achieve physical fitness, mental well-being, and social interaction through organized sport and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. David Henning.
Good morning. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm also a board member with the Edmonton Sport Council, and I'm here to ask for Council's continued support of the Community Investment Opportunity Grant. The pandemic has impacted the mental health of many, with numerous publications linking decline in mental health to declining levels of physical activity and increased sedentary behavior. The United Nations stresses that although COVID-19 is a physical health crisis, if action is not taken, it will become a major mental health crisis as well, especially for populations such as older adults. Some have suggested that the measures taken by government regarding social distancing and isolation, especially targeting groups at risk, have resulted in social isolation and loneliness. Women were impacted as they picked up more of the child minding and educational responsibilities that families have. And this led not only to a reduction in their time for physical activities, but a reduction in income as well. Because of COVID-19, people with a disability now are less likely to be active and less likely than non-disabled people to have found a new way to be active. COVID-19 has reversed progress made in increasing levels of activity among people with disability and raised concerns the gains may not be recovered because of the ongoing effects of the pandemic. The reality is that many of the programs and support services were unable to run during the pandemic, as physical distancing was not often possible, and those with high needs were impacted the most. The effect on long-term participation trends is not yet clear. However, potential increased costs or reductions in accessible programs will have a significant impact on individuals and the broader disability community. Paying for sport in the current financial climate could be a barrier for many, as the impact of COVID-19 has affected the disposable income, job security, career prospects, retirement plans, and has influenced spending choices. Sport is a job creator and an economic driver. In sport event hosting, Edmonton is a leading city, not just in Alberta and in Western Canada, but nationally and internationally. Prior to the pandemic, there was at least one sporting event every weekend that attracted many participants, and often those were accompanied by family members. Now, while these events included the Oilers or the Elks games and signature events like the recent soccer matches and the 2021 World Triathlon Championship finals, it was the tournaments, the competitions, the training camps, and the clinics happening almost every weekend that were filling hotels, generating restaurant visits, and driving retail and other spending. The value of sport tourism in Alberta in 2015 was $743 million. Coming out of the pandemic, Edmonton is in an elite position for attracting events, including those of an international level. In 2017, on average, an Alberta household spent more than $2,000 on amateur sport, including equipment, training costs, facilities use, spectator costs, sports-related travel, and social activities. Those expenditures supported an estimated 55,000 full-time jobs. After accounting for indirect impacts such as travel, tourism, and other economic activity driven by sport participation. In 2016, based on a population of 0.93 million, household expenditures on amateur sport in Edmonton were estimated at more than $713 million. Our sports sector includes more than 850 organizations providing opportunities for Edmontonians, nonprofits like soccer, hockey, basketball, etc., and for-profit like bowling, fitness, dance, etc. For Alberta's volunteer sector, sport is our largest sector, accounting for 28% of all volunteers. Most community sport organizations are non-registered charities. They simply are not eligible. 74% have no paid employees, and 88% of their total revenue comes from sources other than government. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much, David. Shannon Penn.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a PhD candidate and researcher from the University of Alberta. I also sit, like those that spoke before me, I also sit on the board of directors for the Edmonton Sport Council, and I am here, like my colleagues today, to ask for the restoration of funding to the Community Investment Operating Grant Program for social services, sport, and recreation. To understand the significance of the CIOG program is to understand the profound impact that access to sport and physical activity opportunities can have on communities. A 2015 Vital Signs report on sport and belonging found that 85% of Canadians agree that participation in sport builds stronger communities. Sport plays a major role in strengthening communities by bringing people together, building social capital, and fostering greater inclusion of excluded groups. So sport in its many forms, whether it's community or school-based, recreational, competitive, whether you play for fun or are striving for personal excellence, it can, on top of its physical benefits, be an avenue to teach our youth a range of leadership and life skills that can enrich them as individuals, but also allow them to contribute to the greater community. Sport can connect people across geographic, economic, and ethnocultural boundaries. It connects vulnerable people and groups with networks, information, and services they might otherwise not have access to. It can encourage active citizenship for people of all ages, and it fosters trust, reciprocity, and a sense of security and belonging among community members. And those are just a few examples of the benefits of sport. And these spectrum of benefits to an individual and to our economy can be understood through the human capital model. The human capital model for sport and physical activity was developed through a systematic review of over 500 research studies. Sport was found to benefit 6 capitals or outcomes and assets that contribute to our well-being and success. So these are our intellectual capital, financial, physical, social, emotional, individual. And so, for example, sport can improve social capital by contributing to improvement in things like gender equality and equity for persons with disabilities. And it contributes to our financial capital by improving job success and the reduction of healthcare costs. So we ask that we view sport from a sport for development lens. That is, we can use sport and physical activity to attain specific social development objectives. Sport for development interventions are mostly used abroad by charitable sport organizations. The work of these charities is supported through the donations and government grants. However, sport for development in Canada is rare, as little government funding exists for this type of work. And so the concept of reimagining the community investment grant did not begin with Council's directive. Rather, the work of the Edmonton Sport Council had this concept incorporated into the November 2018 implementation plan for City Council's approved Live Active strategy. And so 3 actions speak to this. The first, the action to increase participation in active recreation and sport among targeted populations, so women and girls, children and youth, seniors, First Nations, persons with disabilities, ethnocultural populations, newcomers, and the economically disadvantaged. The other action, to evaluate if the CIG program and other supports could better advance sport in Edmonton and identify any required additional investments to fulfill the same. And the last action, to advance strategic investments in sport, including high performance sport. And so we want you to know that many in the sport community are advancing diversity and inclusion. Some of these organizations, so Tim Adams from Free Play for Kids and Sheldon from Sports Central, they have signed up to speak at this non-statutory budget hearing today. But we believe that others could achieve better results when it comes to advancing diversity and inclusion with just a little bit help. We have great empathy for the difficult budget choices. This is not easy and hard decisions are being made, but our request is that you make these decisions with a focus on the well-being of our citizens. We believe that now more than ever, upstream health and wellness strategies are required. Participation in sport and active recreation is an upstream investment. And the proposed reimagined community investment operating grant program will enable eligible nonprofit sport and active recreation organizations to relaunch and recover while using sport for development to address the issues of advancing diversity and inclusion and enabling the participation of Edmontonians who are facing financial challenges. So it will open doors for less privileged Edmontonians to live active. And through this investment, Edmonton will be unique to Canada. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Right in 5 minutes. Thank you for that. Michael Steele.
Good morning. My name is Michael Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the Edmonton Ultimate Players Association, or UPA for short. I'm not a board member with the Edmonton Sport Council, but I do fully support the work they do for our community. UPA is a small local not-for-profit sports organization that exists to promote the game of ultimate frisbee in Edmonton. We run leagues and tournaments for adults and youth, and also operationally support Edmonton's club teams as they represent us nationally and abroad. I'm appearing before you this morning to speak in favor of funding the Community Investment Operating Grant. UPA is a small community-based organization with limited resources and a small budget. Pre-pandemic, we had about 1,200 unique members who would participate in our leagues and tournaments annually. But like every other sports organization in the world, we were severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Our organization shut down nearly all operations for over a year, only running a single cohort league for 50 individual players in the late summer and early fall of 2020. We were finally able to start running something akin to our regular programming again this past summer, but as you can imagine, we've seen a significant reduction in our overall participation. At our AGM 2 weeks ago, I reported an annual membership of just over 300, a nearly 75% drop from where we were prior to the pandemic. We have a small staff of myself as executive director, a part-time administrative coordinator at 20 hours a week, and this past summer we were successful in receiving a grant from the Canadian Tire Jumpstart Foundation to hire a part-time youth program director to focus on growing the game at the youth level. We have no full-time staff, and our organization has historically relied on the previous version of the CIOG as a form of operational funding. Our largest annual expenses are renting field space from the City of Edmonton, as we run programming year-round on grass fixtureless fields in the summer, staffed artificial turf under the lights in the fall, and indoors at the field house at Commonwealth Community Rec Centre throughout the winter. The $16,500 we previously received from the CIOG each year ultimately went back to the city to pay for our field space. UPA is supportive of the direction taken by city administration to reimagine the grant for 2022 onward to support the outcomes of increasing social inclusion and increasing equitable access to participation within the programs and services that organizations like ours offer. We participated in the consultation process for the grant put on by the Community Services Advisory Board and recognize the need to increase access and reduce barriers for small sport organizations, not only to be successful, but also to contribute to a more vibrant and equitable sport landscape in our community. Truth be told, we are already taking meaningful steps to achieve these outcomes independent of the CIOG grant. A few years ago, we had a particularly forward-thinking board of directors that recognized our stagnating membership and identified key areas where we needed to improve in order to grow as an organization. Those priority areas were at the youth level, in First Nations communities, and with female and non-male participants. Now especially, coming out of the pandemic, where we are faced with a situation where we have a quarter of the membership we previously had, growing our sport is more important than ever to our long-term stability. Our biggest asset here is how accessible the sport of Ultimate is. The only thing you need to play is a $10 disc and some open space. Over the past 18 months, we have engaged in partnerships with groups such as the Indigenous Sport Council of Alberta, the In Motion Network, which promotes women and girls in sport, and Girls in Sport Alberta to provide outreach opportunities to these audiences. We run free clinics for women, and we're going out into Indigenous communities around the capital region, providing them with discs and cones and teaching them the game. These efforts are already happening, even without any funding from the CIOG. Now, please don't hear that and assume that that means we don't need the funding, because these things do cost money, and now more than ever, to be blunt, we need the money. We need the funding. Smaller organizations like ours cannot be successful without the support from grants and government funding. So I would highly encourage you to support this stream of funding for the betterment of all Edmontonians. I'll close with this. I know prior to serving as mayor, former Mayor Iveson did play in our leagues from time to time. So I'd like to personally invite you, Mayor Sohi, and all of council to come out and play with us sometime. Thank you so much for your time today. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them here, and the city clerks have my phone number and email as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. Let's see, somebody takes it up. Someone so will, so they will take it up. Tully Lutz?
Yes, sir. Is my presentation going to be presented on the screen here?
Yeah, we're just loading it up. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
All right, next slide. So I'm Tully Lutz from Community Park Little League Edmonton. Basically, we have been established in 1991, and we operate a home base agreement with the City of Edmonton, where CPLL maintains and incurs all costs of upkeep on the fields that we use. We got boys teams, girls teams, and challenger teams, which are all growing very quickly, and the numbers have somewhat rebounded, even during a second COVID year. During COVID recovery, adapting to COVID has seen many challenges and ramped up costs, including increased insurance, sanitization, cleaning, infrastructure, and maintenance costs. This year alone, we lost $57 per athlete just to maintain the program. So if you could go ahead and play the video here, and this will kind of set the stage of what our program offers and give you a good visual of what we're all about. And I'll continue speaking during the video. So basically, we start off with our Challenger program. Our Challenger program is for children with physical, cognitive, and developmental disabilities. We launched in 2021, seeing 50 kids touch the field. So we're fast growing to, basically be one of the largest Challenger programs in Canada if we keep our current rate up. We created a successful partnership with Children's Autism Services this year, and we'll be approaching other groups and using the same model and synergies that basically we worked off of this year. So with that model, basically they were able to allow buddies and stuff like that to work with our kids and basically support us in the ways where we offered the baseball side of things and they brought the professional side of things together. And it was a beautiful model that worked great for these type of kids. We also have a girls program that we started 3 years ago. That's grown to 110 girls and basically 10 teams this year alone. And basically we're poised to grow again. We saw, a little bit of a drawback as registration completed, and there was closing in the spring there. We couldn't get going till the summer, so we lost 40 girls. So we could have been at 150 this year, without the pandemic. So basically, it's been quite a challenging, comeback and restart. But we've worked through the pandemic and worked for these kids as much as possible. Basically, our girls also hosted the first Girls Little League Jamboree, which saw 65 girls hit the field to raise money to strike out breast cancer. So that was a hugely successful event and, wonderful for all the girls who saw a lot of Team Canada mentors from the girls national team come out and coach the girls and so on and so forth. So a great, season for them and a great way to end it. We also have a robust house league and robust all-star program with inclusion at the forefront and our growth, in our growths and visions. We're working on ways for our infrastructure upgrades to match our rapid growth via grants, fundraising, and all our volunteer efforts. So you'll see that, we really value inclusion in all our programs. We work with Women in Sport Council. We are working, at several levels. We're working on equity throughout our program as far as our board of directors and, so on and so forth. We're also working, on ways to access monies from all other areas. With Jay's Care, we work with Jay's Care and so on and so forth to try to access grants and support from them for the girls, for the Challenger, and for our regular programs as well. I think that's pretty much the end of our video here. Close to it. So just next slide, go to the demographic slide. So basically we got, over 1,200 youth playing Little League Baseball in Edmonton alone, one of the fastest growing cities in Canada. New communities are being built with little or no supporting sporting infrastructure in those areas as far as, especially as far as baseball goes in this city. Current infrastructure does not fully support children with physical or cognitive disabilities. So that's something that is, in our gun sites, and we are working to develop that and working on grants to basically build accessible facilities on our 2 home-based locations.
Yeah. So,
Next
Mr.
slide.
Lutz, I would have to stop you here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Would have to stop. 5 minutes are over. Please do send us a copy of the presentation, and thank you for the work you're doing. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. David Umbery? Go ahead, David.
Good morning, councillors, Mayor Soe. My name is Dave Embry. I'm on the board of directors of the Argyle Velodrome Association as the secretary treasurer. I'm a cyclist, a coach, a mentor, and an organizer, but most importantly, I'm a vested member of the project team. I'm on the chair of the Partners Steering Committee and a member of the Administration Steering Committee. I have an intimate knowledge of the Coronation Project. My profession is architecture. I'm here to speak to the Coronation Project and the excellent job your administration has done to bring this project to this critical point in its build-up. The ask of council to move it to construction. 6 years of build-up, participation by all stakeholders, Dark Skies, Edmonton Public Schools, Edmonton Soccer, Edmonton Hockey, the Planetarium Society, the TELUS World of Science, Edmonton Public Schools, as mentioned, the surrounding neighborhoods, especially Woodcroft, who have had a large stake in this project. Many other entities such as Cricket, Tennis Edmonton, Pickleball, and so on, all have given input to the design of the facility and the park. Council members, all stakeholders have participated. They've had their say to this beautifully designed project. The city administration has listened to all. All have signed off. All want this project to proceed. Shovels in the ground is truly what we want to hear and see. The Argyle Velodrome Association, the World Triathlon Series Edmonton, two of the stakeholders are vested partner groups, brought in by Citizen Services as operating partners for the cycling and triathlon programs. We will program and operate the cycling and triathlon components on a lease basis within the city facility. The childminding, the fitness programs, the swimming programs, the court sport programs, and other recreational programs will be managed by the Citizen Services Group. As partners and stakeholders, AVA and WTSE will concentrate on the delivery of the cycling and triathlon programs, just as we have done for the last 25 years. Pre-COVID, we served 2,500 school kids in May, June, and September before the snow flew at a 50-year-old Argyle Velodrome. Imagine 365. In 2014, the process for this project began and was supported yearly by unanimous council approval. Each year, this project has been brought forward by the administration as both an educational process and to seek confirmation that the stakeholders were being satisfied. And of course, to seek approval to move to the next step. The administration has completed an admirable job of doing so, and council has unanimously supported each milestone. Today, the project is ready for construction. As I said earlier, shovels in the ground. Your administration has spent millions hiring architects, engineers, contractors, subcontractors, all who have developed the project to this point. Every child-minding chair and table, fitness room barbell, squat rack has been identified and priced by the construction administration team. Every component of the building is accounted for. The building construction is costed. It is a LEED Gold sustainable building which fits into Edmonton's Vision 2050. It meets the mandate. It is ready to proceed. To date, more than $10 million has been spent and added to Edmonton's economy. We should also note that the partner group has, since the start of this endeavor, invested more than $1 million of their own monies into what the administration wants us to add and the value we give. As the partners, we're committed to also fundraise for this project from supportive Edmontonians. We will sign a $4 million agreement with Citizen Services to this effort. And in fact, we could write a check for $850,000 today.
Thank
we
you,
knew
Mr.
the
Embry. I
project
have to
was-
stop. I have to stop you here. 5 minutes are over.
Understood.
Sorry about that. And thank you for your work as well. Steve Hogel?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, City Councilors, and thank you for this opportunity. And congratulations on your election victories, the exciting look of the new City Council, and embracing the opportunities for this great city. We at Hockey Edmonton also have some large items on our plate, led by Quick Card Edmonton Minor Hockey Week. Some 9,000 players will gather in arenas across the capital region to play the game they love. And we'll launch the festivities with our partners at Pride Tape. And one of our alumni we are incredibly proud of, Luke Prokop, the first player under NHL contract to say he is gay. We celebrate our diversity. It is symbolized in our hashtag, We All Play Here. Our kids come from all walks of life and play all kinds of hockey, from rec to elite and everything in between. We also take pride in leading the city's Arena Users Committee and its 40 member groups, such as figure skating, ringette, and sledge hockey. We ensure groups are treated fairly with ice allocation, which is a big challenge with arenas running at capacity and a major facility like Collingwood shut down for an entire year. We are humbled. Hockey is the biggest arena user, and we are happy to contribute to a healthy city. We see players who went on to become doctors and teachers and such, and come back to the rink with their children. Our greatest partner carrying out this mission is the city. By the end of the season, we purchased almost $5 million worth of ice from the city. We see that as an investment in our community. We work to keep these activities fun and accessible for everyone. We have read the city will look at new pricing, programming, and rental models moving forward. We've already lost the community investment operating grants, which made huge differences in the lives of people, and we endorse the calls to reinstall that. We are already preparing for higher ice rates in the new year, and any more cuts would be crippling to our families. Many players and their parents are in our community, and recreational leagues would not be able to handle an increase in fees. And that's where 90% of our players play. That potential erosion of our base would also see an erosion of their engagement with their community, and an erosion of their physical and mental well-being, and an erosion of the revenue we generate for the city. Hockey Edmonton wants to do our part resolving the challenges. We welcome the opportunity to meet and explore ways to effectively move forward together. Creative strategic thinking is required for projects like Lewis Farms. Lewis Farms is a critical piece of infrastructure moving forward to address the needs of a large part of our community. The city's arena replacement strategy was shelved years ago, and we have been scrambling to find enough ice ever since. Our programs and those of other sports fall well short of national standards. Lewis Farm also furthers the goals expressed in the City of Edmonton strategic reports. Connect Edmonton spoke to the health and wellness of Edmontonians being core to our quality of life. It is why we want to build urban places. The city plan spoke to the desire for 15-minute districts, which allow people to easily complete their daily needs. And the Reimagine report emphasized the city's success is contingent upon public and private sector groups, nonprofit organizations like our own, and Edmontonians, adding the importance of maximizing our strategic partnerships has never been more evident. We embrace that philosophy with our support for Lewis Farms and our offer to collaborate on operations. We have had an outstanding partnership with the city for almost 60 years to the benefit of families in our communities. We want to build upon that so we can serve those families even better moving into the future. In the meantime, we'll go back to work on events like Minor Hockey Week and help to develop people to make a difference on and off the ice. And we are fortunate to have a great example of that in our Minor Hockey League champion, Luke Prokop. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Steve Bradshaw.
Good morning, Mayor Sohi and councillors. Am I still muted here?
We can hear you.
Okay, so yeah. Good morning, and I guess I'm Steve Bradshaw from Amalgamated Transit Union, Local 569, representing the city's transit workers. First, I want to say welcome to all the new councillors and welcome back to the returning councillors and to Mayor Sohi. Congratulations on your elections. I also want to thank you for taking the time to hear from us about what priorities and challenges we see for the city in this budget update and going forward. We'd like to address you today from two perspectives. First, the details of this budget, what's in it and what's not there that could be. And secondly, the larger picture of what's happening further into the future. Perhaps chief among what we see as the current issues is the problem of rebuilding ridership on the system in the pandemic era. As for now, it seems that we need to just keep it safe as we can and carry on building city. It would be hard to argue that transportation in general and transit in particular are not a backbone of modern city building. Yet despite Edmonton's constantly growing population, it is now 6 years since ETS has seen any increase to service hours, and there are no new service hours in this budget. Some will argue that with the reduced ridership we're experiencing, there's no need for more service. Here are a couple of thoughts about that. Last April, we initiated the network redesign, which is expected and intended to build ridership. Why are we now starving that new service design? There are many concerns being raised about the new service, and some people feel like they've lost service. It'll take resources to address those concerns and to rebuild ETS to the point where it's contributing to the posture of the city as a backbone should. Not funding expanded and improved transit service is crippling Edmonton. The other comment I have about that is the old line, build it and they will come. If we expect the ridership to recover in advance, we need to provide a convenient, fast, and comprehensive service. And it has to be clean and safe, which brings me to our next point. The challenge that homelessness brings to us all is distressing at best. It is deeply troubling, but it is not the cities alone to solve. Other levels of government have to be engaged before a full solution can be achieved. In the meantime, housing them on the transit system is degrading to the homeless themselves, dangerous to the riding public, and detrimental to the goal of building a better transit system and, by extension, a better city. More and better security is desperately needed before a safe and clean system can be achieved. To that end, we should be adding to the city's complement of transit peace officers, and we should be expanding their authority. It's not good enough to have contractor employees standing around in transit centers, reading their mobile phones with no authority except to observe and report. This is a waste of money that could be used to truly maintain order on the system. In the larger picture, there are two items we want to raise today. In many ways, ATU sees itself as a partner with the city in these issues. It's patently unfair and unreasonable that municipalities are left on their own to pay the entire cost of operating a municipal transit system. Every single city in the country has a transit system, and they operate to the benefit of the entire country. Why then does not the federal government partner with municipalities to help with the cost of operation? It's no help to help buy buses and LRT cars if we can't operate them. ATU Canada on the local scale, ATU Local 569 continued to apply pressure on Ottawa to get transit operating funding in place. We need a substantial and reliable source of funding, and it can't happen soon enough. The initiative to develop a regional transit system carries great risks for the city and for the union and for our members, your employees. What started off so many years ago as an effort to develop a regional commuter network has become a complicated effort without a clear business model that anyone will discuss. Risks for the city involve giving away a massive infrastructure and organization, and with it, control of how transit is operated and developed, and at the same time, keeping the expense and the liability. Who would do that? How is that in the best interests of the taxpayers who fund it? The truth is that we already have a regional system. Strathcona County, St. Albert, and Leduc already have buses running in and out of the city. ETS operates service on behalf of Stony Plain, Spruce Grove, Fort Saskatchewan. It functions well, it's flexible enough to change if and when needed, and it limits bureaucratic complications. The proposed regional system piles on an extra layer of bureaucracy, will almost certainly cost more, cedes control of the system to an outside agency, and leaves the partner municipalities with all of the liabilities and costs for it. Mayor Sohi and councillors, I urge you to proceed very, very cautiously with this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jeffrey Sundquist.
Thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Your Worship. And yes, with 1 minute left, I wish you good morning to Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Sundquist. I'm the President and CEO of the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce and the World Trade Center here in Edmonton. We represent the voice and the commercial interests of over 1,700 businesses who employ an estimated 100,000 people within the Edmonton metropolitan region. And I do want to extend again sincere congratulations to His Worship Mayor Amarjeet Sohi and to all councillors on being elected to public office. We appreciate the opportunity to provide input at today's hearing. The Edmonton Chamber of Commerce is one of the longest-running business organizations in Canada and has contributed to the prosperity of Edmonton and the region for over 130 years. We have three core tenets, and they are to advocate, educate, and connect. And as such, we engage and communicate with all orders of government on behalf of the business community. And today we will discuss some of the conditions that we will ensure our region is competitive, fiscally responsible, and positioned for economic recovery. Now let's turn to that. Our pandemic-imposed business conditions have been unexpected, ever-changing, and harsh, and they continue. Businesses in the Edmonton region have been unable to operate at full capacity for 21 months and has limited installed economic development and growth. Although the pandemic has impacted businesses differently, it's fair to say that business is experiencing operational and financial stress in virtually every sector. Prior to assuming my current position in June 1st, I was Vice Chair of the Edmonton Chamber Board, and last year I recall Council and the administration presented a budget with a 0% increase in response to the economic downturn and the pandemic. The Chamber recognizes and is very grateful for that work. Regarding the 1.8% increase being proposed, we believe this is reasonable, although we should all recognize that any increase will impact business. Certainly, business is open to paying its fair share, but balance between fiscal accountability and service levels must be ensured. Our members will always prioritize the most efficient use of tax dollars. We wholeheartedly support Council's effort to find efficiencies in the city's operations, and at the same time, we acknowledge the need to maintain vital services. As a regionalist, and from a competitive perspective, there is a competitive economic reality that non-residential mill rates are materially different for Edmonton compared to many surrounding municipalities, and I know many of you are well aware of this issue. We know there are difficult choices and decisions this council must make. Everyone is being affected in some way. We must focus on optimizing value for money with any proposed tax increase. Before the recent municipal election, the business community identified priorities that we're asking Council to consider during budget deliberations. First, an inclusive economic recovery. The pandemic drove home the importance of an inclusive growth as a strong foundation for economic recovery, and Edmonton's recovery must include everyone. Second, we want to support city vibrancy. Edmonton's downtown core and business districts in all areas of Edmonton have suffered severe economic impacts. Reduced foot traffic, extensive construction, and safety concerns have resulted in consequences including loss of revenue, staffing shortages, relocations, and closures. Third, I want to talk about houselessness and addictions. The pandemic put our society's vulnerabilities front and center. We must have a strong social and economic policies to create a more vibrant community. When businesses succeed, communities succeed. These are both social and economic issues. For example, improving access to childcare and addressing houselessness will enable more Albertans to be active in our workforce and contribute to economic recovery. Our population in crisis grew during the pandemic, and we have echoed the city's request to provincial and federal governments for urgent support in addressing houselessness and mental health issues. Finally, I want to talk about red tape and permitting delays. So to attract business and to be competitive with other jurisdictions, it is essential that our regulatory system be predictable and easy to navigate. We worked with the City of Edmonton to improve timelines for permits and licenses, but there's much more work to do. Finally, I just want to say I appreciate this opportunity to speak with you this morning. And as the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce represents the economic interests of our members and the broader business community, we will be collaborative, we will be solutions-oriented, and we will continue to listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone. We have a number of speakers left on panel number for our first panel, so we will resume back at 1:30. Thank you for your patience.
We're just starting up the live stream now.
Okay, so can I resume the meeting then?
If we could do a roll call, that would be great.
Yes, I will do the roll call.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I would like to call this meeting back to order, and I'll do the roll call. Councillor Wright,
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Princeby,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
I'm here, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford is here, yeah,
Hello.
Councillor
Good
Salvador,
afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans. Councillor Jans, so Councillor Stevenson and Jans will join us shortly. We will get to our next speaker as Angie Sitch. Angie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Angie Sitch. I'm the Executive Director with Millwood Soccer Association. We believe that no child should be left on the sidelines. All kids should be given the opportunity to experience the positive benefits of organized sport regardless of their financial situation. Sports improve children's mental health and provides opportunities to develop social skills. Kids who regularly participate in physical activity feel happier, have confidence in themselves, and learn skills like teamwork. Pre-pandemic, we managed roughly 200 teams annually with over 2,800 players. This past year, we've been able to help over 1,500 players, and with the excitement of the women's team in the Olympics and the men's FIFA qualifier games, we're hoping to grow our numbers again. The Reimagine grant goals will be a continuation of what we are currently doing. The operating grant allows our organization to match funding funds for families to encourage participation and financial support. We also use the funds for families who may not qualify for funding because of a recent change in their financial stability. 13% of our families received funding this season, which is an increase from last indoor. The Millwoods area is very culturally diverse. We use a portion of the CIOG towards coach education and to provide training and support learning in diversity, inclusion, and anti-racism. The CIOG is vital to running our program and helping remove financial barriers for families. We do hope City Council approves this operating grant. No child should be left behind. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. We'll go to next, Laura Bruno.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Bruno, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. I want to begin by thanking you for the opportunity to speak today in response to the fall supplementary operating budget adjustment. CHBAER is a not-for-profit organization representing more than 400 member companies in the Edmonton region, including builders, renovators, land developers, trade suppliers, and more. Throughout 2021, our members have built more than 80% of new units in Edmonton. As city building partners, we take pride in collaborating with city administration on a variety of projects and initiatives that impact our industry. This includes working closely with staff in the Development Services Department to explore opportunities to enhance permit and licensing processes to provide timely and reliable services. As you consider adjustments to the current budget, it is important to keep in mind that the feasibility of building new homes and the affordability of these homes is directly impacted by the municipal policy of taxes and fees. Sufficient housing availability, choice, and affordability is integral to meeting the goal of the city plan and maintaining Edmonton's competitive advantage. New and increasing fees and levies, delayed timelines, and red tape all have an impact on the cost of a home. CHBAER is concerned about the growing number of proposed new fees for home builders that are not tied to improved service levels. As such, CHBAER cannot support any cost increases that will impact housing affordability, including the proposed increases to the residential permit fees. In a time when conversations about efficiency, effectiveness, and fiscal responsibility are at the forefront, CHBAER encourages the city to look closely at its internal operations for cost savings and explore opportunities to enhance efficiencies in the Development Services Department. The residential construction industry in the Edmonton region is a network of local businesses that represents more than 29,000 jobs, 2.2 billion in annual wages, and 3.4 billion in annual investment. We fully appreciate the challenges you face in budget deliberations, but encourage you not to lose sight of the significant impact your decisions will have on our industry as a critical economic driver. If the city wishes to advance important goals such as maintaining housing affordability, increasing density, and achieving future growth, it must create a regulatory environment that supports builders as they invest in Edmonton. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I understand Sydney Bond, you're available to make presentation now, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's really exciting to be working with all of you, especially those that are newly elected. I look forward to many more conversations like this as city building partners. So thank you for your time today. My name is Sydney Bond, and I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region. I am president of the association, and I'm also general manager of Effect Home Builders. So we specialize in custom net zero energy efficient homes here in the Edmonton region. CHBA-ER is a not-for-profit organization that has taken a principled, long-term approach to building sustainable places to call home for more than 65 years. I wish to start today by thanking you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our members. I'm here today to discuss the proposed budget adjustments to achieve compliance with the public tree bylaw. CHBA-ER recognizes the environmental, ecological, economic, and social benefits of Edmonton's urban forest and understands that public trees are valuable assets that should be preserved and protected during construction. Throughout 2021, CHBA-ER participated in engagement on the public tree bylaw and are pleased to have worked alongside city administration and other industry stakeholders to refine the bylaw and permit process. We would like to take this opportunity to commend administration for their transparent engagement process and for adjusting the bylaw and permit process to minimize red tape. CHBA-ER members are committed to following the processes required to protect city trees, including preparing a tree protection or preservation plan, ensuring tree protection is on site in advance of construction, and planning for tree protection related costs. With this in mind, it is crucial that the tree protection bylaw does not create additional costs for builders who diligently follow tree protection processes. We encourage City Council to provide the required resources to support implementation of the bylaw through a funded service package, rather than introducing permit fees as a method of cost recovery. As such, CHBA-ER supports administration's request for the $0.8 million in funding to introduce tree protection permits and conduct inspections to enforce protection requirements in 2022. And thank you very much, and would be happy to answer questions later.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Tim Adams, you're next.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me, and nice to see you all. Nice to see many of you at the FIFA games a couple of weeks ago, and the excitement that I got to bring to Edmonton and the country and the world as we got to see that Edmonton is indeed a soccer, football city and a sport city as well. What better way to showcase the value of community building than to see one of your star players jump into a snowbank and celebrate an awesome November soccer game together and have 50,000 people screaming at the same time. I'm here today just to speak about the general budget, as well as particularly the CIOG grant and some of the unfunded service packages that I see there. As a representative of Free Play for Kids, I'm the founder and executive director. And if you don't know, Free Play's mission is to make sure that any child has the opportunity to play in a safe, inclusive, and accessible environment. And we know that it's not as simple as just paying for a registration fee or subsidizing a recreation center. It has to be a full wraparound support service to get some of our most high needs critical youth into safe spaces. And that's the service that we provide, picking kids up directly after school, bringing them to programming, making sure that the programming has the sport and recreation lens to it, but really is about social, emotional, mental health. Because I can tell you, and I'm sure you've heard this many times before, over the last year, our social safety net has completely turned into a gaping hole. There is no social safety net. At the moment, we know that our hospitals and doctors' offices are strapped, our mental health services are strapped, our firefighters and police services are strapped. We know that our teachers, principals, and school staff are strapped. And it means that at the end of the day, the services that we want to provide to our kids and our families aren't there in the way that we need to be. And so when I look at unfunded service packages like the CIOG or other ones looking at supporting the plans to end homelessness in Edmonton, it scares me as an Edmontonian, as a founder of an organization that believes in everybody having the opportunity to succeed, especially in a city like Edmonton. So I'm a little bit nervous, to be honest, to see that land on the budget documents. And I want to make sure that my voice is heard here, and speaking for a lot of the families that those kind of grants mean a lot to. Now, for our budget, to be completely honest, a $16,000 CIOG grant doesn't go very far. And I do recommend and do want to push as well that we do take a hard look at these grants, and do take a hard look at the organizations that depend on them, and see what we can do to support them. Because as I mentioned, this is the time when we really need those critical social services, and we don't have enough from a public service perspective to catch everything. And so we rely on nonprofits and charities like ours to cover off some of those gaps. And so I would really recommend and push that we keep this grant alive, take a hard look at who's in there and who needs the money, and take a very hard look as well at who is saying and delivering on the mission, vision, and values of the city. If we want to create an inclusive, safe city, is the money going to organizations that promote and deliver on building a safe city? So today, I really hope that you take away from this that there's a great opportunity to do something amazing once again for the city of Edmonton, and make sure that that social safety net is repairing. And all the small nonprofits and large ones who receive money through that grant are helping repair that social safety net so that we can get our lives a bit back to normal here in Edmonton. And if you take anything away from that FIFA World Cup game that we had, the two of them here, take away the fact that you got to put 50,000 people in a stadium and celebrate together. And that's really what the value of sport and recreation is. I could care less about how, honestly, the result of that game, I could care less about how good a kid is at kicking a ball or shooting a puck. What I care about is the community value that we create when we all come together and get to play together. And that's what these grants are allowing us to do. So as you're taking a hard look through the budget, I don't envy the position that you're in. But I really, really do believe that now is the time to really try our best to mend those patches and put patches on our social safety net so that we are here for the most vulnerable Edmontonians, especially the most vulnerable kids in our society that truly do need you all right now to make those decisions that will look after us for the next 2 generations. Thank you, and I'll be here to take questions as well.
Thank you, Tim. Gemma Dunn?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I am the Executive Director of the Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organisations, and I want to thank council and city administration for continuing to be an active partner with the non-profit sector here in Edmonton. And I firstly want to congratulate you all on being elected to public office. For nearly 2 decades, ECVO has been working to strengthen and promote Edmonton's non-profit sector by providing leadership on cross-cutting policy matters and giving voice to critical issues that impact the sector. With over 6,000 non-profit and charitable organisations in Edmonton, the sector is a crucial partner in delivering services to Edmontonians and plays a fundamental role in making Edmonton a desirable place to live and work. ECVO has had many conversations with organisations about the impact of the CIOG grant programme. Even before the impacts of COVID-19 were being felt, many organisations faced reductions in funding due in part to a global recession and an economic downturn here in Alberta, and yet non-profits continuously answer the call to do more with less. Non-profits are past the point of being able to do more with less effectively, and the impacts of COVID-19 have only pushed organisations farther past the brink. At a time when funding is more precarious than ever, we see that some non-profits face the very real possibility of reducing programmes or even worse, closure. These pressures are mounting as we see COVID-19 continue to evolve and new variants appear that could impact our organisations and our communities without much notice. In dollar value, these grants may seem small, but their impacts are often much larger. These grants are especially unique in that they are operating grants. They are grants that enable organisations to pay off office space and keep the lights on. The majority of funding available to the sector is often programme or project-based. These grants provide additional flexibility organisations need to evolve and adjust their programmes and missions to suit the changing needs of our communities. And they are also relatively straightforward to apply and report on. You have heard from many of the sports community about the impacts that this grant has. We spoke to another organisation, the Cultural Connections Institute Learning Exchange, whose mission is to provide English language training and cultural exchange within the newcomer community. And the executive director explained that their $16,500 grant is the equivalent of providing 4 weeks of language training and community connections for 275 adult newcomers. This is just one of the many stories we've heard about the CIOG grant, and just one example of how this funding, however modest, creates a huge impact for organisations in our communities. In this year's supplemental operating budget adjustment, the City of Edmonton is proposing $3.75 million be allocated towards the CIOG programme in 2022. This is a positive step towards the continuation of this valuable programme. However, as the programme continues in future years, we encourage Council to also consider the increases in cost of living and inflation for this funding. Without this consideration, non-profits will once again be forced to do more with less. Currently, one of the most significant challenges facing the non-profit sector workforce is mental health. With so many professionals working the front lines whilst managing increased demand and tightened budgets, we're seeing increased pressure on organisations to account for high levels of stress in their team. In the supplemental operating budget adjustment, the City of Edmonton notes the importance of the Employee and Family Assistance Programme on maintaining mental health and wellbeing of their employees. Due in part to the nature of funding and outcome expectations, most nonprofits are financially incapable of providing such a programme for the benefit of their staff. We are encouraging operational funders such as yourselves to consider how your funding may be utilised to fulfil this need. This, of course, requires significant rethink on funding expectations, one that is more realistic in its funding outcomes and leaves space for some funding to support employee wellbeing. What I've spoken about today has led us to two primary recommendations for City Council. Number one, that City Council can continue to fund CIOG and account for cost of living and inflation, and vote for increases to the Community Investment Operating Grant programme moving forward year on year, and that City Council and City Administration consider it in its funding outcomes within the CIOG programme to leave space for organisations to put funding towards mental health and wellbeing programmes such as an EFAP or benefits for their staff. We hope you will recognise that it's not enough for the CIOG programme to continue business as usual, but rather there are opportunities to continually improve the programme for the betterment of both our non-profit and charitable sector, City Administration, and most importantly, our communities. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Council today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next speaker, Eric Lewis. Eric, you're here, right? Okay, go.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, members of Council. Thanks for your opportunity to present today, and congratulations on your election. Before I go into my presentation, I have a short video to show Council. This is just a video on who QP30 members are.
Over 33 years now.
I work for the City of Edmonton Fleet Services as an automotive service technician.
I'm working with City of Edmonton as crew lead / gardener with horticulture.
I started off in the River Valley, which is actually one of the best places I want to work at.
I work for the city. I'm a tractor driver, and I love it.
We seek to make life for Edmontonians as comfortable as possible. We might have challenges, but the goal is to try and make it as accessible as possible.
I have a snow removal crew that works 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, keeping bike grids, sidewalks, bus stops, River Valley stairs, those type of inventory clear.
Every day I'm either, I'm going from working on a lawnmower to a plow to a sander, trucks and trailers. It's different every day.
I get to know a lot of people, and some people come to you, they're really friendly, and I love to interact with them.
I love working with people. I feel like I'm helping someone to do their regular activities.
What I like about Edmonton the most is the peacefulness. I was born in El Salvador, in Central America. And because of the war, we had to move to Canada.
This city is home to me. I have all my friends and family here, and I love everything that it gives me.
It's always fulfilling to see Edmontonians enjoying their park life after we've done the maintenance.
Every time I go there, I feel like I'm looking at something new.
The city is kind of like part of my family. You take pride in that, knowing that you had part in where we are today.
Working for Edmonton.
We love serving you.
It's a privilege to serve our city.
So, my name is Eric Lewis, and I'm elected QP 30 president, and that's my membership. I was elected on July 5th, 2021. Before that, I worked in waste management for 19 years. I started off with the city at 18 and became a full-time employee 2 years later. Full-time employment with the city gave me the opportunity to buy a house, benefits that take care of my health, and a pension for my retirement. My City of Edmonton job gave me a future which then had a positive impact on the community. As you saw in the video, Local 30 represents workers across the city. Our work touches Edmontonians on a daily basis, from snow removal, making it possible for folks to get to work, waste collection, going to the rinks or a swimming pool, to take a walk in our parks and our playgrounds, enjoying our beautiful river valley. All the discussions that you as City Council have had will continue to have over the term about creating walkable, livable neighborhoods that citizens can live, work, and play in. Local 30 members are a big part in making that a reality, and we're incredibly proud of the work we do. In my few months as president of our local, one of my main priorities has been taking to our members at the city and listening to what they have to say from the front lines. A lot of what I hear, like what you saw in the video, members love the work they do, and they love making the city a great place for residents to live. I also hear a lot of concerns and frustrations about how the workplace environment has changed. For years now, Council has been putting more and more pressure on the administration to find efficiencies, and don't get me wrong, we all want to provide an efficient and effective service to citizens. Being able to adapt and grow is critical, and our members can be a tremendous resource for this. The city pays millions for consultants when you have access to the best resource and information out there, the people doing the work. 19 years with the city, I've heard employees suggest ideas. Nothing came about it, but a consulting company comes in, gives those same type of ideas, and those suggestions move forward. And I have plenty of examples of this. Efficiencies and workplace morale would improve if there was more engagement with the frontline employees. Workplace culture is degrading in Edmonton. We used to have a positive, supportive environment. Many members are constantly feeling an unrealistic amount of pressure to achieve more. I was glad to see in the budget recommendations that administration is not recommending any reductions to frontline staff as part of the operational budget. But I'd go a step further and say that you as council need to recognize that there's instances where the current workforce
Eric,
can't
I would have to
Sorry.
stop you here. We are very strict on the 5-minute rule. Thank you for that. Thank you for the presentation and highlighting the work that city employees do, and we are very proud of all of the city employees, the work they do to keep our city running and moving. So thank you for highlighting that. Lenny Chittick from CSU 52.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, councilors, I thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Congratulations to all on your recent election, or in some cases re-election. Myself and CSU 52 will be happy to work with each and every one of you as best we can to promote the interests of the city of Edmonton and its taxpayers and our members going forward. I certainly recognize that you have inherited a very difficult situation in regard to the budget decisions that you will have to make over the next few days. The pandemic we have faced over the last nearly 2 years has made difficult decisions even more difficult. A loss in revenue in our rec facilities and transit operations have certainly complicated budget decisions. While the city has continued to grow both in population and in its geographical footprint, we have seen a stagnation in the growth of frontline service staff servicing the needs of the public. In fact, what we have seen is that there are fewer frontline staff in some areas being tasked to do more to pick up the slack, while we have seen a steady growth in the out-of-scope management structures. Over the last 2 or 3 years, CSU 52 has presented council and the administration with an economic plan that would, over a 3 to 5 year period, significantly reduce operating costs by undertaking a comprehensive review of the management structure. We believe we have too many managers, too many management levels. We even feel there may be the ability to disband 1 or 2 city departments and fold them into other current departments. While we recognize that increased spending results in property tax, I must now point out that CSU members, and in fact most unionized staff in the city of Edmonton, are now into their 3rd year of no salary increases, all the while as inflation has diminished their spending power. CSU 52 members also recently agreed to change hours of work that in fact constituted a rollback in hourly wages. CSU members also have some of the lowest paid classifications in the organization, and these 3 years in inflation have hit them inordinately hard. And these generally tend to be people who are newcomers, people of color, and women who in many cases are the sole breadwinners within their families, earning somewhere around $45,000 to $60,000 a year. And that 3 years of zeros and inflation has really hit these households extremely hard. We need to understand that as the city grows, frontline staff growth is needed too. In order to attract qualified, dedicated staff, we need to be competitive. Hiring more managers to manage other managers is simply not effective nor efficient and ends up limiting the growth of much-needed frontline workers, the people who serve the public and do all the very needed work. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and I certainly recognize the difficult task you people have in front of you, and I will be available for questioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Lenny. Appreciate that. Okay, we are done with our first panel. Now question from members of council to the panel members. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thank you, everyone, for your presentations today. Lots of information to process, and that includes the starting presentation from administration. I'll try to be efficient with my time, so just looking for some quick answers on a couple of things. And I'll go first to James with respect to the Community Investment Operating Grant Program and the Sports Council. So, and James, maybe deflect if there's somebody else that I should better ask that question. Maybe I should make sure that he's on the call first, actually.
Councillor Cartmel, James is not here, but I can answer. It's Gary Shelton.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Sorry, I should have checked that before I put my eye. I should have put my eyes in the camera. So, maybe then, Gary, just to check in with my understanding of what you're looking for, you'd like to see, first of all, this CIOG program refunded. Right now, I believe it was funded to $3.7 million this year, and there's nothing carrying forward. Do I have that right?
That's correct.
And my understanding is that the Sports Council would like to see their role expanded to something similar to what the Arts Council does, and perhaps be able to direct or redirect some of those dollars, to affect more systemic change, and rather than just sort of a distribution of dollars, and maybe not to great amounts to everyone that has an operating need or want, that the Sports Council might be able to better direct those dollars into particular solutions and strategies. Correct? Yes?
You are correct.
Do you have a sense of how much of that grant, is it half, is it a bit more, that goes specifically to sports programs versus other kinds of activities and the like?
About 1.7 million goes to sport and active recreation organizations.
About 1.7. And then if the Sports Council was to take on a more active role in activating those dollars, in an expanded mandate, can you tell us what you're funded to right now, and if that dollar amount is continuing, and if it's appropriate?
We're funded to to about $220,000 a year, which is about 50% of the Heritage Council. And we would need an increase if we're going to take on more responsibility.
So you would need an increase from that 220, and if we're talking just about sports programs, then a budget of about 1.7 million that would be distributed in grants by your organization. Is that kind of the model do I have that right? Yeah.
You have that right. You have that correct.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions for you, Mr. Shelton. Is Mr. Embry still with us? Not seeing Mr. Embry. Anybody else from the Velodrome group or?
I'm here, Councillor Cartmel, Stephen Bordeaux.
Right, I think you're on the next panel, Stephen, so I can save my questions for you. So that's fine. I think that's all for me. Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was also one of them was also for David Embry. And since you are on the next panel, Stephen, I will wait on that one as well. I did have a question specifically for Eric Lewis with CUP E30. Yes, Eric, when we're talking about the budget and you've talked about kind of, how the workplace has changed, what kind of budgeting considerations would you like council to make as we debate this supplementary budget with regards to, improving that workplace pressure that you're feeling and how the workplace has changed, and making sure that your staff under CUPE are fully supported?
So one of the things that we would need within QP is just more resources, more staff. Talking with the snow and ice removal people since this last storm, a lot of the concerns came up was staff shortage, and the new 12-hour shifts that they have is just not making it acceptable to get the work done. And I throw it back at them and I say snow does only happen. You have these snow storms once a month that can come in, and you need that staff for that short period of time. What do you do with that staff after? And cross training. One of the suggestions was with the homelessness camps. The homelessness camps are very overwhelmed right now with the staff that they have cleaning up those things. Maybe some of the people from the snow and ice would be able to transition over there where there's that downtime. Maybe being more diversified with our staff and giving them the skill sets and the training so that they can do different jobs within QP30.
Great, thank you. Is Steve Hoggle still on the line?
Steve Hoggle?
Edmonton
I
Hockey?
don't think he is. No, I don't. No, he's not. I don't see him on the list.
Okay. Steve Bradshaw?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Good afternoon, Councillor.
Yes. Can you elaborate a little bit more on your comment within your presentation regarding the tension right now that you're feeling in your union between homelessness and that ability to keep transit safe and clean? And then can you also speak a little bit more to your concerns on ridership? And yeah, could you speak to those 2 points, please? Just to elaborate on them.
Thank you. I'm happy to speak to them, Councillor. First on homelessness, it's an issue that we all care about. I mean, we wouldn't be doing what we do if we didn't. But we can't resolve it, and we can't resolve the bigger picture of it without, the province and the country on board. What we can do is deal with it at our level, and so with enhanced security on the system, we'd be able, and with enhanced authorities for the security officers on shift, we'd be able to manage the non-destination riders more effectively. I know that riders are looking for a clean and safe system. I hear it from them almost daily. if we can get our system to that point. And honestly, I'm going to compliment the city administration, city council for getting our transit fleet cleaned up really, really well over the past, over the pandemic period. But it starts to drop off when you start to have these non-destination riders. People on the trains, even in buses, they're hungry. They have no proper facilities. They shoot up on the trains. They're taking their drugs. It's really a threatening experience for passengers, and so we feel that we need to get on that. And that, of course, leads to the ridership part of it, the connection to the ridership. We're at, I think, 60-some% of pre-COVID levels. We want to drive it back up there. Certainly, the workers on the system want to get it there along with the city. Let's work together to pull that together. The more that you have a system that's clean, efficient, and secure, and will get people from A to B in the minimum amount of time, the more you're going to have that ridership build back in.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to everyone for the first round of presentations here in the first panel. Just a few questions left. Mr. Lewis, just wanted to ask, you touched on snow removal to Councillor Rutherford's question a little bit. The crews that would be doing the priority 1 and 2 roads during the major snow event, they're also the same staff that would likely be doing things like neighborhood blading, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and so I guess part of it in terms of making sure they are active, and I know we're about to go through a neighborhood blading cycle for the first time in a couple of years. That's been the problem. So if there was things like that, more regular blading, these crews have the opportunity to do this work. We're paying them, and I guess the question is how to best make sure they're getting to help out Edmontonians, and so offering more things like neighborhood bladings, those are ways to help keep them working throughout that time.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, it's something I think we want to see, and I know there's a report next year as well on ways we can further enhance the priority 3 and 4 and how we can better enhance active pathways, because I think that is something that we really need to be doing more of. So I appreciate that. Mr. Shudik, just one question for you, because I know you've talked about middle management and management in general quite a bit. I wanted to make sure you were aware that there was so far, and hopefully not the end of the work, but this year there was a reduction of about 6.5% in that area based off some of the feedback that CSU had been providing. We had made a change last year as a council. So you're aware of that change?
Certainly I'm aware of it, but I think there's more that needs to be done in that area.
Preaching to the choir here, so I'll be talking about that as we get into further budget deliberations. I just wanted to make sure we knew that there has been some steps in the right direction.
Thank you.
Awesome, that's great. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all our speakers who came out. We really appreciate you taking the time to engage in this public process. I've got a quick question for Mr. Tim Adams. Good to see you here. Good to hear your voice. Thank you. So when we're talking about the Community Investment Operations Grant, you know that last year it was sort of a one-time budget adjustment to maintain those grants. And here we are again. And I think I'm hearing from community, and I'm hearing from folks today that they feel that this should not be a program that's on life support. It should be something that's embedded in the way that we do things. That's sort of your position?
Yes, 100%. I think one of the hardest pieces about surviving as a nonprofit or charity is surviving from grant to grant. And the more we can get into a space, especially with leadership like a city council that you have, to break that model to apply more multi-year grants would go a long way in shoring up stability for folks.
So I think this question answers itself, but it should be asked. If, let's say that the city decided, hey, we're not going to do these grants anymore. Instead, we're going to do all the work that all of these other organizations do on our own dime.
Yeah, it would
the impact on our budget would be pretty substantial, wouldn't it?
Yes. So research that we've been part of would show that an SROI of over $3 for each dollar. So we're saving you. So if you invested $1 million in free play, we'd be saving you $3 million in public service.
And that's
our budget
based on values, communities, mental health and wellness, reduction in social issues and disruptions.
crisis diversion,
Crisis.
reduced use of police officers, reduced use of paramedics, ambulance services, hospitals, justice system, which I know is not your space, but certainly many of the others are.
Yeah, well, hey, that message could definitely go to other ears as well. So thanks for that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so okay, so great, perfect. I just think that needed to be on the record. Thank you very much. Just moving over to Steve Bradshaw, just a quick question about the security. I think it's no secret, especially to councillors who've been on for quite a while now, at least, you know, a term, which is quite a while nowadays, that the public isn't really entirely thrilled with the way that we've deployed security in our transit stations. And so what you're talking about is maybe rather than just having a presence, to make that a little bit more proactive. Is that right?
That's absolutely right, Councillor, and thanks for asking that. You know, the peace officers operate with authorities. The authorities are determined, they're applied for by the employer of the peace officers, which in this case is the city, and they're determined by the Solicitor General. And so they're trained in the basic laws over which they have authority to enforce. So what we're saying is that our peace officers could use enhanced authorities, jurisdiction over a broader complex of statute to be able to enforce. And were they able to do that, they would be able to keep order on the system much more effectively.
Okay, and that's coming from feedback from your operators, is that right?
From operators, from passengers, yes, both.
Okay, yeah, because we are getting feedback mostly from the public on that, and so
sure.
I guess it's the same set of concerns on all sides. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you everybody and take time to attend this public hearing session and then to support us to make very important decisions. So I have 4 questions. The first question is to Mr. Gary Shelton. Hopefully I pronounced your last name right. So I do understand the points and how important our Edmonton Sport Council's work bring to our Edmontonians. So my question is about what I heard here is if more responsibilities will be taken by the council, that means more support and grants needed from city. So can you tell us more about what type of more responsibilities will be bring to the city council? Is there any overlap functionality and with other similar organizations as well? Thank you.
You're welcome. So the responsibility we wish to look at taking on in negotiation with city administration is administration of the Community Investment Grant for Sport and Active Recreation Organizations in 2023. There is no organization that does the work that we do in supporting the 900 plus sport and active recreation organizations that are in Edmonton. And we do that by informing them of the information, the happenings, that they need to be concerned about, and connecting them to resources. And because we've got that database, we also connect Edmontonians to the activity of their choice.
Okay, thank you. That's my first question. Second question is going to Edmonton Chamber of Commerce and Mr. Sandquist. So not sure, Mr. Sandquist is still.
I'm here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So you specifically talk about our city's economic recovery. I do understand the COVID-19 and the impact lots and for economics. And so there are 2 points I would like more information about. The first one is, so you mentioned that 1.8% tax increase is reasonable. However, there's some like concerns regarding our city's support for the process efficiency. So would you like to give more information and specific to talk about this efficiency concern about?
Well, thank you, Councillor. When we talk about red tape reduction and efficiency in administration, I think when we're dealing with investment attraction, not only do we need to be competitive, we need to be attractive. And investment attraction is a very, very competitive business right now. And of course, the more attractive we are, the stronger the economy becomes. And so while I think on the larger projects, the service levels are very good, from getting that concierge service, that hand-holding that site selectors and investors are looking for. But sometimes the small and medium-sized businesses are not necessarily getting that same efficiency in terms of permitting, in terms of inspections, timeliness, and those types of things. So while, of course, no system is perfect, I think we need to be attractive, and we need to, really want and be passionate about getting, business back to work, reinforcing, the good work that the City of Edmonton team does. We just need to ensure that those site selectors and those investors that are coming to the community are treated, as customers, as show them the love and attention that the municipality can.
Thank you very much. I may have follow-up question. We come back to the second round. Oh, no second round, only one. Okay, I have to be quick. I have other questions. So regarding the CLOG grant, so Ms. Jimmer Dunn, Edmonton Chamber of Voluntary Organization, are you there?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so I do have the question regarding this grant, and I understand this city community services will provide lots of funding and to support our community league. And from current perspective, and if we request more support from that, is about the funding size or is about the functionality and efficiency size support? So which type of support do you specifically need it?
So we're speaking on behalf of our members. So we've got over 300 members, and obviously we support over 6,000 charities and non-profits in the Edmonton region. And what we're saying is that you need to continue to fund CIOG at the rate it is and look at cost of living increases on an annual basis. That the city administration went away and did their work, and please continue to support our sector, because this is operational funding. Operational funding is rare for the sector. What we see primarily is project and program-based funding.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, do I have time to continue or no?
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, so
Sorry
I have
about
one
that,
more
Counselor.
question regarding consultants. I don't have a chance.
You will have opportunities in the next panel, I'm pretty sure. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the presentations today so far. My question is for Eric with Local 30. I was concerned that there's no continuous improvement programs within the city for your members to make suggestions. And I'm just wondering, first of all, have you approached the city about that? And if so, what's the rationale that they've provided not to have them?
I'll just give you an example of one. I ran the recycling depots for many years, and there was a suggestion that we get some signage, proper signage at the recycling depots, to overall give the residents a better experience when they're at the recycling depots, giving them better information like where the closest eco station is, how much the fees are to get rid of materials, because we have a lot of illegal dumping that happens at them. There's a lot of members who show up there, citizens that drop off tires, which are free at eco stations. They don't realize what is free at the eco station, so we use that as a communicative message. And we I myself had brought this up to management plenty of times, and it got shot down. And then we had a company come in and talk about how to make it a better, more efficient recycling depot. Their overall presentation, they used my pictures and my suggestions, and it went forward. So you have a person who comes up with ideas and suggestions, and it just gets shot down. But when a consulting company comes in, ask the members in the workplace, hey, what are you guys thinking? Ask them questions, compile their thing, and it gets brought forward, it moves forward. So the people doing the work know the work, and they just need to be heard.
Okay, but have you ever approached to formally request a program be established?
No, most of the frontline staff just goes to the management with ideas.
Because I know that has been effective in other organizations where something is formalized and, yeah, then it is all fed upward, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you'd also mentioned, or when Councillor Knack asked about the neighborhood blading, is there any additional cost if they are like deployed to that area as opposed to working in the encampments? I mean, the cost is the same, right?
Yeah, because if they're at a posted rate, that would be the post, unless it was there was some danger of some sort, and it was a higher rate, then they would get bumped up to that higher rate. If it was work that's not usually under their umbrella, they could get posted up for the 2 or 3 days that they go and work in that area.
Okay, but to go in and do residential blading, that's not any further risk to them than doing it out on the collector roads?
No, they would be getting paid the same rate if they're operating the same equipment.
Okay, all right, thank you. And if I have time, Angie with Millwood Soccer. Are you still on?
Hi, yes.
Hi, okay. I thought I would direct my question at you just because my kids went through Millwood Soccer. So, so thank you. You mentioned that 13% of your 2,800 players receive funding. On what basis is that funding determined? Is it a graduated sort of amount based on income or?
It's through Kids Sport and Jumpstart.
Okay.
And then any, some families that don't necessarily qualify because they might have had a job last year, but now they don't. That's done on a per family basis.
Just sort of on
with the board.
One-off exception basis sort of each time?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's, you said, is administered through Kids Sport?
Kids Sport and Jumpstart as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Mr. Umbery, if you could please come down here, I would have a question for you. And in the meantime, I'll go to Councillor Tang.
Well, thank you, everyone, for your really fascinating speeches. I took lots of notes, lots of great perspectives here. First, I'd like to ask Mr. Brashaw regarding your comments about the need for more peace officers. And I'm just, I wanted to confirm, are you, I have a few questions here. Are you asking for a new service package for this budget adjustment? Did you have a sense of kind of how much? And also, given some of the early promising, outcomes that we're hearing in terms of the partnership with Bent Arrow, do you foresee those kinds of partnership and maybe changing the way peace officers interact with the public? Would that have an impact on this ask?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tang, for those questions. I don't have a dollar figure about how much more budget would be needed to satisfy what I think that the city needs to be putting into that. But I would say that, there's also the problem of the city committing to provide security service on the Valley Line Southeast. When it commences service. So there are more TPOs needed in that forum as well. But for the main system, what we're looking at is a problem of managing orderliness in there. And could we use an extra 20 TPOs? Sure we could. Would 10 help? Yeah, darn right it would. So I don't have an exact number as to how many or how much, but more is very much in the picture. And I think the administration probably has a better idea of what that more might look like and what it might cost. Pardon me, but you had a second part to your question.
Yeah, and I think the second part is simply, that we have been learning a lot about the new pilot between the peace officers and Bent Arrow, and how that's changing some of the approach to enforcement and kind of taking a different, approach to interacting with folks really struggling. Do you foresee initiatives like that? Maybe it's not about having more peace officers, but perhaps having different kinds of interactions.
Absolutely, no question about that. And I think what you're referring to is the program where we have a couple of peace officers and a couple of social workers that are part of a team that is working out there. It's a brilliant concept. Let's have more of that, lots more of that.
Okay, thank you.
I think that's going to really play well through the future in terms of how our transit orderliness is managed.
Thank you so much. Over to Mr. Lewis, and maybe just a quick answer. You had mentioned you would like more resources and more staff, but it's more of a general comment, but you don't necessarily have anything concrete as an ask.
No, nothing really concrete.
Okay, I just wanted to come to validate that. And to Mr. Adams, I really appreciate your comments, and I think I appreciate a lot of the folks coming from the sports community emphasizing that it's not just about sports, but there's a lot of root causes and systemic impact we can have. I guess I'm just a little bit curious in terms of this work that you're doing. Are you connected with some of the other systemic initiatives like End Poverty and crisis diversion that you have mentioned? Are you part of those conversations?
Yeah, so we take a very similar approach to, as we just mentioned, the transit officers. We combine a coach with a social worker to create that space. And then we have a team here who's employed from a social work background to connect to all those different resources, because we spend about 12 times a week doing direct crisis diversion with kids experiencing abuse, whether physical, sexual, or emotional. We also have lots of challenges within our family network. So we take that joint approach and we work with all the different social services to try and connect families to those resources. But what I would say at the moment is you notice that most of those other social services are also strapped at the moment. While dealing with crisis. So there's the challenge where it's so important for these grants to continue and to further invest at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, my last question to Mr. Sundquist. In terms of the impact on the businesses, do you have a sense from your members at the chamber how many are adapting really to COVID or adapting to lessen the impact that they might feel?
Well, thank you, Councillor. I think businesses have been impacted differently, as I said in my remarks earlier today, and there will be some members that simply won't make it. People are doing, as best they can under the circumstances. Certainly, capacities are a key issue, being able to operate at full capacity. But I'd also like to say, Councillor, that the pandemic, where there's adverse impacts, it also creates innovation. So people have also had to think about their businesses a little bit differently, and in so doing, they're finding out different ways of how to conduct business, how to engage with their customers, and that type of thing. So while yes, there are certainly areas of the economy that have been impacted disproportionately, like the visitor economy, like hospitality. Others have, it's pushed them to go online to deal with more e-commerce. So while the programs that were put in place federally, provincially, have certainly been helpful. Now we're heading to a kind of a sunset on that. So we'll see how companies are impacting. So while there certainly continue to be uncertainty and challenge, other organizations have thrived.
Thank you so much. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Taken.
Yeah, just appreciation, Mr. Sundquist, on your collaborative approach to working with us on challenges that business community is facing, and also the balancing of resources. So thank you so much. I want to convey that to you. It's really important that we work together on those issues. Thank you for that. Quick questions on Tim Adams. If you have any, you talked about savings on the when you invest in programs such as the one you run, the savings on policing, the savings on the justice system. On your particular program that you run, has been any studies done on evaluation on your program to demonstrate that return on investment?
Yes.
Oh.
So we worked closely with the University of Alberta on a study. Dr. Nick Holt studied our program.
Okay.
And then we worked on another close one when we were in a joint project with 11 other agencies in the Bridging Together program, which was quarterbacked by REACH, and also studied and evaluated the program. And we're currently part of another study at the moment, also with the U of A, as a PhD research program.
Good. It'll
going on
be
right
very
now. So
helpful.
it has been evaluated to the nines, I would say.
Okay. So it'll be nice if you could share that information
Yes,
with us, because that is very important information as we invest into social programs and supporting local small organizations through a community investment operating grant program, right, or other programs. So, Mr. Umbry, I know you've been working on this project. Even I was here when in my previous time on City Council.
Mr. Mayor, from
Yeah.
when you were here
Yeah.
as a councillor for this.
It's a
Yes.
slow-moving project. So from your perspective, from the Velodrome perspective, moving forward on the Coronation development, where the value you see in that? And
Well, I see good things of it, and I say it because everyone has participated. It's been inclusive of every community, every element, everybody has participated, and I give credit to the administration on that, because it's a critical project for Edmonton, and you have to be sure that all want and participate and have their say in it. And that's been part of the vetting process. And of course, there's money. Money is a piece of that as well. You bring what we want and the money together, and to be sure it's the right thing. That work's done.
Okay.
That's what the administration has been very successful in doing, and of course, meeting the needs of our partner group. So put it all in together, and it's there. It's all been vetted.
I really admire the tenacity of your organization, carrying on for almost more than a decade on a project and still pushing hard and ahead on
A
this.
little bit of gray hair has come from it.
Right. And one last question on Mr. Lewis on the, QP represents workers throughout the country. Any examples of other jurisdictions where your members are, how do they engage with the administration on continuous improvement and listening to employee ideas?
Well, like I said, I'm newly elected to this position as of July 5th, so I haven't had much conversations around that, but we are right now having that with waste, because we are finding some issues in other cities that are having issues with privatization of waste. So I'm having that conversation right now with National and seeing how they go about and their experiences they're having with other cities.
It'll be good to know if there are any best practices that your locals might be following in other cities. Yeah, good. Thank you so much for that. I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think my question is I'll start with Mr. Sundquist with the Chamber of Commerce. And first of all, I want to commend the member on the work of, I believe, him or his predecessor or the organization in advocating for childcare. I saw when many, air quotes, non-traditional actors come in and are talking about the economic and the social and the just rate of return that childcare plays in our community, I think that really helped move the needle. And so I would commend our guest on that, and hope to relay that to our other partners in the chamber. It's interesting because childcare is a great example of that. Really is a federal issue. It's not a municipal issue, but we have a role to play in partnership here. And I can't help but think about other areas of provincial downloading that maybe as council we could jointly advocate on. It for me in my own life, because of provincial changes to car insurance, for instance, my car insurance has doubled. It dwarfs any kind of property tax I've ever paid. I see in our tax bill and our breakdown and the information from administration, we are spending more and more and more at the city dealing with mental health, dealing with downstream trauma from residential schools, dealing with issues of addiction and poverty and homelessness, all of these things that are a result of going back to the 1990s and the Klein cuts. And to what extent do you, or through you, Mr. Chair, does our guest think, just as we advocated so successfully federally on childcare, is there room for this council to come together and actually render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and push back up to the province some of these other cost drivers that are raising all of our taxes?
Well, thank you, Councillor. We are, as the voice of business, to your point, Councillor, we are increasing and amplifying our voice on things you wouldn't typically see from a business organization. And the reason why we have a voice and opinion on these things is because it impacts our members, whether it's a labor shortage, whether it is, quality, affordable childcare. People who want to re-engage into the workforce should be, like parents who want to re-engage into the workforce should be allowed to do that, particularly given the worker shortage that we've got. So, we will certainly look at any and all opportunities for us to collaborate. And I thank Mayor Sohi for his lovely comments a few minutes ago. We do want to take a collaborative approach. We'll take a very, very much a business-minded approach. But when these social elements are impacting the business, whether it's safety within our business districts, safety on transportation, those things impact our members and our members' employees. So that is where I think our voice can be heard. So happy to entertain any and all opportunities to collaborate.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's interesting. I have heard about challenges around regulation. I have heard around challenges around the taxation burden. I certainly have, but at least in my area, Ward Papasteo, I've heard many more concerns about social disorder impacts on business, ranging from insurance claims and premiums to problems of customer fear, wanting to really support shopping local and supporting the local economy, but feeling that because of a broken system that these impediments have really affected business. And our guest spoke to that about downtown as well too, about really needing to help bring reboot downtown. I think at this time I'll yield my time back to you, Mr. Mayor, but I look forward and thank all of the guests, and I would urge all of the guests, if they have not done so already, to please submit their remarks in writing with any other attachments. We can take notes as fast as we can as councillors, but many of you are quick talkers, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, and thank you everyone who have participated in our first panel. Thank you for your contribution to the discussion. Okay, we'll go to our second panel now, and I'll call the names. Camille Jasper Fabier. Camille, are you there? Klaas Rodenberg.
I am here.
Okay. Alex McFarlane. Alex, not here. Was supposed to be in person. Linda Rold. Linda, I saw you there. You there? Okay. Dixie Wendland. Wendland. Not there yet. Stephen Burdu.
I'm here, yes.
Thank you. Sheldon Election.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you, Sheldon. Cheryl Whiskey Jack.
I'm here.
Thank you, Cheryl. Nadine Kalifu. Oh, there you are, Nadine. Nice to see you. Yeah. Arun Sequeira. Arun.
I'm here.
Thank you. And Maria Mayon.
I'm here.
Thank you, Maria. Lucinia Ortez. I see Lucinia on the screen.
I'm here.
Yeah. Paul Sir.
I'm here.
Okay. Marnie Suter. Marnie.
Good afternoon. I am here virtually.
Okay. Terry Quais. Oh, there you are, Terry. Rocky Sinclair. See you. Nice to see you, Rocky. And Nicola Ton. Oh, good. All right. Is Camille Jasper Fabier? Are you there?
I am here, thank you.
Okay, you're the first speaker to go. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Good morning, Mayor and councilors. My name is Camille Jasper Fabi, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Edmonton Energy Transition and Climate Resilience Committee. I'm so honored to be advising this new council. It was such an honor to advise your predecessors, and we're just so excited to work with the new council. This package of materials before you today is probably very overwhelming. Lots of numbers, lots of new acronyms to learn, so much information to take in. And what do you do with it? Where do you start? How do you weigh all of the important challenges before you and all of the trade-offs? So I wanted to sort of ground today's discussion in some of the tools that you'll have at your disposal to help think through these important decisions. The first tool is discussed in attachment 3 under item 6.5, and it's the carbon budgeting and accounting framework. So as you learned earlier, in the first quarter of 22, a climate lens will be applied to assess the carbon impacts of financial decisions. And then administration is working with an external consultant to roll out the tool for City Council in the fall of 2022. So this is such an important tool. I'd encourage you to really see it as a gift. This is a gift that's been provided by prior council, by administration, who's been working so hard on the development of this tool. This will enable decision-making that's targeted so that we can move faster, we can go harder, and we can move in the right direction. It was a tool that was not accessible to your predecessors. And with this tool, we'll be able to accomplish amazing things. So really just viewing that as a gift, really, to be able to move forward your decisions. The second tool is the GBA Plus analysis that will be provided along with any decision. And I'd really encourage council to spend some time personally thinking about what is a just and equitable transition. What does that look like? Different people have different definitions of what a just and equitable transition looks like. And so really thinking through whether that piece of the GBA Plus piece of the memos that comes through is really consistent with your understanding of a just and equitable transition. For me, it's largely about power and influence, who holds power and addressing power imbalances. It can be easy to think that, we're in an existential crisis and we need to address the climate crisis and we can figure out the equity piece later. But really, we know that we operate within a system that by default ensures that inequities are exacerbated. And so even though there will be many programs that will be implemented to try to address those inequities, there's also a lot of programs that will inherently by default expand on those inequities. So really that GBA plus section is so important so that council can understand who's being left behind inadvertently through the policies that are being developed, and then target programs and policies to really bring them along. And the third tool that's at council's disposal is metrics. So important to have metrics that are meaningful, that are accurate, so that we can track where we're going and ensure that we're all moving in the same direction. And so with these three tools, really it's a question of, are these really giving the information that councillors need to make their decisions? And if not, then providing that feedback back to administration to ensure that you're really getting the information, understanding that the challenges that you've inherited have roots that are more than 100 years old, and that the decisions that you're going to make will still be in the process of telling their story in another 100 years from now. No pressure. And so really these three tools sort of ground the decisions in that bigger picture so that really we can address the climate crisis in a way that's responsible and that leads to a future that is worth surviving into, a future that we would want to live in. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Klaus Rodenberg, you're next, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi and City Councillors. My name is Klaus Rodenberg. I'm speaking on behalf of the Energy Transition and Resilience Committee with the tongue twister ETCRC thing, of which I'm a member since its inception of 2050. As well, I'm speaking as a citizen and taxpayer since '67, when my parents immigrated to Edmonton to take advantage of the opportunities that were offered here. As a member of the ETCRC, I am here to support the carbon accounting framework as per the attachment number 3 and the budget presentation this morning, which I thought was quite well done. Over the last 6+ years, the ETCRC has worked closely with previous councils and city administration to develop the energy transition strategy, have input on the city core plan, as well as a number of other project-specific initiatives. I strongly believe that this provided a solid foundation for Edmonton to meet the 2050 carbon net zero target, as we've been talking about. We are currently in, and this is my personal perspective, at an inflection point where we need to change from just setting goals and dabbling in pilot projects, which are very good to test things out, but take what we've learned there and move to some bold action and starting to look at scaling up all these proven initiatives so that we can actually make a real difference. The carbon accounting framework is a very important element of Edmonton achieving the net zero emissions by 2040 or 2050, I guess, by tracking our progress and making sure that we don't do, and something I've been guilty of so many times, and cram for the exam the night before in 2049. We really need to get kind of started right now. Ultimately, what gets measured gets managed, and the city is not just defined by its words and good intentions, but what it invests in. And that's where the budget becomes very important in terms of the decisions you're going to be making, probably not so much this year, but probably next year when we start to look at a 4-year plan to lock some things in. I would like to encourage you to apply a climate lens, of which carbon is an important measure, to all of your decisions moving forward, and that you see that these decisions as an investment and opportunities and not just costs that get tacked on and people have to pay for, sort of thing. I really do believe that there are opportunities that come with this process. So this is a very important and iterative process that requires a diversity of perspectives over the next few years. And on behalf of myself and the ETCRC, we stand ready to assist you throughout the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Alex McFarlane, not here in the in the Chamber Hall, Linda Rolt.
Good afternoon, Council. I'd like to thank the new City Council and the returning City Councillors and Mayor Sohi for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Linda Rolt, and I am the Riding Program Administrator for the Little Bits Therapeutic Riding Association. We are the largest user group of the Whitemud Equine Learning Center Association in Edmonton's beautiful River Valley. We pay for the use of the horses and the facility, and this takes a large part of our yearly budget to do so. Little Bits Therapeutic Riding was started in 1975 with a grant from the City of Edmonton's Parks and Recreation Department by a group of concerned citizens who wanted to provide a unique therapeutic riding program to individuals with special needs. We started with 20 riders and over the years have grown to 150 riders in a part-time riding program. To support those riders, we also have 200 volunteers who are the citizens of Edmonton, and 12 of those citizens sit on our volunteer board of directors who govern us. We have no full-time personnel. All of our instructors are certified by the Canadian Therapeutic Riding Association, which is the governing body of therapeutic riding in Canada. We have a part-time volunteer coordinator, a part-time barn manager, 5 part-time instructors, and myself. I am a certified canter instructor, as well as the part-time administrator. Our administrative costs are a minimal part of our total operating budget. There is no other organization in the city that offers what we do, a venue in which therapeutic horseback riding is offered, where riders with disabilities of all ages can gain confidence and strength, mobility, social integration, and they can feel proud of all their accomplishments. Our program also provides parents of special needs children with an opportunity to connect with other parents, where families forge new and lasting relationships, and where volunteers and instructors care for the growth, health, and quality of life for the Little Bits riders. Our program has always been totally inclusive, and the only barrier to being accepted into the riding program would be if a rider has a condition which would make it a medical contraindication for them to ride. Riders from Little Bits come from all demographics in society, regardless of ethnicity, social orientation, color, religion, or income level. Our one requirement is that all our riders have a disability or special need, and all riders must have a medical signed by a pediatrician or a physician in order to be sure that riding, which is considered a high-risk sport, is a safe activity for them. We subsidize every rider for at least 50% of what it actually costs us to put them in the saddle. And we will sponsor a rider who does not have the financial ability to pay our fees for up to 1 yearly session, spring or fall, from the Tuffy Fund, named after one of our longest serving lesson horses. We are also inclusive when recruiting volunteers, and again have a diverse population. It is not uncommon to see that some volunteers may wear a traditional piece of clothing while volunteering. And as long as it is safe to do so around the horses, it's totally acceptable. A number of volunteers may be recent newcomers to Edmonton, and often we get exchange students from the U of A who come out to volunteer with us. A special case was written by Osman, a volunteer who came to Canada from Turkmenistan as an exchange student at the U of A. I can send you the newsletter so you can have a read at your leisure. Most importantly, we also accept volunteers who have disabilities or different abilities as well. So the CIOG operating grant is vitally important to Little Bits, more so now than ever. The COVID pandemic has significantly reduced our ability to raise funds as a registered charitable organization. We have not raised our riding fees in over 10 years, trying to keep this program financially affordable for the over 150 families in Edmonton. And while the City of Edmonton and the citizens of Edmonton are always supportive of our cause, our economic stability has been negatively impacted by COVID, and without the CIOG grant, we will struggle even more to remain financially stable. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, we'll go to Dixie Wenland. Dixie Wenland, are you online? Nope. Okay, we'll go to Stephen Burdo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of council. Congratulations on your recent election. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Stephen Bordeaux. I'm the General Manager of World Triathlon Edmonton and the President of the Edmonton Triathlon Academy. My colleague Dave Embry of the Argyle Velodrome Association spoke earlier, and I believe everyone has received our letter from Local Community League with regards to the Coronation Project. Together, we are members of the partner group for this facility, and we are here today to ask that Council begin the construction of the Coronation Park Sport and Recreation Centre in 2022 as envisioned. As Mayor Sohi mentioned, many of us have been working on this project for more than 10 years, and over the past decade, literally thousands of community volunteer hours and dollars have gone into the project to build this vision for Edmonton. Administration's been very supportive and open to all of our feedback and the community's guidance while we work through the design and operational models for the facility, which are finally finished. Both sport partners and the community remain 100% committed to this project and our obligations, our fundraising and operational obligations. We want to see this center become a world-class facility and a jewel for Edmonton and Edmontonians. Specifically, the previous council voted unanimously to move this project to construction ready. And upon that information, we have ramped up our efforts as the community groups to recruit a team of leaders for the fundraising phase of this project, which is the next on the list. This is the second time we've now done this, and I'm afraid if we do not have a commitment to move forward with this project, we may lose them again. In these difficult times, it's important that Council provides strong stewardship to Edmontonians. We realize that. But while continuing to look towards the long-term recovery of the community and balancing our immediate needs and our future needs. We understand this is no easy task and realize the extremely difficult decisions before Council at this time. However, we ask that these immediate and future opportunities do not be ignored. Jobs for Edmontonians and Edmonton businesses with projects such as this, providing a community in the Windsor Park, Westmount, and surrounding communities, Glenora, that have been waiting quite patiently for a long time for their facility, with a much needed proximity to year-round recreational opportunities for residents in the area. The opportunity for recreation and community for both physical and mental well-being when we need it the most. We know from the recent hosting of the World Triathlon Championships and FIFA test events that future major hosting opportunities bring millions, tens of millions of dollars in economic impact to our region, as well as the tourism and reputational impact of a center such as this. We understand there's a budget gap for this project between the original budget that was set almost 8 years ago and today's real cost to build this recreation and sports center. The reality, though, is that this inflationary cost will only continue to rise for every year it's delayed. The industry currently puts this at roughly 6 to 8% per year. That's $10 million a year for every year of delay. Not to mention the backlog of community and recreation projects that'll continue to be pushed back. It's not a matter of if, but when. The community has been waiting patiently for their rec center, and I think with the recovery of our economy and Edmontonians' well-being a priority, the timing is now. I want to thank you everyone for your time. I'm currently volunteering at our organization's casino, so I will try and be available for questions in a few moments' time. But thank you for the time today.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll go to next Sheldon Election.
Close. Election.
Election. Okay. Thank you, Sheldon.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mayor Sohi, for inviting me to be a part of this. And I also want to send a little shout out to Ashley Salvador, who's our new counselor, and looking forward to meet with her and bring her on site to show her our warehouses and our facilities. Maybe sometime in the new year, Ashley. I'm actually responding in opposition to the motion to remove CIOG funding to sport organizations. should probably start first of all by explaining who Sports Central is. I'm the executive director for this charity, and we will be celebrating 30 years of existence next week. We were founded in 1991, and since then have helped over 180,000 children, not just across Edmonton, but across northern Alberta and beyond. Our charity exists to provide sport equipment to children of low-income families. Children between the ages of 4 and 17 get equipment for us for free for 15 different sports, including bicycles. Last year, even during a pandemic, we helped out over 8,900 kids, and about 4,000 of those were from Edmonton. About 70 to 75% of our clients are Indigenous or new Canadians. It costs us on average about $70 per child to put into equipment into one of the 15 different sports. We receive typically around $16,500 as a grant from the CIOG. For us, that translates into pretty close to 236 kids per year. So that's how many kids would go without in terms of equipment to play their favorite sport or to get on bikes and integrate with their communities and their friends and the city at large. I can probably get the support of my other charitable partners about how hard it is to get operating funding. It's the single biggest challenge for us as charities, because for some reason, people tend to think that charities, every dollar given to them should go directly to the cause or to the people that are receiving that help. And so operating funds is really, really a challenge. And so to have this funding coming to us on an annual basis is huge and really critical to our survival and operation. Sports Central believes that sport is not merely entertainment, but it's a necessary part of physical, mental, and character development. I have never heard so many parents and people talk about the importance of sport for mental health for their kids as I have in the last year. And I think probably many of you have heard something similar. Like a lot of other charities here, we agree that we don't want to leave any children or people left behind. And so that's why I'm asking you on behalf of our charity and our organization of about 50 to 60 volunteers and really communities across Northern Alberta, including here in Edmonton, not to cut this funding. Please keep it for sport and children participation. Look at that, I'm done early. So any questions, I'm open.
Thank you so much for that. So our next 5 speakers are on End Poverty Edmonton topic. So Cheryl Whiskey-Jack.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm Cheryl Whiskey-Jack, the Executive Director of the Bentero Traditional Healing Society. I'm also a member of the National Advisory Council on Poverty, a member of Alberta's Affordable Housing Task Force, a collaborator to the C5 initiative, and the co-chair of End Poverty Edmonton's Stewardship Roundtable these last few years. I've seen a remarkable growth and commitment these last years and a growing understanding in our community of our need to effect deep systems change to our ways of doing things. In light of COVID-19 and the inequality that has been laid bare in our systems, we find ourselves in the midst of an opportunity. What opportunity, you may ask? When so many find themselves in such tough situations, the opportunity to do better, to be more resilient, to be more coordinated, to change the systems, the rules and ways that we make things happen and the ways that we support one another, to build an Edmonton for all, one in which we are all connected, because we are all connected, where every Edmontonian feels safe and included and has an opportunity to thrive. End Poverty Edmonton was established by a visionary act of a prior iteration of this council, and you are now being asked to resource and carry that vital mission forward. End Poverty Edmonton is the only organization in Edmonton aimed at policy change exclusively. Our tables have worked long and hard at identifying how to undertake this work, how to include all the various voices at our community at those tables and move us into action. We have Indigenous peoples, lived and living experience peoples, business representatives, public services, individuals, and large systems such as the police, health services, and school board at our tables, all actively collaborating and coordinating for common goals. In the last year alone, we have seen proliferation of equity, race-based data collection policies, and collaboration. We have seen benefit-driven or social procurement pickup steam and involve wider and wider segments of business and public services, including at the provincial level. We've established evidence for economic planning, and we've seen our provincial collaborations amplify and direct advocacy work in the wider national community. We've seen a strong movement in the Indigenous Circle's strategic priorities, now including the now Indigenous-led Indigenous Cultural and Wellness Center. This cannot be credited to End Poverty Edmonton alone, but it is because of End Poverty Edmonton that can bring all of these people together. Our tables and working groups allow for safe space to identify issues, find solutions, and get them implemented together. We have identified the need to work more fulsomely, ensuring the right child care for Edmonton families is planned for and supported, because an agreement for $10 a day childcare doesn't happen without planning and support. We see opportunities to help design a system of housing that doesn't disincentivize personal growth. We see opportunities to deepen relationships with all orders of government and make sure the experience and limitations of poverty aren't reinforced in our programs and regulations, but are instead eliminated. I'm proud of the work we have all done together, this council and this community, and I look forward to this council working with us to strengthen and fund this work appropriately in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Nadine Kellyfu. Nadine, go ahead.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and the wonderful diverse council that has been elected or re-elected. Congratulations. I'm as far as I can go. Is it on?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I'll speak a little louder for you. Okay. My name is Nadine Shelafu, and of many things, like being an independent advocate for marginalized citizens, I am a person who has gone through so many bad experiences that greatly impacted my quality of living. I am here to speak on behalf of an organization that I know is having a huge positive documented influence on a couple of those bad experiences: homelessness and affordable housing. End Poverty Edmonton has made huge strides in helping set up programs, helping organizations come together to create positive change in the affordable housing sector, which in turn has truly helped the homeless have many opportunities to become housed. In order for them to go beyond scratching the surface of affordable housing and reducing the homeless count, they need to be able to continue their hard work. What makes them different from our agencies, other agencies and organizations? Well, simply, they let the professionals voice the plans of concern, but then they bring in all the possible lived experience individuals in the city to voice their needs, concerns, and ideas. Then End Poverty Edmonton brings together other agencies, organizations, and professionals like contractors, developers, planners to the table with the lived experience folks to hash out a fundamental and innovative, accommodating, affordable housing plan. Plans that keep in mind the current and future realistic forecasts on affordability of residents, job protections, accessibility aspects to come into a human rights approach. People are more than a number and a statistics to End Poverty Edmonton. I have firsthand seen how they currently have accomplished nearly half of the 35 roadmap actions set out in 2016. 5 years later, having seen these items become reality proves End Poverty Edmonton truly does the walk and provides actionable evidence in their objectives. They are accountable with everything they put out. They are held accountable by many people who sit working hard at their circles, guiding their every decision effectively. They do not mull over statistics and finances exhaustively like most other groups, so that they can just cut right to the chase and implement results that meet their mandates. Being inclusive with the Indigenous circle and changing the way they operate proves anything really can be possible through the collaborations of Poverty Edmonton that they put together. Being advised by inclusivity, diversity, accessibility, culture, and natural laws, given the opportunity to continue operating, is essential to all City of Edmonton citizens. Let's just admit for a brief second that affordable housing, although a vague term, does not exist truly and to its full extent in Edmonton. Honestly, if it did exist with no strings attached, then we would not have 2,400 plus people on the waiting list to larger providers like Savita. We would not have over 2,800 people, according to Homeward Trust, be currently homeless. You can change that name however you want, Savita, Homeward Trust, to make it, or homelessness, sorry, to make it different. But homelessness is scary, and it's meant to be scary. COVID-19 pandemic aside, has 100,000 plus people in the city experiencing poverty, not knowing to provide themselves with accessible human rights-based quality of life. And Poverty Edmonton has the vision, along with its many affiliates, to make those people, rather than numbers, change for the healthiest results. They see people, not numbers. I'm just going to end there.
It's a very good note to end at.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nadine. Next, go to Arun Sequeira.
Right. Thank you. Your Worship, councillors and staff, thanks for the opportunity to present, and thank you for your public service at a time when strong leadership is much, much needed. I'm Arun Sequeira. I'm a corporate finance professional by training and shareholder in several businesses, including an Edmonton manufacturing company, RAM Elevators and Lifts. I sit on several boards and community tables, including the Alberta Indigenous Opportunities Corporation, the Business Council of Alberta, CPA Alberta's Anti-Racism Working Group, and End Poverty Edmonton Stewardship Roundtable. And some of these non-business tables, community tables I've become involved with are relatively recently, and as a business person have had my eyes opened as to the serious challenges that many Edmontonians face. Less poverty in our community is especially important to ensure a strong and inclusive economic recovery. And I think we're at a point in time where business can become very meaningful partners in helping to end poverty in Edmonton. Historically, most businesses have been community-minded, donating time, talents, and money to worthy causes. You know, the annual participation in United Way campaigns, giving their people time off to participate in Habitat for Humanity or what have you. But, and this is a very big but, while we felt good about ourselves as business people, the historical, for doing these things, the historical view very much was that social issues were separate and apart from business issues. This is no longer true. A multitude of factors, such as climate change, demographics, Indigenous reconciliation, Black Lives Matter, and last but not least, pressure from employees, investors, and lenders have brought environment, social, and governance, or ESG, to the forefront in business. The E, or the environment, has been on the agenda for quite some time, and the spotlight is now on the S, or social issues. As an example, I recently completed a professional development course on board oversight of social issues. Board oversight of social issues. This was a first of a kind for the professional body that delivered it, and the session was sold out not long after it was advertised. So combine these societal factors with an increasing shortage of workers, and the time is right to fully engage business in discussions on social procurement, benefits of a living wage, employment of marginalized people to meet their need for workers, and initiatives around diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism. The willingness to do their part is increasing, but the ability for business to execute in a meaningful way just is not there. According to the province of Alberta Regional Dashboard, in 2020, 94.4% of Edmonton businesses were small businesses. Quite simply, these small businesses do not have the resources or structure in place to tackle these important social issues, now also business issues, on their own. That's where strong public policy and government support is needed. End Poverty Edmonton is a necessary bridge to assist businesses in tackling these issues to make our community better and their companies more successful. I believe that the additional funding requested by End Poverty Edmonton will have a significant multiplier effect on our local economy and provide a compelling return on investment. Thank you for your consideration of our request, and I will be available for questions at the end.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go to Maria Mayan. Maria, you there? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I can't hear. Am I up?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. First, you may be getting tired of this council, but thank you for all having the courage to run or rerun in this past election. You're a very inspiring group for Edmontonians. My name is Maria Mayan, and I'm a professor at the University of Alberta in the School of Public Health. And I've been involved in EPE before its inception at the task force stage in 2013. And I conducted earlier research that underpinned the work of the task force. So being in this space for all these years, I've come to know that all major municipalities across our country have poverty reduction initiatives. But what I really want to say about ours and Edmonton's is what sets End Poverty Edmonton apart from these other initiatives, and that is the systems approach that focuses on changing the policy environment that allows poverty to exist. I know so many people in the social sector identify the need for systems or policy change, but are just simply busy getting through their days, serving their clients, responding to immediate needs, that they don't have the time or the mandate to work at the systems level. So this is exactly where EPE comes in. With the systems mandate, EP is working beyond the social sector, as Arun, my colleague, said, and moving away from the notion that social workers alone are responsible for solving poverty. We have had significant opportunities that come from working at the systems level with very unusual suspects. For example, we're heavily involved in making connections with industry, the Edmonton Construction Association, the West Valley LRT, and policies like social procurement, which the city has, but also known as sustainable procurement policy or benefit-driven procurement, aids the bringing together of all of these different groups. So EPE is one of the very few organizations that have the scope to do this kind of work that aids both the social and economic health of our city. But as you are well aware, I'm sure that systems change is not a short-term endeavor, and it's extremely relational. EPE has an outstanding staff that have the skills and disposition for this kind of work. It needs to be funded in a way that ensures the work is ongoing, where staff don't have to say to the organizations they're committing to, I'm not sure if we will exist in 6 months or a year. so that EPE and the organizations they can convene can dig into the work together and plan their moves. These organizations need EPE, and they have said so. So this is where my team comes in. We're studying what works, what EPE is doing, so we can generate evidence that will help others in Edmonton and across Canada recreate our success. And I deliberately say we, as myself and my team see ourselves as a part of EPE. And this is an outcome of the way End Poverty Edmonton has been set up. By working at a systems level, End Poverty Edmonton has created a we that is moving all sectors together, education, industry, justice, social, to say that we are all responsible for ending poverty. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Lysania Ortiz. Nice to see you, Lysania. You're next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and councilors. As I said, my name is Lysania. I'm a board member of the Multicultural Health Brokers Co-op and a member of the Edmonton Data for Equity Network. I will speak about the importance of sustaining this work through End Poverty Edmonton. End Poverty Edmonton convened the Edmonton Data for Equity Network last year as one of the actions under the Eliminating Racism Game Changer. It is composed of organizations and agencies passionate and committed in revealing inequities experienced by racialized groups through the collection of race-based data. They have supported the community in developing the ways to collect data we need to hold systems accountable for ending systemic racism. There are many emerging across Canada and North America who are already collecting race-based data. And the literature on race-based data is increasingly growing, especially with the pandemic, where the need to understand why some populations are more susceptible than others. The power of data cannot be emphasized. It can make invisible issues visible and direct attention to populations who have been historically excluded. Just recently, with inputs from the network, the U of A, and in partnership with End Poverty Edmonton, submitted a research proposal to study the impact of COVID-19 on marginalized communities. Without this work, we will miss the opportunity for sustained action to tackle racism, engage racialized communities to be agents of their own change, and engender racial equity and justice in this city. I believe that this is an initiative worth sustaining, in which End Poverty Edmonton remains the appropriate body for its systemic and strategic focus and its attention to engaging people with lived experience and communities. The resurgence of the anti-racism movement that we have experienced last year will grow and continue, and presents a compelling argument to be bold, brave, and transformative. I believe that there is no turning back and no better time to make lasting and enduring changes, beginning with revealing the systemic roots of racism through the collection of race-based data. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Lysania. Paul, sir? Paul is not here. Marnie Suter?
Yes,
Sorry.
good afternoon, Mayor Sohi. Am I being heard?
Marnie?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. I do apologize. We do have a sequential order to the presentation, and it would
Rocky
need
needs
to
to go
start
first?
with Rocky.
Okay, got it. Rocky, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and councillors. Congratulations on your recent election, and I'm so delighted to be sitting before such a diverse city council. Firstly, I'd like to give thanks to Mayor Sohi for his recognition to the original peoples on whose land that has brought so much prosperity to its citizens. My name is Rocky Sinclair. I am here today in my capacity as President of AXIS, Edmonton's Indigenous Business and Professional Association. We are here today as a good news story and to serve as an example of what may be accomplished by the belief that a homegrown Indigenous organization was and is a worthy investment for the City of Edmonton. We thank the City for the recognition of our organization's vision and mission and our belief that we are an essential pod with the Indigenous community ecosystem. You go to slide 1, please. AXIS was started in 2013 with the intent to create an organization that would advocate, support, and help grow the Indigenous business and professional communities. We are proud to say that through that support and hard work, we believe we have positioned AXIS as a valued contributor to not only the Indigenous professionals and business community, but also to our community partners who seek our perspective on many issues. In the past several years, we have established significant alliances and partnerships, and my colleagues will speak more specifically to those activities further in our presentation. Next slide, please. AXIS continues to be governed by a small group of committed, talented individuals, most of whom are either Indigenous business owners or professionals. We are a group that is committed to good governance and accountability to our funders and community. Next slide. Edmonton is an Indigenous people's city. We are proud of our city and we are rabid supporters of our community, and in particular the cultural and sport events. Edmonton continues to be the major service center for an estimated half of the Indigenous population in Western Canada. The Indigenous population continues to grow rapidly, and the latest reported population figures in 2019 for Alberta is 313,000. Edmonton's Indigenous population is closing in on 80,000 and remains second largest next to Winnipeg. Slide 4, please. The recently released ATB MNP produced report, Opening the Door to Opportunity, illustrates and pegs the economic benefit that Indigenous community contributes to Alberta's GDP, and that's at approximately 2% or $6.74 billion. While the contributions to the economy from the Indigenous governments, businesses, and households are significant, there remain disparities. It is reported that to close those employment and income gaps, more effort is required for increasing Indigenous participation in the labor market, as well as advocating, supporting, and helping grow Indigenous entrepreneurship within the business sector. Next slide. We of AXIS recognize Edmonton City Council's commitment to the TRC, and we encourage the new council to stay the course. We know we will all be better for it. We believe the success of AXIS as an Indigenous community initiative and the support of that vision by the City of Edmonton is an act of reconciliation, but more importantly, it's a strategic investment. Next slide. We also believe our organization is not only essential to our community, but it aligns very well with Edmonton's Indigenous framework and the Edmonton Economic Action Plan. Next slide. We are full supporters of the City of Edmonton's efforts and accomplishments thus far. We see the Indigenous projects at Fort Edmonton and in the River Valley as not simply acts of reconciliation, but as vitally important to our strategic identity as a city. And it will potentially open up new opportunities in tourism, both locally and internationally. We say embrace it and build on it. It's what makes us unique as a major city, and AXIS would like to continue to be part of those efforts. I will now pass the presentation time to my colleagues who will outline our work and accomplishments in more detail, as well as outline our budget for ongoing support. So thank you very much.
Before you do that, we have 3 more speakers. Is it okay that we go through the speaker list, then we take a break? Is everyone okay with that? Okay, good. Thank you so much. Go ahead. Who is next, Rocky? Is it Marnie or Terry? Marnie, go ahead.
It would be me. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Firstly, I want to apologize to the group for some of the formatting that's showing up on the PowerPoint presentation. It came over, at least from my desk, correctly, but I guess there's always a bit of a technology glitch. If I could have you back up on the slides, please. to the one prior to that. Great, thank you very much. So firstly, good afternoon. I am Marnie Suter, and I am a third-generation settler here in Muscatine, Waskahegan. I use the she, her pronouns. I also sit on the board for the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. I am a member of the Edmonton Business Diversity Network, and I run a small local community cafe in the heart of downtown. I too want to thank you for allowing us time on what is a very busy agenda for me to speak in support of Access and the funding request in front of Council. Access Work strategically aligns with many of the city's initiatives. And
there's not a power button on that?
Pardon me? I'm sorry, I will just continue on.
Keep on.
Access Work strategically aligns with many city initiatives, and in particular, the recent development of the Indigenous Framework and the Economic Action Plan that was announced in April of this year. We are pleased to have provided input into the engagement of the Indigenous Framework document that now guides the city in terms of building relationship and trust with Indigenous peoples. The document provides the context and content for structuring a way forward. It is based on collaborative approaches to listening, connecting, advocating, and partnering, and to building trusting relationships with Indigenous people who work, live, and play in our great city. And it clearly establishes a purpose and intent towards reconciliation with Indigenous communities, the ones that Access serves. Next slide, please. Again, I spoke about the alignment between Access Work and the city, and in particular, the city's Economic Action Plan, which is to create a resilient economy. Indigenous business owners, entrepreneurs, and professionals represent a growing, viable part of the city's ecosystem. They bring innovation and creativity to the marketplace. In the plan, it notes that building the strongest economy possible requires careful attention to who is included and who is left behind. In the recent Myers-Norris Penny and ATB report that Rocky previously cited, they estimate that in 2019, there were 544,000 businesses registered in Alberta. Yet only 1% of those businesses are Indigenous owned. This statistic to me demonstrates the underutilized human capital, innovation, and the lack of economic inclusion, all which are opportunities for us moving forward. This economy is poised for growth, and Access can and does play a significant role in helping to bolster the success of Indigenous business, whether it's at the startup phase or working through expansion. When we took some time and read through the economic plan, we note that there are no less than 9 actions within that report that align directly with the work of Access. And in particular, action number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20, 21, and 24. Next slide, please. You know, much has changed on the economic front over the last couple of years. However, the purpose of Access remains strong, and I think that speaks to the significant work that was done when the organization was firstly formed. More than ever, those who reach out to us are looking for guidance. They're looking for assistance through navigating the systems approach. They're looking forward to having their voice heard and connecting with those who can help them further their entrepreneurial and professional dreams. Next slide, please.
Sorry, Marnie.
This section outlines the priority areas that again remain true for Access. We are looking at finding ways for engagement, for inclusion, for connection with and amongst interested stakeholders and partner groups. We truly believe
Sorry,
that
Marnie,
a high
I
tide
would have
will
to
raise
stop you
all
here.
boats.
Marnie, I would have to stop you here.
Next
Sorry
slide,
about that.
please.
Oh, Marnie, I would have to stop you here. I'm so sorry. We are out of time.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Looking forward to see you at the cafe though soon.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Terry Quais? Go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. First off, congratulations to all the councillors and to you, Mayor Sohi, on being elected to serve as our municipal governors. My name is Terry Quais. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Axis, Edmonton's Indigenous Business and Professional Association, and have been involved as a member with the association since the inception of operations in 2013. I am here to share an overview of the draft budget and the request for funding assistance from the City of Edmonton to cover operating costs that will be incurred by Axis over the next 3 years. Can I ask, please, that we proceed to the last slide? It's titled Draft Budget. I think it's slide 10 or 12. So the proposed budget that's just coming up, yep, that's fine, thank you, is based on historical operating costs incurred and forecasted operational capacity required in order to progress towards achieving the full potential of the organization. For example, we want to continue and to grow our work in the development of Indigenous businesses and professionals in the census metropolitan area of Edmonton, as previously described by my colleagues. We also are intent on continuing to work with and further develop relationships with the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, Business Improvement Areas, or BIAs, other business associations in the Edmonton CMA, and other organizations that participate in our association. The notable differences between this budget and past budgets are a dedicated management and administrative resource that's being requested to be funded. This consists of a full-time executive director and admin support. Also, bricks and mortar office space and meeting space, similar to the structure currently enjoyed by the Business Improvement Area offices, is being requested. The funding that we've received over the period from 2013 to 2021 on an annual basis averages approximately $90,000 per year. This request that you have in front of you is approximately double that amount at $180,000 per year, as you can see in the top income lines in the budget in front of you. Thank you for your time and attention to the information that my colleagues and I have shared, and we open it up to any questions after the final presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We have our last speaker, Nicola Ton. Nicola? Who did we miss?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we missed Paul Sir.
Paul, I did call out Paul's name, but he was not available. Is he available now?
It shows he's in the meet.
Oh. Okay, well, can you find him? Until you find him, we'll go to Nicola Ton.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for allowing us time to speak. My name is Nicola Ton, and I'm the Managing Director of the Free Will Shakespeare Festival, which has performed in the Heritage Amphitheatre for the last 35 years. Thank you for allowing us to speak specifically on the Heritage Park Rehabilitation Plan. I've been with Free Will for the past 6 years and been part of many park stakeholder consultations. We have partnered with civic events to discuss various reports presented previously to Council, and in the last year we have participated in a variety of stakeholder engagement meetings regarding Horlock Park. I truly felt that as a whole there was a respectful, open, and flow of dialogue between stakeholders and the city surrounding this project. So it came as quite a surprise when in August I received a call from Civic Events regarding our 2022 dates, fees, and discussion of what our 2023 would look like. Much of the conversation centered around us being asked to increase our rental fee for 2022 as the amphitheater had not seen revenue in the last 2 years. The more concerning portion was when I was asked where we would be moving in 2023 as the park would be closing for a 3-year term outlined today. I think all of the stakeholders knew the park closure was quickly approaching, but what came as a surprise was after being in several stakeholder engagement meetings, there was still no concrete place for Freewill to move. It was then brought to my attention that the city most likely wouldn't be helping financially. Soon after, I reached out to the Edmonton Arts Council in hopes of discussing different funding tracks to help with our impending move. I was informed that they would not be able to increase our current annual funding and that there are no other granting streams to apply for assistance. So here I am, 7 months away from what will be our last year in Hawrelak Park, with no home to move to and no funding to help. As 2021 was progressing, my board and I knew that we would be needing to prepare for a move, and so a committee was struck. After receiving this phone call, myself and my board felt it necessary to meet with Civic Events to get a clearer picture of what would be transpiring over the next year. We are informed that we were required to provide a business plan for our move, but no specific location or dates have been confirmed. We requested that we would be able to return to our historic dates once the rehab was completed, and were met with, well, Freewill can return to their historic dates, but it came with a caveat to pay almost 70% of our current rental fee, which would be over $55,000. There were 5 board members in attendance, and I would like to read to you one of their responses to that meeting. It goes, I participated in a September meeting, and it was very apparent that the sole concern about our festival from the perspective was that they were given a discounted rental rate. We need to make more money in order to pay more, and the priority would be given to events that can be charged more money to help support the department in its net zero goal. It was frustrating to sit in this meeting as we were made to feel that we had little to offer the City of Edmonton and its wider community. One of the mandates is to offer pay-what-you-will tickets as often as possible in order to make theater accessible for all. After nearly 2 years of COVID and communities struggling, we wanted to make sure that we still offer that. In regards to the park closure, we've had little support or assistance in finding a new location. To simply rent all that makes our costs would make our costs astronomical. No one in Civic Events has made us feel that we are part of their team and that they're interested in helping us find a new home or location to be in with funds to support that move. Instead, we are suggested to find more ways to make money and produce a business plan itemizing the costs involved in a new location. However, the inference was clear that there was no guarantee of funds, so we are frustrated. So today I come to you with 2 requests as someone who has spent over 4 years in Hawrelak Park programming and bringing theater to life in one of Canada's most amazing facilities. Please understand that the approaches outlined in the report today regarding which approach to take for the park closure has not been affirmed by key stakeholders. Many festivals and events do not have a home come 2023. This rehabilitation is fast approaching, and we are not in agreement on the best park closure. In addition, many Edmontonians are completely unaware that this park closure is even happening come 2023. The park needs upgrades, and the work Civic Events has done in the last years is immense and will only enhance what is already existing. I would make one more request. Please consider not closing the park in spring of 2023 to stakeholders, but you give us 1 more year to program to help all of us recoup revenue lost in the last 2 years. The truth is we don't have a crystal ball to see what is coming this year, and with still so much unknown with COVID, who knows how this year will even look. We are excited to bring live theater back to the Heritage Amphitheatre, and we'd love an additional year to generate revenue and create concrete plans with Civic Events for our temporary 3-year homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and sorry to hear about your frustrations. So we'll ask those questions to administration when we get to them after the public hearing. Paul, sir, are you there?
I am now, Mayor.
Okay,
My apologies.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and members of council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm speaking on the renewal of the relationship between our city and Canada Basketball and touch on the Expo Center proposal to add sports to its offerings. On behalf of Canada Basketball's CEO and President Michael Bartlett and the Canada Basketball Board of Directors, I want to sincerely thank the City of Edmonton for being foundational supporters over these past years. This unique partnership has been highly impactful in our community over the 9 years it has worked where we have worked together. The women's Olympic team trained and competed in the world-class Saville Community Sports Center over this period, and this training base helped accelerate the team's rise to a number 4 world ranking leading into the Tokyo Olympics. And while this is a tremendous accomplishment, that never really was the point. The outcomes the city of Edmonton were looking for and have realized were that this team of elite athletes was to be a source of inspiration to our youth, particularly girls and young women in our community. This has been accomplished by open access for clubs, teams, individuals, and schools to attend practices, to watch the athletes working out, followed by autographs and conversations with athletes and coaches. The team and coaches have made frequent visits to schools, clinics, hospitals, and camps. And the point has been to inspire young Edmontonians to understand to do their best, no matter whether it's on the court, field, or pitch, in the classroom, in any activity, or within their communities. It's a partnership unique to our city. A portion of the funding of the past 8 years has gone to the Alberta Basketball Association and has been put to good use in bringing regular programs and opportunities to girls, young women, and all youth where there are gaps in accessibility. There are in-school, after-school, boys and girls clubs, YMCAs, city rec facilities, coaching clinics, Northside hoops, inner-city initiatives with effective partnering with Live Active, Ever Active Schools, the Indigenous Sports Council, and Free Play. And this has resulted in ongoing positive experiences for youth, often located in areas where opportunities are few and economic hardships are too frequently the reason they can't participate. The net result is that the number of girls participating in basketball programs far exceeds the national averages. While other provinces' numbers were going down, Edmonton's were going up. And then COVID hit. And now our concern, as others have correctly stated, is that the estimate that over 25% of girls will not return to sport. Edmonton can buck this trend by building on what has already been done to this point to provide their young people who need sport in their lives for their mental and physical well-being. Canada Basketball has committed to doing more with Edmonton. We will be announcing a $10,000 donation from the Canada Basketball Foundation to the newly formed Kids Sport Girls Basketball Scholarship Fund. We're going to increase the number of community engagements when the Canada basketball teams are in town. We're going to continue to be working closely with Edmonton Events to bring dynamic events to Edmonton, showcasing the women's Olympic teams as well as other teams for international events. And we are going to designate Edmonton as the National Training Center for 3x3 development for men and women in high performance development. 3x3 is the newest Olympic sport, and Edmonton is the national leader and has a worldwide reputation as one of the great hosting cities for 3x3 events. 3x3 is easier to get girls to play, easier to teach, introduce, and implement. 3x3 will provide accessibility for youth in schools, on playgrounds, and in events across the city. These additional value offerings will dramatically enhance the relationship between Canada Basketball and the city of Edmonton. Edmonton started way before everyone else in being committed to equity, diversity, and inclusion when the Edmonton Grads dominated the world basketball scene from 1915 to 1940. This is the greatest team of all time. The Grads were traveling the world, filling arenas, winning world and Olympic championships while representing our city and nation at a time when such opportunities for women were almost non-existent. We continue that legacy with our partnership with Canada Basketball Women's Olympic Team, being the national home of 3x3 and the additional opportunities being offered. Let us continue to build greater self-esteem to empower girls, young women, new Canadians, First Nations community, and disadvantaged youth across our city. And we are asking you to renew this special agreement and see how many more will be inspired to pursue their dreams. I also want to ask for council support on the proposal from Alberta Basketball, Volleyball, and Athletics on the vision to utilize the Expo Center as a sports destination facility for greater access being offered to youth on the north side and the entire city, as well as a Center for Sports Excellence. This partnership will attract and foster multiple large-scale sporting events to come to Edmonton to help diversify and grow our economy and substantially increase the sports tourism and participation impacts. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share this message with you today.
Thank you, Paul. We'll come back to the panel for questions from city council members. After the break, we'll be back at 4:05. How many additional panel members do we have for the third panel?
15.
15? Okay, good. Thank you.
Hello again.
Councillor Stevenson,
Hello.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
Councillor Tang,
Hello, hello.
I am here, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford, she is here. Councillor Rutherford?
I'm here, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton, you're there, good. Councillor
Hello.
Rutherford is here, Councillor Salvador, Councillor Cartmel. Good afternoon. Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans, are you there too? Oh, okay, we'll wait for, Councillor Jans will join us when he joins us. Okay, questions to the panelists. All right, who wants to go first? Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Thanks again for everyone's presentations. Appreciate you sticking it out and providing the information that you have. My questions, first of all, are for Paul Sir. Mr. Sir, thanks for your presentation today. So I just want to try and tie a few things together. We do have in our budget package a, I believe, well, we talked about it this morning anyway. I'm not sure if it's funded yet or not, but a package that would see renovations to the old part of the Expo Center, what we used to call the Agricom.
What are you thinking?
Maybe if anyone could just
It's going to go till 5:30?
Councillor Hamilton,
Sarah.
can you turn it, got it, she's off.
Councillor Hamilton.
So we have some discussion around doing some renovations to the Expo Center, Mr. Sir, and I guess just to confirm, that is, first of all, a trade and exposition space, but we're using those older halls for athletics, for volleyball, for basketball, and we're activating those halls almost like a bit of a North End Saville Center. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, Councillor Cartmel. The three sports that I mentioned in my presentation, volleyball, athletics, and basketball, were in Hall C for a number of months, or Hall E rather, for a number of months, running programs at that time, then had to disassemble for Farm Fair, and now we are back in Hall H with athletics, volleyball, basketball, featuring 3x3, and then also a group called Pivotal Physiotherapy. And what we are hoping to demonstrate to the city is how we can utilize this space in Expo, which does remain empty for portions of the year, and show how we can activate that space, existing space, large cavernous space, in a manner that will be great for the community and also for sports tourism. So yes, it is like a Saville Center concept to bring programming, both individual sport and multi-sport, to young people, to people of all ages, really, as
Right.
well as draw in sports tournament tourism events, rather.
Right, so bringing those, super large tournament events that bring, 300, 400, 500 teams at a time to Edmonton and all the economic activity that goes with it. And right now today, Paul, those agreements are essentially between the various sports organizations and Explore Edmonton. There's not really a City of Edmonton component to those things. Am I right or am I wrong there?
That is correct.
So these ongoing programs would activate this building that we're about to sink a lot of money into, it would seem, and provide, a lot more programming days in that building. It's a bit of a partnership in a way. That we're helping, maintain the building, and the sports groups are trying to activate that building. And one of those being basketball. And so between the sponsorship agreement with the women's basketball team, national basketball team, and the 3x3 Center of Excellence, we are seeing those organizations bring their players and providing that aspirational inspirational activity that sees our youth get excited about playing these sports. Is that essentially the goal?
100% the goal, Councillor Cartmel. What we, I think, have seen demonstrated over the 9 years of the agreement, 8 years of the teams from the Canada Basketball Women's National Team being in Edmonton, we've been able to quantify the results, the participation numbers, et cetera, in our reporting to the city. We want to continue building on that, and by taking a location like the Saville, like the Expo Center rather, and being able to activate it without a huge infrastructure push to build new structures, but rather use existing structures in down times, That's what we believe is the magic of this, bringing young people in from the north side who need more space to activate in this with basketball,
Right.
to introduce 3x3, et cetera. So yes, your question's right on point.
Sorry, Paul, I'm short on time.
My apologies.
That sponsorship deal would see, of the $500,000 per year for 3 years leading to the next Olympics, would see $200,000 of that held in abeyance, essentially, when Canada Basketball would bring some of those bigger events to the city.
Correct.
Right, and $50,000 goes to the programs that you described for Alberta Basketball.
Correct.
And I don't know if Stephen is there, but in my last few seconds, perhaps, Stephen, you can speak to the sports tourism perspective that the triathlon group brings to the city and why Coronation Rec Center is a good part of that. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. So the World Triathlon's been running in the city for over 20 years, and I think councillors and the community is mostly familiar with the tourism aspect, economic impact of those events. Our recent World Championships in August, as a tremendously scaled down event from what was originally planned, still provided an almost $13 million economic impact for the community. And we know that specifically with the building of this facility, let alone the recreation side, on the sports side, a Category 1 cycling track and indoor triathlon center would be able to host World Championship events, World Cup events, and even major games events. And we know those World Cup level events bring on average $6 to $8 million with economic impact with them. And World Championships typically in a non-COVID year are $20 to $35 million with economic impact.
Good. Thank you so much. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks so much for being with us, everybody. My first question is for Klaas Rodenberg with Energy Transition. Is Klaas with us still?
I am.
Fantastic. Yeah, so you did mention that we're kind of at an inflection point and that we can't keep dabbling. We have to really be taking bold action to scale up. And we need to start now. So I guess I'm just wondering, is there something that you think we should be doing that is not being done immediately? It feels like we're a little bit in this in-between mode while we're waiting for carbon budget and accounting to kick in so that can help inform our decisions. But is there anything that you could speak to in that regard?
Well, I guess the big thing here is I don't want to get into little tactics and that sort of thing moving forward. As the presentation said, it's going to be a process that's going to get going. My purpose, along with Camille, was to make sure that you kept this in mind with all your decisions as you move forward. And the carbon accounting system is one of the main tools for us to keep process on. There are a number of pilot projects and little things that are available that are probably beyond us talking about here, but we do have a meeting with the council on Thursday where we can get into more details in terms of what we are doing, what further could be done, and where the priorities might be set by council.
Great, thank you very much for that. And next question is for, let's see, well, it's for End Poverty Edmonton. I guess whoever wants to jump in to speak to this, maybe Cheryl Whiskey Jack, but just trying to get a really good handle on, I guess, what exactly the additional ask is in terms of funding. I know that there's essentially an ask for more than what was outlined in the unfunded package. And to that regard, where exactly are those funds going to be going? And if you could speak to how that's going to help further End Poverty Edmonton's mandate, that would be fantastic.
Okay, so we have outlined in the briefing note that we provided to the mayor and council what we were able to cover with the what do you call that, service package, the regular service package that we have been doing. Has areas around livable incomes. The big pockets were in indigenization, collective impact support, evaluation, and engagement. And we're looking to ramp up a number of areas with the funding package that we've submitted for this year. And the areas that we're looking at ramping up, excuse me, are around livable incomes, anti-racism, affordable and quality childcare, doing a bit more work in affordable housing and a bit even more work in indigenization, and really continuing the work we've been doing in collective impact, doing more around evaluation, more around engagement, and really engaging those with lived experience in the coming years. So those are the areas we're looking at ramping up. Areas that we haven't been able to do much in that we're looking at starting to have some impact in around education, transportation, and health services. Hopefully that helps.
It does. Thank you very much. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Well, let's stay with Cheryl Whiskey Jack. I'm just wondering if you can provide an example of how you've been able to pull together organizations to sort of address the systemic issues. I understand there's been some work with PCL going on. Can you maybe expand on that?
Yeah, so with the work with PCL, we have worked with sharing what our work is about and how they can get involved in it. We've connected with Women Building Futures. We've addressed some of the gaps that PCL has had in their struggles they've had to get some manpower into the work that they're doing. And we have connected them to resources in the community that can fill those gaps and get people working in very livable wages to do the work that PCL needs to be done. And then again, around Women Building Futures, for example, we've connected them to that organization to look at diversifying their workforce, and also worked at strategies to keep women employed in that workforce as well. Because one of the things that we were hearing was that women were able to get jobs there, but weren't sticking around very long, excuse me, just because that they felt very different from the rest of the crew and didn't feel a part of the rest of the crew. So we were able to work with both of them to be able to create some feelings of inclusion on those workforce teams there.
Okay, thank you very much. So it shows, I think, that it's working. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, these are just the abilities we're able to use with the connections that we have at the Stewardship Roundtable and those with engaged people in the business community to address issues that companies are having, getting skilled workforces to be able to do the jobs that are needing to be done, and connecting them to organizations in the community that are trying to do the same thing. So it's really just about bringing them together.
Excellent. Thank you very much. My next question is for Linda Rolt with the Little Bits Therapeutic Riding. Just by the name, is it just for children or is it for adults with disabilities as well?
Linda, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Sorry. So yes, we do have adults in our program. The youngest we can start a rider is 3 years old, according to the medical community. And we has a rider who was in his 80s who rode with us for a number of years. And he was a post-polio, recovered from post-polio. So yes, we do have adults.
Okay, so it does run the gamut, it sounds like. Okay, thank you. And I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. That's amazing. Councillor Principe.
Thank you. My question, first of all, is for Cheryl Whiskey Jack. So I noticed that all the speakers with End Poverty Edmonton, there was a kind of a common theme about the policy making, not just a request for funding. So for the policy making, and I know that Councillor Salvador, touched on this a bit. Was that what you were talking about with a livable income and affordable housing? Is that the policy making you were referring to?
Yeah, so we're looking at really engaging those big bucket areas that have a lot of reach and ripples. And so those areas around policies that impact people, that keep people in poverty, yeah, so those are the areas that we're really focused on and putting a lot of our energy into.
Okay, great, thank you. And Rocky, I have a question for you. You had mentioned, or someone had mentioned about Indigenous-owned businesses, less than 1% of the businesses. And I was just wondering if there's like a youth involvement, if we've, really tried to encourage youth to maybe like almost like a junior achievement type to encourage them to go in the business aspect?
Yeah, good question. It really truly takes a lot of organizations within that business ecosystem. We don't, Access doesn't particularly focus on program delivery per se. However, we have members and partners that work in that junior achievement space with specific focus on Indigenous youth. They have in the past. Also, there are youth camps, entrepreneur camps that happen that we've supported and have donated proceeds from our golf tournament to. So we do have a real eclectic view on business, and definitely realize that it's about sowing seeds, right, and planting those seeds and nurturing the community.
Okay, great, thank you. And Nicola, you were talking about the funding, but also that you wanted to, you were requesting just to wait one more year. Is that right? For the rehab for Heritage? Or
Yeah.
sorry, not, Heritage Park.
Mostly for all of the organizations that are in that park. Most of us haven't been able to program within there since the pandemic started in 2020. And our revenues are low. And from the funding sources that we currently have and the funding sources that I've reached out to within the local municipality here in Edmonton, there isn't much funding to help with this specific move. Now, we have, back in 2019, Civic Events had discussed, is this a potential move for 3 years or is this a permanent move? That conversation has now left the table, and what it is where are you going and how are you paying for it? Now, there was a report that was presented, I believe, a couple years back that the City Council approved that 50% of our civic costs have been covered, which would be enacted if we moved into an open park space. But there is still a large infrastructure cost that isn't available anywhere else in Edmonton because the tent alone will be somewhere over $100,000 just to put up. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Hi, thank you so much, and thanks to all the speakers for sharing information about their work. It's always inspiring to hear all of the great things that are happening in our city. I just had a question for folks from End Poverty Edmonton. So, Ms. Whiskey-Jack, I know you've been put on the spot a few times, but I was just wondering if you could talk me through a little bit more about the relationship with the community development company. In terms of those operating dollars being shared, what's the overlap there? I hadn't realized that there was such a close working relationship between the two organizations right now.
I'd like to see if anybody else from our delegation would take that question. I'm not sure who all's still in the room.
I see a couple of people who would like to take that question.
I'm just not.
You're the star of the show today, Cheryl. You're the star. You're star of the show
Cheryl,
today.
do you want me?
Lusenia, you want to answer that?
Lusenia, that'd be great.
Okay.
So the Edmonton Community Development Corporation was actually one of the actions under the End Poverty Implementation Roadmap. And so with the resources that we got for the first 5 years, it actually led to the creation of the Edmonton Development Company. So it has spun off from the from End Poverty Edmonton as an organizational entity. So they're autonomous, they're an independent autonomous company, but because their work is also around ending poverty, so even now we have a relationship with them, primarily because they were part of the entire, the 30-year end poverty Edmonton strategy. So so they still work very closely with us, but they have formed their own company.
Okay, and so would some of the operational dollars we approve, would that be supporting their organization as well, or that would be separate?
Yes, it would go to the ECDC.
Yeah, we're looking at about 280K for that.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
Great. And then I just wanted to speak to one of the delegation from Axis, whoever would like to respond. Really excited to hear about the work that you're doing. In addition to the grants that and funding that the city is providing, is there anything else we can do as an organization to make it easier for your members to do business with us, to do business with the city?
I can take that question if I might. Access is working alongside the city on the Indigenous procurement strategy. We were part of that committee that sort of looked at that whole process and came up with some suggestions and ideas that I understand are now being formulated into a strategy document that should be soon placed in front of council for review. We feel that there is much that can be done to streamline, improve, and provide assistance to those entrepreneurs. It is a daunting task, and I think oftentimes the entrepreneurs just simply give up without having the support to help them through. So we are looking forward to playing a significant role when that is ready to be rolled out and improved.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Those are all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. My first question is for Stephen Bordeaux. Is he still on the line? I know he was at the casino.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Thank you. Can you speak a little bit to the partnership commitment that has been created around the development of the Coronation Rec Center? And can then you talk about, from a partner's perspective, the impact if this was deferred or delayed?
Yeah, so the sport partner groups, cycling and triathlon community, have come to the table and provided our services to raise $4 million from the greater Edmonton community to go towards the operations of this center. And our two groups have already raised over $850,000 for the center, which we're willing to write a check tomorrow if the commitment is made to move forward with the building. What it means for a delay is I mentioned in my speaking notes that there's the inflationary cost that we've seen over the last 6 years of delay of this project has amounted to almost $40 million in delays. And then there's sort of the softer side, which our organizations, we formed a committee of members from the community leaders that are willing to move forward and push forward the philanthropic work that needs to be done, and our commitments from our side, from sport, from a provincial and national level. And we're afraid that if it gets delayed, all those people and all that momentum is going to go away, and we're going to have to start again. And we would hate to be in a position to further delay the project from our side because we've been committed for over a decade now.
Great, thank you very much. My next question is for Arun. You mentioned about, is Arun still on the line?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, perfect. You mentioned about social issues not separate from business issues. And so I wanted to ask, how is End Poverty involving all sectors, including business, and what, if any, financial contributions are businesses making to the work of ending poverty?
Thank you for the question. I think the role of End Poverty Edmonton is to inform businesses on issues such as the benefits of paying a living wage, the benefits to the business in terms of attracting and retaining employees, in addition to being the right thing to do. And I think there is a gap there right now. If you asked business owners, say in the small business sector, on what's the benefit of a living wage, I'm not sure most of them would even know what the concept was and what the benefits were. So I think there are areas like that. There would be areas like social procurement that aren't well understood by business in terms of diversity, equity, and inclusiveness, and the importance of those issues in society. I don't think that's well understood in business, and the benefits to business of increasing their workforce by adopting those policies. And I think indigenization, I think many businesses would say, yes, we need to do it, but how? I think that is the biggest link, Councillor, between EPE's work and the business community. In terms of funding, there wouldn't be direct funding from businesses, but if they adopt some of these programs, a lot of the costs of implementing diversity initiatives, inclusiveness initiatives, for example, for implementing social procurement within their businesses would be borne by those businesses. But you need something to kind of get that, you need something to be a catalyst to start the change process and businesses thinking on these issues, and that would be the important role Poverty Edmonton would play.
Okay, because I'll follow up with a subsequent question, because, you know, for comprehensive change initiatives, collective impact, whatever you want to call it, you really do need to involve all sectors. So when I hear that we're only informing business and not seeing them as a key catalyst in change and in contributing funds, energy, resources to the solution, that is concerning to me, that we're relying on the city for that funding and not being innovative in our approach to that holistically. So can you correct me if my understanding is wrong on that?
You raise a very good point, and I see we're out of time, but a couple quick thoughts. I think there are groups like the Edmonton Chamber of Commerce, where there is an organization consisting of businesses that maybe would weigh into this. I can't speak for them, but I would think if we were looking for direct support, that might be one area. But when you're talking about thousands of small businesses, like 94% of Edmonton businesses would be small businesses, there would be thousands of them. And I'm not sure there's a practical way to levy each one of those, or I guess there could be a fee charge for services that might be provided, might be an avenue, but I don't know there's a practical way to tax those businesses to allocate money towards poverty, for example, beyond general taxation.
Thank you.
And I'm not talking about taxes. I
No,
just
no.
want to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, and thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Rice.
Thank you for all the speakers, and for me it's so important and to ensure your voice be heard properly. I have 3 questions. The first question is to Sports Center and Mr. Alexson. So from your presentation, are you still there? Mr.
Sheldon, are you still there? No, I don't think he is.
Okay, so then I move to my next question. So my next question is to ending poverty Edmonton. So I really like the quotes or the words you said, and then people more than numbers. I do believe that is our fundamental value in our country and in our city. That is why so many immigrants and take this country, call this country to their home, and include myself. So thank you for that. And then specifically, this question is to Professor May Yan. And so it's so glad to hear and you talk about the policy change, and specifically you mentioned about systematical approach and to address this social issue. I do believe, and for our social responsibility, and from 3 levels and 3 orders of government to share this social responsibility. So my question is about, I would help me understand more about this systematic approach. What is our city's role and in this systematic approach? And specifically, what supports very specific from city and is different from like provincial and the federal government? So thank you for that.
Yeah, that's a multi-pronged question. Thank you. It is, I guess the best way to understand the work is to juxtapose it against what many people on today's call have been talking about. They are not-for-profits providing a service to clients that are struggling, and they do this on a day-to-day basis and do it well and are seeking funding for that support. What End Poverty Edmonton does is convene. It is not a not-for-profit that has to say this is how many people we helped at the end of the day. It convenes all of those players who are instrumental in ending poverty, whether it be the business sector, and we do work directly with industry and business. And we bring all of the people into the room. We gather those people and we say, okay, you're struggling with this, I'm struggling with that, you're struggling with this. How do we articulate those barriers? How do we break down those barriers? What are the assumptions underlying everything that we do? What are the policies that we need to target to say, okay, if we just provide English language training on a construction site where they don't have to take their exam, it's a safety issue on a construction site if you're English, if you're struggling with English. We bring in NATE, we bring in the construction industry, we bring in all of the players that are so desperately trying to get newcomers into the workforce and are doing it with the best intention. We bring those players together and say, okay, what do we need to do to address this issue?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you for your answer. And then, so I may follow up and for my subsequent questions for that. And so I have another question specific to Mr. Akis. And so in the presentation, there is one page specifically talk about the operating budget for this organization. So I noticed there in total $44,000 and used for not our events and for your organization events, specific conference and mix and mingling and special events. My question is, this $44,000 is under the grant and supported and from city or not? And so I know it's including under your operating budget. Can you talk about a little bit more about that?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Rice, for the question. The costs are offset in part by the City of Edmonton funding. The funding is consisting of, as you can see, membership revenues, special event revenues, and event sponsors. So there's no direct tie between a revenue source and a cost. All of our revenues go into the pot, and then all of our costs get paid out of that pot. So there's not a direct link specifically to revenues and costs necessarily.
So it's not a direct link and between the grants from city and to this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Well, another very enlightening panel. Thank you, everyone. I'll start with Nicolas. I'll just, brief answers will be great. So to help me understand, Free Will offers free access of theater to the public. Yes?
So we, on Tuesdays and Saturdays, they're pay what you wills. So we've allowed, there's an individual who came with like 30 cents and he was able to come see the show. And then on Sundays, it's student-free Sundays or at a discounted price.
And so if the city is asking you to provide a business plan and more, I guess, funding strategy, do you feel that goal to make theater very accessible will be jeopardized?
Yes, I do think that was the sad part about our meeting with Civic Events was our median average ticket price when you include all our pay what you wills brings us down to $17 rather than $35. If we got rid of all of those and we offered just $35, we would bring our revenue up to $420,000 and we could cover that cost, but that is something we don't want to get rid of.
And do you feel there's many other theater organizations in the city that can match the level of service that you're providing?
No, we are the only
Okay,
professional
thank you.
theater in Edmonton
Thank
that
you.
provides theater for $35.
Thank you so much. To the Access delegation, Mr. Sinclair, perhaps, how long have you been around? As an organization, sorry.
Since time immemorial.
As an organization,
I won't take it personal. 2013.
2013, and
Yes.
you've been a volunteer-run organization during that whole time until this budget ask.
Exactly. We've
Great.
been meeting monthly and putting a lot of hard work in, all volunteers, and doing it since inception.
And in terms of your 4 priority areas and in terms of this funding, do you have or are you currently developing some kind of evaluation framework with the city just to track your progress? For example, you have mentioned 1% of Indigenous-owned businesses. I think that's in Alberta. Do you have like a goal of maybe increase that to X number?
It's not something specific. I may defer this to Marnie to speak to. We're following up with a strategic planning session once we confirm whether we're able to continue our good work. And I think at that time we'll set some metrics on how we might be able to move the needle. But it's a daunting task.
Absolutely.
And we try what we can to make some progress, but it is difficult.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, that's great. Thank you. I just wanted to see kind of that this is kind of in motion. I guess I'll go to the EPE delegation right now. First with Ms. Whiskey Jack. Really nice to hear you speak, Cheryl. And I'm curious with some of your other funders, with United Way, which I'm cognizant is in kind, and also with the Community Foundation, are they still at the same level of co-investment? And has there been any progress done in seeking other co-investors in the past few years?
They are still involved in the same way, and there hasn't been. So it's the same funders at the table.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I have a minute and a half left. I'll go to Dr. Mayen about evaluation. Of course, this is really of a strong interest for myself, certainly. Are you the team that does evaluating the outcomes for End Poverty? And will you continue to do that work with this next, I guess, iteration?
Yeah, so the service package actually supports a research and evaluation coordinator for EPE. So Sarah Barbara is in-house and she is the keeper of the evaluation. What our team does is support her in collecting data for that, for the evaluation. So we are applying for grants to the networks that we can access monies for through the university to keep the research part of EPE going. But Sarah, who's funded through the service package, is responsible for the evaluation.
I see. And certainly one of the things we've heard in your latest evaluation report is a huge challenge around evaluating poverty elimination. Can you speak just a little bit to that in the last 20 seconds?
Yeah, well, you can imagine. I know you have a background in this, Karen. So just because it is so systemic, so rooted in every sector we have in our city and in our society, it's difficult to say this is going to be the outcome, and in a quantitative format as well. So, but we do have an evaluation plan, and we have a research plan to accompany that we are comfortable providing the evidence for.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Can you take the chair?
Taken.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that approach on systemic or system-wide change and policy that the work that End Poverty Edmonton is doing, and question to probably to Professor Mayen. One thing that I'm struggling with is that you can't really eliminate poverty until you tackle issues of around homelessness, mental health, addiction. And many people have many ideas how to intervene on those. And they want to act on those ideas without actually understanding how the system-wide change is necessary, right? So I'm struggling with that too, right? I have certain ideas, other people have certain ideas. So is this the kind of work that End Poverty Edmonton would do and lead, and how you work with city on that? Like what we need to do in a holistic, system-wide way to tackle these issues?
Yeah, well, I think one of the things that my team has supported End Poverty with is to go and always, before we walk into a room and suggest anything, we've done a review of what is called the scholarly literature, but also the gray literature. What have people been doing out there that works? Whether it's in the development south or in Los Angeles. So we do a lot of homework and review on. Well, if that's worked there, maybe it might just work in Edmonton. We might be able to hone that for Edmonton. So we spend a lot of time learning about what other people do, what other jurisdictions do inside and outside of Canada. And so before we make any decisions, we are pretty darn comfortable trying something because we know it's kind of worked somewhere else. And so, yes, you take the advice, you take the knowledge that we have within our city, within the organizations that we work with, and you match that with what we think might work based on literature, and we go from there. And I guess that's the gift of End Poverty Edmonton, is that they have the gift of trying something that other organizations can't. Let's give this a try. Let's get out there and bring these people together and try. And we also have the ability to advocate, which a lot of other people, because of political reasons, can't put themselves in that space because they will become vulnerable. And we are able to take that advocacy role and speak what we're learning and correct ourselves when we make a mistake.
Good. I absolutely would love to interact more and learn more, because this is something that we are really grappling with. I don't know what the solutions are yet, right? But we would absolutely need more of a coordinated approach to this, and if the role that End Poverty and our housing folks can play, help us craft a path forward on that. So thank you for your work, absolutely. Folks to Rocky, you're looking for long-term funding, right? You've been having ad hoc funding year to year, but this gives you 3-year funding if this proposal is approved.
Yes.
And obviously, hopefully that will lead to more long-term sustainable.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
That you're needing. Okay, cool. And I'm sorry to hear your frustrations on the festival, Nicola, and we'll ask those questions. I don't know what I really don't know what's going on, but we will definitely find the answers to. Thanks. Okay, cool. Councillor Paquette. I'll take the chair back. And Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, everyone, for coming out to share your wisdom with us today. Listening very closely, it sounds like every organization who is represented today, although you may have different ultimate goals, when you look at it, it is all the things that we're working on to make our city livable, and to make our city an attractive place, and to make our city an equitable and prosperous place. So thank you for that. I can see the interrelations very clearly. So I kind of want to speak about that. Maybe I'll talk to Cheryl first. But so when we're talking about all these different approaches to ending poverty, EPE already came up with a roadmap and already has a number of things listed that have to be done. So obviously, a lot of those things aren't happening. And I'm just wondering if there is a way to consolidate that information into less, like, I can't remember how many points it is. 90 some? Is that right?
90 some.
Calls, like for the End Poverty Report roadmap, calls to action, to end
Oh,
poverty?
yeah, no, it's not that many.
I can't remember, actually. I'm getting
No,
it
it's
confused with
not
other calls
90,
to
it's
action.
not 90, I know that.
Yeah.
But you're right, it is sort of,
But it's quite a bit. But so is there a way to consolidate that in a way that also shows which are federal, provincial, and municipal responsibilities and where they overlap? Because I think that would really help us to move that needle forward so that we're not talking over each other's heads. We're actually all on the same page.
yeah. There is, and we are looking at the game changers and prioritizing those. And definitely a lot of the things that we're doing fall into provincial jurisdiction. But, we're working at having those relationships with people in those ministries, whether they be provincial or federal. And certainly with the city on some of the things that we're doing here and really trying to leverage ourselves as best as we can. We've also, I think in the last few years, really been focusing on areas of opportunity. And so although the original plan was very broad in scope and it identified a lot of different areas that we hope to have impact on, life happens and things present themselves, and we grabbed onto those opportunities as they became, right in front of us. And so, and we have started to have some momentum in those, and we want to keep having some momentum in them.
Right. So I agreed. I'm just trying to think about how we can move forward. We've got all these people at the table right now talking about similar issues about affordability or about being able to provide services to people. And I guess the thing that I'm wondering is if we can get that clear demarcation of responsibilities and what the issues are. I mean, what you're doing and what Rocky is doing and Access, it's all interrelated. It all combines. And one of the things I worry about, I guess, is that we are operating from a poverty mindset in funding your activities. And if we're operating from a poverty mindset, that means that we're not having an overall arching goal. And then we get Chamber of Commerce in saying, oh, but keep taxes low. But what if with a judicial increase of taxes, with a judicial use of funds, with having people at the table and having governments at the table understanding what their responsibilities are, we move forward that way. And by doing so, save ourselves years and decades of grief, save lives, give potential to people, help our local economy, help people. And I'm just like wondering why we haven't done that before. Why are we not having that conversation? And is that what End Poverty Edmonton intends to do in the next 4 years?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a number of different people at the table, and then we have people that aren't at the table that we are all connected to within that table. And so I think the ability for us to have ripples go out further than the usual suspects, if you will, that's what we bring to the table, is the ability to make the influence we have go as far as it can and implicate and involve a number of different systems and moving parts at the same time. It's a very diverse group. Everybody has an area of expertise and connection, and that's what we try to maximize, is the ability to use those and pull levers and get into rooms.
Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you so much.
Well,
thank
I'm out
you,
of time,
Aaron.
so thank you, and I apologize for the because apparently some truck outside must know that there's urgency here.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you so much. Absolutely. We'll follow. We are through the second round. Everyone, thank you so much for being here today and your contributions to this. And I would love to follow up with End Poverty and Councillor Paquette on all these questions. We will absolutely do that together. Cool. Okay, we are going to go into our next panel. See you guys. Okay, can I get the, do I have a new list or should I go through the?
Yeah, there should be one there for you.
give you this back, so I'm not confusing all these lists. Okay, our third panel, Andrew Ritchie. Are you there, Andrew?
Here? Yep, I'm here.
Hi, Kachima.
I'm here.
Go. Louis Cardinal? Louis not there? Louis there?
I'm here, yep.
Okay, good. Louis, you're there. Ricardo Casanova?
I'm here.
Okay, Janine Fraser? Janine, are you there? Nope. Janine is there? Oh, Janine, you're there? Okay. Sarah Schulman? Sarah, are you there? Okay. Herman, Sarah's there too? Okay. Herman Huang? Kenling? No, I'm gonna do my. Quinn Doll? No. No. Katie Sirota? Oh, please, if somebody has their, please mute yourself. Thank you. Katie Sirota? No. William Tooley? William? William, are you there?
He's there.
Okay, got it. And Aman Sajan E. Pesov? Aman? Don't know yet. Benita McBrien.
I'm here. I'm wondering if I could go right after Sarah Schulman, just because we're speaking on the same service package.
Is that possible?
It's not.
It's not possible.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
Benita.
No worries.
Robert Rohatton. Robert, are you there? Oh, here you are, Robert. You've been waiting all day. Jim Gibbons. Jim is there too. Go. And Jennifer Long. Jennifer, are you there?
I'm here.
Good. Thank you. So I'll go with first speaker is Andrew Ritchie.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Andrew Ritchie, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Board of Paths for People, a local nonprofit focused on safer, more livable streets in our communities. This supplemental budget adjustment represents the final bit of tweaking we will make to a multi-year budget set in place several years ago, and a lot has changed since that time. And we believe it is important to advocate to City Council to ensure that the priorities represented in the budget reflect the values and goals of Edmontonians have, and for how we're going to build and operate our city. We can have great plans, policies, and strategies for our city, but they will do nothing more than sit on a shelf unless we put our money where our mouth is. We know that the budget adjustment process is not the opportunity for a fundamental rethink or for huge alterations. We look forward to the 2023 to 2026 budgeting process that will start in the coming months, as this represents the opportunity to ensure that the big goals Edmontonians have regarding 15-minute communities and safer, more livable streets can be fully realized. For this year's budget adjustment, we are glad to celebrate many important pieces that have been retained or added onto based on previous council direction and community support. The Speed Limit Reduction Service Package 2021 funding has been pivotal in ensuring that all users of our streets and roads understand the importance of driving safely through our community. Providing resourcing for the Energy Transition Community Investment / Programming will be a key way to prepare our community as we mitigate the impacts of and adapt to the climate crisis. We know that inducing mode shift and encouraging active transportation is one key part of a greater puzzle of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And budget line items like countering hate-motivated violence with Reach Edmonton are really important. Safe and livable streets are streets that are free from hate and prejudice, streets where everyone feels safe and welcome to walk as they are. And on that last point, it will be important to amplify work focused on social justice and safer, more inclusive neighborhoods. We care about these projects because we want our streets, sidewalks, and bike lanes to be safe places for everyone. Initiatives like End Poverty Edmonton and Recover are vital ways to support the community well-being and ensure that we care for the most marginalized within our community, who often have nowhere to go but the streets. We advocate to council that these initiatives focus on ending poverty and increasing community well-being so that we can build more inclusive communities. So I just want to thank you for your time, and we can answer any questions you may have for us after all the presentations.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Heike Chima, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heike, and I'm here also to speak on behalf of the Board of Paths for People. We're always excited to come out in support of major planning documents like the city plan or the bike plan. But we know it's more critical to come and talk to council about our budget. How we spend our money best exemplifies what we want our city to look like. There are many important things that this budget does that reflects a positive vision for the future of our city. The use of carbon budgeting and accounting framework is an important way to ensure that our city becomes more resilient and sustainable as the impacts of climate crisis worsen. The use of GBA Plus analysis helps ensure our investments reflect the city's priorities of becoming a more inclusive city that works better for everyone. We want these tools even more fully integrated within the upcoming 2023-2026 budgeting process, along with prioritizing investments to reflect the goals we have set for ourselves in the city plan. When we look at future capital projects to invest in, we need to start thinking outside of the box with how we achieve savings. Building new infrastructure that is primarily focused on moving vehicles is expensive and works against the goals we have in reducing greenhouse emissions and supporting mode shift to transit or active transportation. When we see bridge renewal projects like Dungan or Gulnora, we see opportunities to build less road right-of-way while expanding walking, rolling, and cycling options. When we think about something like the William Horlick Park rehabilitation, we scratch our heads at reinvesting in a perimeter road when we could just not build one at all and instead build walking and rolling infrastructure that supports everyone in moving through the city. When we're thinking about the Main Street renewal, like on White Avenue, we think it's important to prioritize public right-of-way for personal space to better support the businesses and community organizations who bring that space to life and make for a more vibrant urban core in Edmonton. These may be bigger ideas that we can better confront in 2023 to 2026 budget. So in the interim, we have more ideas for low cost and high impact projects. Opening up the 102 Avenue to people by converting a vehicle lane into a pedestrian plaza would open up opportunities to reignite our downtown and attract people to using transit. By doing so, we can reduce wear and tear on our infrastructure due to the elimination of vehicle traffic. We know this is the subject of an upcoming notice of motion, and we would encourage all of you to support it and find ways to overcome any obstacles that may come up through the process. Funding neighborhood renewal has been a key way to ensure that we have better infrastructure built for people walking, rolling, and cycling through the neighborhood in a smart and strategic way. With the ongoing implementation of the bike plan and the city plan, we encourage administration to be more bold in the infrastructure decisions we make through these projects to ensure that we actually achieve the goals we want to achieve in having all ages and abilities cycling infrastructure that works in all seasons and for all the right reasons. Vision Zero Street Labs also present a huge opportunity to give Edmontonians more agency over their streets in a low cost and high impact way. Many of us want our streets to look different so that they're safer and more vibrant. Simple tactical changes through street labs are a great way to communicate to our neighbors who may still be unsure about this, that changing the way our streets work is not only possible but also positive. If there's a way to fund more adequately in the upcoming year, we would support it. Increasing funding for this program would greatly support many Edmontonians across our city who are passionate about safer and more livable streets. We understand that there are many difficult budgetary decisions to make this year, and we hope that through prioritization and alignment with our goals for the next budget will be easier. We thank you for your time and can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Louis Cardinal.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm very honored to do a presentation to you all on the Kitchi-Aski Sacred Land Project. But before I start, it's always a part of our tradition to ensure that we acknowledge and honor the people who have helped make this happen and are turning it into a reality. First is Dr. Alan Benson, Robin Scott, and David Faber of Native Counseling Services of Alberta, the previous mayors and councillors who continuously supported this on this project, the Alberta Chiefs Roundtable on Education through the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center's Chiefs Steering Committee, the IKWC Board of Directors, and the IKW staff, and the leadership of the CEO here, Mr. Clayton Kootenay, who sends his regards. He couldn't make the presentation today. He's not feeling well at all, so I stepped in. The Indigenous Relations Office has been a very important partner in us moving things forward, and of course, many city departments and offices that have helped us move things along as well. And now I extend my gratitude and acknowledgement to you, Mayor Sohi, and the new City Council and the work that you guys are all about to engage in. In 2006, we had a vision, we being the Indigenous Elders Cultural Resource Circle Society, led then by Elder Will Campbell. So imagine a teenager standing on the LRT platform in Churchill Station with a rolled up towel under the arm, waiting for the LRT, and a person standing next to the teenager looks at him and his towel and asks, "Going swimming?" And he goes, "No, we're going down to Kitchi-Aski. I'm going to participate in a sweat, and I'm bringing my mom and my sister, and hopefully they can meet some elders down there." So Kitchi-Aski Sacred Land has been a dream for many Indigenous elders and community members in Edmonton for almost a generation. And now I can say we're almost there. No longer will we have to be the only people who have to leave the city to do our ceremonies. So we're asking for support in our supplemental request to help us complete all of phase 1. And think of it not as an expense, but rather as an investment. Good health and good relations save people, strengthens communities, and in the long run, saves money. Kitchi-Aski is not only for Indigenous peoples, but includes access by interested Edmontonians who want to learn more about Indigenous peoples and gain new knowledge and understanding, develop good relations, and learn from each other. Kitchi-Aski is a partnership, and it's a bold act of reconciliation. It's become a strong and good relationship, built carefully over the years, and now continues with the Indigenous Knowledge and Wisdom Center and continues with the City of Edmonton. This partnership carries with it the spirit and foundational elements of Crown Indigenous treaties, which are peace, friendship, and respect. So Kitchi-Aski Sacred Land Project is unique. It's a central and urban land area for Indigenous cultural activities within the City of Edmonton and surrounding region, and is guided by an 8-member Kitchi-Aski Elders Council since 2016. It's a place where Indigenous cultures can practice ceremonies and the transference of teachings and knowledge. An accessible place where urban Indigenous youth and families can access cultural resources and respected elders and knowledge keepers for healing and learning. Also, a place where Edmontonians can learn about the traditions and history of Indigenous people. It's a place to engage respectfully. It's a site to reestablish relationship and the connection to land within the city, guided by Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers. As well, a location which provides a clean and natural space for land-based education and special gatherings. Kichi-Aski is the first urban Indigenous cultural and ceremonial grounds in Canada. And we pray what we do here in Edmonton will inspire other cities to do the same. And I can say this, Canada is taking notice, and our very patient community is waiting to celebrate this good work. I'm grateful for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Louis. Ricardo Casanova.
Hi, thank you.
Go ahead, Ricardo.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. As many of you know, I'm a very active person in the soccer community. So I started YG Soccer Society many years ago, and it started because I had my young son. We went to the Meadows Recreation Center. Long story short, I was told by the city that the template for rec centers did not include providing services to the 44% of all children, and there was no demand for soccer facilities in our communities. A small and admittedly anecdotal survey of neighbors showed 28 out of 30 families in the area play soccer and felt the rec center did not meet their needs. The pandemic has created an urgency not seen before. It is documented that the disproportionately impacted group in sport is racialized females. A report by Canadian Women in Sport, the E-Alliance, and Canadian Jumpstart has identified that 1 in 4 girls will not return to sports. A major challenge for delivery of sport programming is access to facilities. With 40,000 kids in soccer, it is the largest sport for participation, and particularly among marginalized communities, including BIPOC, female, and low income, and arguably the least supported with funds and lip service. I have confidence this new council will recognize this and acknowledge accordingly. The World Cup qualifying display that we demonstrated as a city showed our renewed commitment to the world's game and Edmontonians' willingness to support world-class events. And I expect our new council will follow suit. With that, we need support for facilities such as the A1 facility, because it is the foundation upon which our children require, regardless of sport. I think that there is a clear connection between children being able to access sport and soccer and racial inequality. So I will mention as well, because of my my role with Edmonton Culture, I will mention that one of the things that causes our young people the most anxiety in their lives, for which participation in sports is a tool to alleviate anxiety, is the climate emergency. We can all see that the very real impacts of this threat in our lives right now. In our project, we're aiming to address inequality for a diverse group of young people. There's a clear connection between racism and the climate emergency, and as it is colonial values between the action that have brought us here. And because racialized communities suffer the greatest consequence for climate change, while the privileged dominant community reap unsustainable comfort benefits. I'm aware of the city's anti-racism advisory committee has declared this connection between racism and the climate emergency a priority, and they speak more to this. And I would like to raise my concern for the carbon accounting portion of the budget. The target of staying within 1.5 degrees by 2050 from the Paris Agreement is badly out of date for what we need now. And the perspective of carbon accounting basically aims to look like it's doing something to end this crisis while we continue the same direction of putting carbon into the atmosphere. Rather, we need to keep carbon in the ground, and we need to follow this Indigenous leadership on this. We need investment city initiatives that commit to keeping carbon in the ground. I hope you can reconsider your approach to the climate emergency and go beyond carbon accounting.
Thank you, Ricardo.
It's just the first step.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you so much for waiting. Next we'll go to Janine Fraser. Janine, go ahead. We can't hear you. Janine, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, we are able to hear you now. Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead now. Yeah.
How about now?
Yes, yes. We can, yeah. No, we can't hear you now again. We'll come back to you, Janine, as you fix your system. I'll go to Sarah Schulman next.
Yes, I'm here. I also have a presentation. I'm not sure how that works.
Go ahead.
Is there slides that I've submitted? I'm not sure how they come up.
Okay, have you submitted those slides?
I have submitted the
beforehand?
slides.
Is that ready to go? Okay.
I'm not sure who on your end coordinates that, but I have submitted them.
Okay, they'll coordinate it. You want to start? Here
Oh,
you go.
great. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for your time. My name is Dr. Sarah Schulman, and I am a guest and settler on Coast Salish territory and the lead of social impact at Inuit Forward. Next slide. We're a social design organization with a big mission to try and turn our social safety nets into trampolines. And over the last 12 years, we've worked alongside cities and governments in New Zealand, Australia, the United Kingdom, and the Netherlands to reimagine social support from the ground up. And since 2017, we've been in deep partnership with the City of Edmonton's Recover Urban Wellbeing Initiative. Next slide. Today, I'm here to register my strong support for Recover and its $250,000 budget ask. Next slide. We are living at a moment of profound disruption with glimmers of transformation. A global pandemic alongside resurgent racial reckoning and reconciliation movements are illuminating the interplay between inequality, colonization, racism, trauma, mental health, and community safety. Next slide. At the same time, the upheaval is also illuminating alternative futures, a future focused not just on economic growth, but on well-being, a future grounded in equality, mutual respect, and connection, and a future where we don't just help each other out in crisis, but where each and every day we see and support each other across lines of difference and grow our capacity for community care. Next slide. Recover is a tried and tested instrument to collaboratively prototype and pursue that alternative future. And in just the last year, we've co-designed and tested 2 new community care and engagement models, SOLAS and Oracle. Next slide. SOLAS is a network of everyday folks who hold space for fellow Edmontonians' grief and loss. We know grief and loss is a significant source of disconnection, contributing to poor mental health, addiction, houselessness, stigma, and shame. And we also know that unequal access to mental health supports puts growing pressure on expensive crisis services. So rather than another professional care model, SOLAS invests in our fellow citizens to be sources of support for one another, strengthening social capital and contributing to community safety and well-being. An early evaluation results show SOLAS meaningfully contributes to healing, increasing people's sense of respect, purpose, and connection. Next slide. Like SOLAS, Oracle invests in everyday Edmontonians to listen to their neighbors' experiences of community safety and well-being. Oracle is a new kind of local infrastructure, first tried in Alberta Avenue, that enables community members who do not typically show up to consultations and who are not well represented in existing data sets to share stories of what shapes their sense of connection and disconnection. It's not an extractive exercise, rather it's relational, as we showed last month when hundreds of community members came along to Nosy Fest to interpret and make sense of their own data and determine for themselves how to measure what matters. Next slide. SOLAS and Oracle are both products of Recover's rigorous social research and development process. Through the use of action research, community outreach, and human-centered design, Recover is demonstrating what it looks like when you listen and learn from people, especially those who have been marginalized, to reframe problems and then co-create, test, tweak, measure, and spread new models of practice. What makes Recover so groundbreaking, and I say this as someone who has worked with lots of cities worldwide, is how Recover is leveraging these methods to pursue individual and community well-being. Next slide. And rather than impose a top-down definition of well-being, Recover's very understanding of well-being is rooted in people's lived experiences. Next slide. So 4 years ago this month, In With Forward began its partnership with Recover by collecting 59 stories of people living on and off the streets. And what we learned really shifted our course. What people most wanted was respect, purpose, and connection. Next slide. That insight, coupled with 3,000 years of Indigenous, Western, and Eastern research and wisdom, led us to our well-being as connection framework and theory of change, and to prototypes like Oracle and SOLAS, which bring that framework and that theory of change to life. Not only are these prototypes ready to grow and affect many more people across Edmonton, but the framework and the theory is ready to be widely applied, be it to how peace officers interact with citizens or to the Community Safety Task Force. Next slide. I urge you to continue to strengthen Recover's capacity to seed transformative work by passing the budget allocation as outlined in the June 30th Council report. It's a modest ask, and of course you could be even more ambitious and increase the funding envelope, because really this is the moment that we either revert to the status quo or take steps to definitively depart from it. I truly believe Recover can help us move towards transformation by fostering the conditions for flourishing for all. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Really appreciate your presentation. We'll go back to Janine now. We can't hear you, Janine. No, sorry, we can't hear you.
We'll reach out to her
Yeah,
and try to get that fixed for her.
Staff will reach out to you, figure it out, and I'll go next to William Tooley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Congrats on your election victories. Although I can't say that I voted for any of you. Such is our democracy. Regardless, my wife and I moved here in 2017 from Northern Alberta. After many years in the resource industry, we look forward to a retirement on our fixed income. This year, you're looking for a 1.8% increase in property taxes. Every year, my taxes have gone up, and yet, when I look back in recent history, I see that Edmonton, in fact, mill rates steadily went down from the early 2000s to 2009. However, due to rising property values, no doubt, the taxes continued to go up. So costs continue to rise, and the city kept spending and spending. I'm sure many factors resulted in increased costs and city spending, and I would doubt nothing contributed to costs more than salaries, and in particular, management salaries. Edmonton, over this past year, has spent far too much on management costs. The city increased not only the numbers of managers, but also management layers over the years. There is a 2020 management salary survey that the Edmonton Civic Service Union released that shows upwards of 190 million in savings that could be achieved. And many of these savings may be achieved in reducing management layers and numbers. Even if the city could consider implementing just part of the suggestions, the increased tax revenues would not be required. Cost savings, that is the answer. I have no choice but to cut costs with a fixed income and with increased costs of living. The city needs to look at cuts first. I mentioned that I was in the resource sector. Well, I'm also familiar with large organizations that grew their management levels and layers. The issue is that the resulting system feeds on itself and must create work to justify its existence. As a council, you are tasked with the most difficult job of taking recommendations from an inflated city management group, and it's like taking advice from the foxes on how to protect the henhouse. Well, as one of the chickens, I'm asking you to look most critically at not only the budget, but how it's managed. What I learned in my many years is what gets measured gets managed. Please arm yourself with some independently developed key performance indicators, indicators that tie city departments' performance to what is truly necessary to run this city. So look for more savings, especially within city management. Measure performance, use independently developed key performance indicators, and curb the spending. No tax increase, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tooley, for your presentation, and thank you so much for waiting as well for your presentation. Really appreciate you being here. Councillor Knack, maybe we should extend the order of the day. We could probably finish this item. We have 6 more speakers, so that'll take us 30 minutes, maybe another 30 minutes for Q&A, right? So.
Yeah, I'll move to extend to finish the public hearing.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote to, who's seconded?
Second.
Councillor Paquette, seconded. Please vote to extend the order of the day to finish the non-start public hearing.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Affirmative.
Yes, to all of us, yes, but it's not appearing on the system for some reason. Everybody agrees? Yeah, everybody agrees by unanimous consent. Here we go. We get along really well here. Yeah, so, yeah. Cool. All right. So, Janine, are you ready now?
I hope so.
Here you go. We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. I'm telling you, we've been at this for 2 years, and this is still happening to me. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and City Council. Congratulations, everyone, on your successful elections. My name is Janine Fraser. I'm the Executive Director for Kids Cottage Foundation. For those of you who are unfamiliar with Kids Cottage Foundation, allow me just to do a high-level highlight of our work. We operate a crisis shelter that is strictly for infants and children up to 10 years of age. We operate 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Caregivers bring their infants and children into the crisis nursery at any given time. We have a crisis line. There's always someone on the other end of the line. We have a follow-up program that connects caregivers that are in trauma and crisis to mitigate the trauma and crisis or to address it. 98% of our community referrals that come to us do not require children intervention. So they do not require apprehension. We're pretty proud of that. We recently marked our 25th anniversary, so we've been around for a while. So there's many reasons why children come to us. When a family is under toxic stress, and generally speaking, it's homelessness, poverty, abuse, domestic abuse, I think it takes incredible courage for a parent to reach out and say, we need some help. The overwhelming majority of infants and children that come to us are of Indigenous heritage, 70%. And 70% of the caregivers that come to us are single mothers with 2 or more children living at or below poverty level. What I'm here today is to let you know that we anticipate a growth. We have a high turnaway rate. We had a high turnaway rate before the pandemic hit, and we have a high turnaway rate now that we are operating at full capacity. We require infrastructure. We require infrastructure to expand our services so that we do not turn away homeless infants and homeless preschoolers, because that is our reality every day. We want to expand our services. We're more than willing and ready to look at expanding our services to meet Edmontonians' most vulnerable population, and that is infants and children. I invite each and every one of you to come to the Crisis Center, the Crisis Nursery, and have a tour to see the work that we do. And I really hope that we can build, not that there wasn't previously, but that we can build a strong and long-term positive working relationship with the City Council and municipality and look at possible infrastructure so that we can ensure that we no longer turn away infants and children.
Thank you, Janine. Really appreciate it. Okay, now we go to Aman Hujain Besov. Aman, are you there?
We might just need 1 second here for the next 2 speakers to see if they're available.
Okay, can I go to the next one or should I wait?
Is Katie the next one?
No, Panita is next one.
Okay.
Okay, Panita?
Yep.
McBrien, are you there, Panita? Panita, are you there? How about we go to Robert Rohatton? Robert, are you there?
I am here, yes.
Can you go, please?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, councillors and Mayor Sohi. Thank you for extending the opportunity to speak today. My name is Robert Rohatton, and I'm the acting president of the Edmonton Heritage Festival Association. I'm here speaking on behalf of our board of directors and sharing our views on the potential full closure of Hawrelak Park and our preference for the renovations to proceed with a partial closure, which would allow our festival, along with others, to remain in the park and to allow the citizens of our city the opportunity for continued uninterrupted use of Hawrelak Park. I know many of you are familiar with our annual festival and regularly attend and support the festival. I want to speak briefly regarding what our festival is all about, as well as the festival reach and overall impact on our community. Our mission is to promote public awareness, understanding, and appreciation for cultural diversity through an annual summer festival. The importance of our message has become greater as of late, given the rise in hate crime and acts of racism. Our message is to promote respect and to celebrate our community and the cultural backgrounds that form our great city. Our cultural partners include over 100 cultural organizations from here in Edmonton. For those groups, the Heritage Festival is their single greatest fundraising opportunity. Along with supporting cultural groups, the festival is proud to be one of the largest annual fundraisers for the Edmonton Food Bank. Our festival includes living museums of over 60 cultural displays showing how others live around the world. Dancing, there's lots of dancing. On festival weekend, we have over 900 dances on up to 45 stages throughout the park. Up to 600 cultural treats are available on festival weekend, providing our attendees to taste ethnic foods from all around the world. Our volunteers are what make the festival happen. Over 1,600 active volunteers help to bring our festival to our community every year. We have a large reach, both locally and internationally, and it's growing. We have upwards of 450,000 people attending our festival annually over 3 days. This includes a number of out-of-town visitors. We have millions of internet page views from our website from over 1,000 cities worldwide, not to mention our social media exposure, which has grown in leaps and bounds year over year. Our festival is a member of Folklore Canada International and has been recognized by UNESCO for capturing, maintaining, and sharing intangible cultural heritage with the world. We have also been rewarded by the International Festival and Events Association with numerous Pinnacle Awards highlighting our festival as one of the best in North America and the world. So why is Hawrelak Park important to our festival? Our festival began 48 years ago, capturing the desire to highlight the cultural diversity of our city. Of those 48 years, Hawrelak Park has been our home for 47 years. The park has become synonymous with the festival, much like Folk Fest is to Gallagher Park and K-Days is to Exhibition Lands. Our longest and best partner has been the City of Edmonton. This relationship has been critical in ensuring things like transportation and security, along with managing the growth of our festival and coordinating any changes that are required. One of the most recent examples of change involved the Groat Road Bridge overpass and redevelopment. This infrastructure project required a change to our transportation plan in moving people in and out of the park. The result was a seamless and efficient plan, including changes which we continue to use today. This was accomplished through the team effort of our association and our partners at the City of Edmonton. Important to note, a full closure of Groat Road was not required to complete the multi-year project. Accommodations were made for traffic flow. I would hope further accommodations can be made in order to allow for continued use by both festivals and citizens for one of our signature parks in Edmonton. As a gift to the city and its citizens, the Edmonton Heritage Festival Association funded and built the Heritage Amphitheatre in Hawrelak Park in 1986. The amphitheatre continues to be used by numerous groups, including Shakespeare in the Park and the Edmonton Symphony. The outdoor amphitheatre is the largest of its kind in Western Canada. Its large white canopy is visible from miles around, and its iconic image has become one of Edmonton's most pictured landmarks. Our festival has a large footprint: 250 tents, 35 stages, freezers, portable potties, solar panels, 2,000 square meters of secure bike paddock. Hawrelak Park has housed our growing festival for many years. The large open spaces within the park have allowed us to expand and accommodate the ever-changing needs of our attendees. Our desire is to have Hawrelak Park be our home for many years to come. We are and will continue to be a good partner with the city. We do understand the need for ongoing maintenance and upkeep of our city assets. Our preferred option has always been to remain in Hawrelak, and that both current and future maintenance of the park can be accomplished without a full park closure, which would allow ours and other festivals to continue to have Hawrelak Park as our home. We are aware that adjustments from our part may be required in order to make this happen. We will certainly respect the decision made by our council and both your and our desire to make Edmonton a vibrant and exciting city to live and explore.
Thank you so much, Robert. Really appreciate it. Jim, you want to go next? Because a joint presentation for both of you.
Can I just wait till mine's line up?
No, you can go.
I know, I'm just waiting for my presentation too.
Oh, okay, it's a different
You're
presentation.
stuck with another 11 pages from me, sorry. Just tell me when you want me to go, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors. And I want to say thank you in particular to the cultural groups that offered to help us present today. We had over 30, and you're welcome. We only brought the two of us. Could have been a lot more. One of the things I want to point out before I start is you may have noticed the capital profile report incorrectly stated that the festivals and user groups approved of the Hawrelak Park full closure. I'm very thankful to say that the International Triathlon Union, Edmonton Heritage Fest, Free Will Shakespeare, and the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues sent a letter requesting a correction to that, and I want to thank Rob and Andre for getting that correction to you as quickly as they could. So a big thank you to them, because I appreciate their help on that. As you can see, we just completed the 48th Annual Heritage Festival. Next slide, please. And 46 of those have been from the beautiful Hawrelak Park. Next slide. Yeah, that's good. Every year a little bit better. That's our 2019 overlay. That's the images that we sent to you guys to help us set up the festival for 2019. So every year we get a little bigger and a little bit better and a few more cultural groups. Next slide, please. But the potential closure of Hawrelak Park means we'll have to move or shut down. City administration feel our best option for move is the old horse race track and Borden Park. Borden Park is full of existing buildings, cement infrastructure, trees, branches, roots, and beautiful as it is almost unusable for our needs, leaving the horse race track. I'm going to leave that slide up for a few seconds. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to throw the overlay on our current space, and I want to throw the overlay on the expected squeezing us into that tiny horse race track. As you can see from the 2019 overlay, it's woefully undersized. Next slide, please. Also, the expectation is because, oh, you can't read that very well, unfortunately, but because of the shared space with K-Days, we will have start setting up tents a full month in advance. And that means that the blue circles are when we get set up, the red circles are when we have to walk away and leave our tents up unattended for almost 2 full weeks. And then the purple dots you see there gives our cultural groups 4 days to set up, normally about a week or more, usually the weekend in advance, which they don't get. Most of these are working groups. What I want to point out is the staggered setup makes us more vulnerable to climate change fueled storms. In just my 10 years here, I've seen more summer storms than I've ever seen before in my entire life. Leaving those things up is very scary for us. Next slide, please. The other thing I want to point out is I went to the City of Edmonton's exhibition lands explanation page, and I'll let you read this later if you want, but I'll just quote a couple quickly. It has barriers to TOD walkability, which of course is the transport-oriented development, stating that our site is too far away from transit to be considered reasonable under the city's own rules. It has discontinuous bike routes, it has poor pedestrian and cyclist conditions, and it has connectivity barriers. A third of the people that come to our festival come by bike and by walking. We're blocking those people from taking part. But what I want to say is, if you don't mind, if we go to the next slide, please. We didn't shut down the park when the FCL built their new 100-year plaza. City administration worked really hard and made sure we were capable of getting around it. That brand new 100-year anniversary pavilion is about to be mothballed for 3 years. Next slide, please. As Robert stated, we didn't shut the festival for Grote Road Bridge closure. We worked together, we worked around it, and we ended up with a better festival by working around a potential closure. And we still use that design today. The city did not close Folk Fest for LRT work. And earlier today in today's budget, I had to throw these notes in. I noticed planned work for Expo Center, Convention Center, planned work for Kinsman, all with no shutdowns. Somehow we managed to do it everywhere else, and we can do it here. Next slide, please. In 1987, Black Friday rolled through the Friday night of the festival. We spent Saturday rebuilding it. Us, the city, and the province. The three of us worked together, and we were up and running again in 1 day. Next slide, please. We didn't start the park in 1986 when we built the amphitheater together as a team, the city and us. And we worked with administration to make a better city for all of us. And last slide, please, if you don't mind. We can work together to keep the park open. We can do this. We don't have to shut it down. We've done it before 100 different ways, and I think the outcomes that we can achieve by working together to keep this park open are completely worth it. Thank you very much, and I hope I was less than 5 minutes.
Thank you. For pretty close to 5 minutes. Always nice to see you, Jim. We'll go back to Aman Hujan Pesov. Are you there, Aman? If not, then we'll go to Panita McBrien.
I'm back. Thank you so much.
We can see you. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hello, councillors. Congratulations again on all of your election. It's wonderful to be at my first council meeting, and congratulations, Mr. Mayor. My name is Panita McBrien. I'm from the Edmonton Downtown Business Association. Just to set a little bit of a context, I'll read you our statement of intent as it appears in our 2021 to 2023 strategic plan. As the lead convener, activator, and advocate shaping downtown Edmonton's future, the Edmonton Downtown Business Association works to support an evolving, inclusive, prosperous, and resilient downtown economy rooted in a vibrant and remarkable downtown experience. Now, the City of Edmonton is, of course, our closest partner in doing this work, and we've heard from many of you who are now sitting on council throughout the election period and afterwards, as well as from you, Mr. Mayor, that you recognize the importance of Edmonton's downtown to our city's economy, our city's future, and that the work that we do along with our partners in city administration is invaluable. So I'm here to speak to 3 particular service packages that are relevant, so I'll try to be really efficient with my time. So the first I'm going to touch on is the Cultural Industries Recovery Fund. I hope I got that right. I think it's a fantastic initiative that aligns very well with work that we've done at the Edmonton Downtown Business Association with partners like the city, like EPCOR, and it represents a really wonderful union between our arts and cultural sector and our business community. It has tremendous recovery potential for both. The pairing up of artists with venues, all of whom have been absolutely devastated through COVID, is a really, really smart way to spend economic recovery dollars. And it also has an invaluable positive impact on downtown vibrancy, which we all know is a high priority for all of us here. The second item I wanted to speak to is the public washrooms package. I cannot speak strongly enough in favor of that funding. There's obviously a very strong and obvious human rights and social and equity reason that the funding for public washroom facilities is essential, but there's also a really strong local economy and local business view that this is absolutely essential funding. But the other thing I want to add to this is that I think it's really important that council play a leadership role on that file. I don't frankly understand why we're still looking at temporary solutions for public washrooms. While it was a huge relief for all of us downtown and for obviously the folks who needed them to have the temporary washroom facilities this year, it would be an absolute shame to see that repeated. And I know there's options being looked at within this funding package that are slightly nicer than porta potties, but it's still a temporary solution and it still leaves us throughout the entire winter without temporary washroom facilities. And I'm looking at our peers across North America. Many of my colleagues in BC have installed products like Portland Loo, which exists, is ready-made for this application. And frankly, I do not understand why we're still putting porta potties in public places as a public washroom solution. So I really feel strongly that we need strong leadership to have permanent structures built within our business districts for that purpose. The last item I'm going to speak to, which I can't do nearly as eloquently as Sarah Schulman did, and I'm sure as Jennifer will after me, but I just want to speak from the business community's perspective on the Recover Urban Wellness Initiative. We had the pleasure of partnering with Recover on one project in particular, but just being introduced to their work, I think it has tremendous potential for prevention of the social issues that are in the headlines constantly these days, especially around downtown, and it really holds tremendous reconciliation power. And when we think about urban wellness, I found through our experience with Recover that it was wellness both for our most in need downtown, as well as for members of the business community downtown. And I think it would be a shame to see that initiative discontinued because it holds so much potential for, I think, the positive, preventative, holistic wellness that we all want to see for our community and our economy in the future. So thank you all that's the end of my time.
Thank you, Panita. We'll go to Jennifer Long next. Okay. Are you there, Jennifer? Oh, did we lose you? Oh, no, she's back. Go ahead, Jennifer.
It's past 5:30. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes.
I apologize for that. It said at the very last moment that my microphone wasn't working. So, hello everyone. Thank you, Mayor Sohi and councillors for listening to all of us here today. My name is Dr. Jennifer Long, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Anthropology, Economics, and Political Science at MacEwan University. I'm here to urge you to support and approve the Recover Urban Wellbeing Service Package, which asks for $250,000 in ongoing funding. I have had a close working relationship with the Recover team since the fall of 2020, when we collaborated on a research project that engaged 30 undergraduate students in my ethnographic research methods course. During this project, my students had the opportunity to apply what they learned in the real world. For example, when they transcribed 142 presentations from community members who participated in the Edmonton Police Commission's public hearings. As you know, these hearings were set up in response to Edmonton's Black Lives Matter protests in May 2020. My students also had the opportunity to work and analyze these transcripts as a data set and develop what we called artifacts or outputs that showcased important information from across these sessions for the public and for groups like the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force with whom we shared our work. If you'll remember, we were in the thick of the pandemic and my courses were all online. In their course evaluations, one of my students described their work with this project and Recover as, and I quote, "Having the opportunity to do something meaningful, especially during COVID, is what got me out of bed in the morning. The fact that I can use this work on my resume has made this one of the most important course experiences that I've had to date," end quote. It is only through Recover that this work was possible. It is why I've continued to partner with Recover at every possible chance, not just because they offer my students an opportunity to gain hands-on experience and community-based research, but because their unique human-centered approach and commitment to increasing well-being among Edmontonians. I'm thrilled for the opportunity to declare my support for the work of Recover that focuses on individual and community well-being, broadly defined. Their work is grounded in research, which is exceptionally powerful, and prioritizes human-centered design, which is innovative. I think Recover is uniquely positioned to shift the system in ways that unstick those who find themselves stuck. So building on Dr. Schulman's and Panita's presentation, I want to lend my unwavering support for the work of Recover, and I think Council should approve their funding requests and in fact consider increasing their support beyond what is currently being asked for. In my own experience, working with Recover, the value of our collaborations has led to my students' ability to apply what they have learned in the real world. It has allowed them to demonstrate a complexity of understanding, problem solving, problem analysis, critical thinking, and cognitive development, and improve their ability to understand complexity and ambiguity, which are so incredibly important as my students continue to live, learn, and survive in this pandemic. The impact of my collaborations with Recover has led to deep impacts in my students' lives as they build their intercultural understanding, improve their social responsibility and citizenship skills. And so I want to thank everyone today for being willing to listen to us, and I hope that the Council and Mayor, that you'll be able to support Recover's request. And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you everyone for your presentations, and thank you for waiting all day to make this presentation, so appreciate it. We're going to go to some questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
Mr. Mayor, there's two more speakers.
Are there? Who
Yes,
did I
there are.
forget?
They've just joined, but they were earlier, so we have Herman Huang.
Herman is here? Okay.
Yeah, and Kin Du.
Okay, let's get to them. Herman, you go next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right, excellent. Well, first of all, good evening, Council and Mayor, and I would like to congratulate you on your election victories. So, I will get to the point right away. A number of speakers have experienced similar viewpoints, so I will keep mine really brief. Right. So, start with my grandmother's lesson. My grandmother had always taught me that it doesn't matter how much you earn. If you cannot spend wisely, you will always be cash strapped. And she lived through years of Japanese occupations plus a civil war, so she knew a thing or two about life. And this lesson has served me well so far. And for those of us who are in the private sector, for example, I was a maintenance planner before. I'm no stranger to handling multi-million-dollar turnarounds. But while sometimes hard decisions had to be made because, sometimes increasing the budget is just not an option. So because of that, we just cannot have everything at the same time. and that would there would be times that we had to make hard choices on what work would have to be done first and what work would have to wait. And Mr. Cartmel, as a consulting engineer, I'm pretty sure you can relate to that experience. And I'm pretty sure in your business, sometimes charging the client more is just not an option. So that leads me to my point that I don't think the city has a revenue problem. I think it has a spending problem. And especially looking at the last few years, property tax has been on the rise year after year, with the exception of last year. And when I look around the city, I see lots of vanity projects. For example, bike lanes that would be that's hardly used, and also hundreds of $millions in consulting fees. And plus the multi-level of management another speaker had mentioned, and also a slogan rebrand from a few years ago that cost millions, and nobody even remember that today. And examples of this kind of unnecessary spending would just go on and on and on. And yet, the city thinks it can just keep raising property tax. Even now, when inflation just hit a new record high and people who are on fixed incomes see their dollars shrink more than ever. So I would like to urge mayor and council that before even considering raising tax as an option, I'm really hoping that you take a good hard look at the budget, and I'm pretty sure you will find savings and efficiencies here and there. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Herman, and thank you for waiting for your presentation. We'll go to Chin Chin Do.
Hi, here is Chin Chin Do, and my English name is Monica. My statement will be short.
Go ahead.
All right, so I am a registered nurse, and I work in the industry, actually could spend quite a bit of money. And I will be just straightforward to the point that I did hear the property tax is going to be increased. You know, that's a proposal posted for the budget. And I got this information from my neighbors. And I personally live in a very old community and with quite a bit of older residents. And, you know, they're kind of struggling very hard to live in their own home. And, you know, based on the stories they don't have a lot of pension and they don't have a lot of spendings. If the city decided to increase the property tax, actually, it could be a margin burden to them. And I really hope that our city take a consideration. There are some vulnerable population in the city that actually not going to benefit from the budget increasing the revenues from property tax. And then I really congratulate the whole new city council and the mayor. You know, I am, you know, from the academic point that, you know, every single time when we decided to make change, that at least we need to do assessment and do evaluation. That I just want to make sure before we really make any decisions that evaluation has been done, and also, you know, where we want to spend the money and what's the rationales behind to spend the money, and, you know, give a good answer to the city residents, and we can all work together and make sure that our money is spending in the place that we need to. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So, Madam City Clerk, we got everyone covered?
Good to do just a last call.
Last call, so
if there's anybody.
Katie Sirota. William has already spoken. Aman Hussein Besov. Those are the only two missing, right?
So I'm getting advice over here that if you address the whole meeting and say, is there anybody else,
Okay,
anybody else
cool.
who wants to
Is
speak?
anyone else who is waiting to make a presentation to council on this non-statutory public hearing? Anyone waiting? Once? Twice? Is it thrice or 3 times? I'm looking to the more mature council member, Andrew Knack, for direction. Yeah. Sorry, Tim. Mature. I said mature, not old. Okay, so we are done with presentations. No, we are not done yet. We are on the last panel and questions to the panel. Councillor Paquette, you are the first one to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Panita, Ms. Sandu McBride. What would you like to see for public washrooms? If you had your dream vision, what would it be? And I hope you're not going to say an outhouse.
No, absolutely not. I think what I've seen from the outside and now sort of from the inside, what was built on White Avenue, now that they're staffed, is a pretty perfect model for what we need more of. Granted, that was a very fancy and very, very nice washroom. And again, looking to our colleagues in BC, I think there's probably at least 4 different municipalities in BC now, including Vancouver, that have gone with Portland Loo, which is the company that makes these things, that are exactly designed for this purpose. There's like crime reduction features built in, all the other things that you need to address the needs that we have, but permanent, available year round, easy to
So
clean.
you're saying that in a city of 1 million people and one of the largest cities at our latitude in the world, Edmonton should probably be considering permanent public washrooms. Yeah, okay, perfect, thanks.
Thanks,
Okay, next, just a quick question for the folks in the public who came to talk about potential tax increases or anything like that. Have you engaged with your city councilor on the questions you had about either consulting or management or whether we've done due diligence and research? Have you consulted with your councilor about any of those items so that they could help to inform you about how the city actually operates? No? Okay, well, I urge you to do that. Okay, so moving on. I should mention, I'm just wondering if any of the speakers who came to talk about sort of the corporate world, if they understand how much corporations write off every year that taxpayers bear the burden of, and how many bankruptcies that the public supports per year, because it's actually quite substantial. You might want to look into that. Okay, so next, moving on to Recover. Dr. Schulman, you've been here before in committee, and really appreciate your perspective all the time. You talked about a potential increase in what Recover was asking for. I was talking in the last panel about how maybe sometimes we adopt a poverty mindset to how we deal with poverty and how we deal with social issues, and how we generally talk a big game, but then when it comes to funding, we really pull back and do the bare minimum. I'm wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
I do. Thank you for the question, Councillor Paquette. And we do have a scarcity mindset in the social sector and chronically underfund work, particularly preventative work. So I do think this is an opportunity to look at our priorities around well-being there. I think we are at a really different moment than we've ever been before, and invest accordingly in line with our values. And when I think the budget request was put together, we were modest. I think we're always conscious of how many asks there are, but I think certainly doubling it would give lots of space to continue to prototype many of the things that Panita and Jen Long also shared.
Now, the contention from some people will be like, oh, well, we're just throwing money after it, and that's not really solving anything. But does that actually hold up in reality?
I certainly don't think so. Particularly, you're not throwing it at something without methods and process and approach that have been tried and tested over 4 years. And so,
Extremely
you know,
rigorous.
that's the intent of prototypes. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. And so thank you very much for that. So I'm just trying to get all my questions in my 5 minutes. Mr. Cardinal, ni hao, how are you? And I'm
doing well.
You know, you spoke about you know, hoping for funding for Kichiaski. This is a dream long in the making. This is one of the very first things that the city started when it came to reconciliation. And boy, we're like many, many years behind on this. So what's your ultimate vision here? Do you think that with this extra money, we get things moving, get it open, and this is something that we can sort of like show the world?
Well, absolutely. Right now it's broken into Part 1A and Part 1B. We want to do all of Part 1 and have that done so that we can start programming as soon as possible.
Okay, perfect. And I did it. Thank you, everyone, for your wonderful answers, full of information and right on the dot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burkett. Councillor Knack.
Actually, I think I'll be good, Mr. Mayor. Since Mr. Tooley is gone, I was going to offer to sit down with him and review some of his concerns. He lives in the ward, but he is, at least from my list, still not here. So I'll turn it to the next person.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Tang.
Thank you so much, everybody. It's late in the day, but lots of learning here and actually quite riveting. Dr. Schulman, lovely to see you and hear you. So this service package is for ongoing Recover program at the city. In your wide experience with different municipalities, what do you think is the value of this kind of work being embedded and being led by a municipality?
Yeah, I mean, I think Edmonton really stands apart. We've worked with over 20 jurisdictions in 6 different countries across the last 10 years. And I think what Edmonton is doing is really groundbreaking and unique because it is coupling social innovation methods with actual well-being theory and a theory of change. And often you just get the methods without any content. So this is coupling both process and content. And the fact that the city's, you know, deeply embedded in community and building partnerships across different sectors, I think makes it really well positioned to take this work forward.
And I don't know if Dr. Schulman, Dr. Long, and Ms. McBrien can answer this, but what kind of in-kind contributions has come from outside of the city?
And so maybe I can, thank you very much, Councillor Tang, for your question. This is Jennifer. And so just as an example, at MacEwan University, we have been using, for example, the Social Innovation Institute when it was open, of course, around COVID protocol, to host things like design sprints for my students to work with community partners like Recover and the community members to collect data from individuals who are within the community experiencing research questions. We have 30 students per semester. I'm working with Recover again this semester. I focused on work that we had done in the past, but we currently have 30 students, collating data, transcribing, coding, and putting their efforts towards completing a research project on behalf of Recover. So that is lots and lots of people power behind, almost every project we do. So that's just an example of the in-kind. I don't know if...
No, that's great. And Ms. McBrien, can you comment on that?
Yeah, I can give one example. The project that we partnered with Recover on this year and last year was called The Gallery, and Edmonton City Centre Mall was a partner as well. And so we and them as a private sector partner all pitched in to make physical enhancements to the physical space as part of what the prototype was demonstrating. And so I thought that was a huge sort of partnership and leverage value.
And when you say pitched in, you're talking about, cash.
It was actual cash.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically for what is on paper of $250,000, the investment, you're actually going much farther than what that dollar value brings. Okay. Thank you so much. I want to just turn very quickly to Mr. Gibbons, or actually Mr. Rohatyn. I just want to clarify, you have mentioned what you would like to see is for partial closure of the park, and I just want to contrast and make sure I understand this from the previous speaker earlier in the previous panel about delaying the closure for a year. Can you just clarify that for me, or what kind of consensus has there been within the community?
I know Jim speaks with the festivals fairly regularly. He might be more able to address that, if that's all right.
Yeah, if you don't mind me, I don't want to necessarily speak on their behalf, but we've been working with most of the festivals and events down there, trying to just keep it open. And I think her statement was, when I read it, she sent it to me to read, and the statement was they would like to be able to stay in their space. But if you are going to permanently kick them out, as they're expecting now, then at least give them one more year before you permanently kick them out. So I think it was sort of a branch where it was they'd rather stay than be kicked out, but if they are kicked out, give them one more year, is my understanding.
Okay, got it. Thank you. My last question, a very quick one. Ms. Fraser from Kiss Cottage, just so I can understand, you're currently funded by the city?
No, we're not.
Okay, so your ask is for potentially in the future?
My ask, yes, is potentially in the future, but specifically infrastructure, some form of infrastructure where we can respond to the need to expand our services. Presently, right now, it's strictly because of infrastructure that we have a turnaway rate.
Got it. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tang, for asking the questions that I was going to ask, but I did have one more. Ricardo, are you still on the meet? Ricardo Kessler?
I am.
Oh,
yes.
Hi. Okay, so I know that the A1 facility is asking for one-time funding. Now, is it something that you would consider in return possible field time or office space for nonprofit organizations?
Great question. I'm not affiliated with the A1 facility group. I'm just supportive of them.
Okay, sorry. That's okay then. I can just reach out to them myself and see. That's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to take this opportunity. No, I think he's not. Yeah. So I do want to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and today and to share your thoughts and then your request for city support. I think this is a great opportunity as a new city councilor and a new first time to attend this public hearing session. So there are two voices I heard today, and specifically. So info I can speak at a high level. The first voice about request more support and more funding from our city. Another voice is concerned our city's spending. I do want to ask the question to all the speakers and not specifically one speaker. And then in terms of the first one, yes, I do believe without our government support, lots of programs and services, and even lots of vulnerable populations who need our support, and then will be suffering. And I do believe our city support is so important for us. And so I think I can say that great work you have done. I can say that passion and for our city. And then I'm actually amazed by this. But my question is about, from action perspective, how we can take action actually to collaborate, really work with the city, or even from like 3 orders of government, and to take that systematic approach to support the program services and in need. So that is my first question. Instead
So, Councillor, if you could direct that question to a specific member, will be helpful.
I think I can specific many members. In respect to the time, thank you for reminder, and I'm not going to specific to the member. So the second question I'm going to ask every speaker is to think about where are the money from. By looking at adjustment reports right now, and then so the proposal for the money for the operating budget will be increased by $41 million. For the capital project, it will be increased by $216.8 million. That is based on the reports provided. So if we look at this much money increase for the budget in 2016, and then where's the money we can get it? And then with this increase, we have proposal for 1.8% property tax increase. But this increase doesn't cover all the money we need and for the program and the services. And then another point I would like to add is if you look at the budgeting, operating budgeting, we already have 13% of 2022 operating budgeting to cover our debt repayment. And so this question, I would like to increase public awareness by asking this question: where's the money from? And yes, I heard the voice. We need the money. We need more support. We need more services. We need more infrastructure capital projects and to support our society. And however, where's the money from? And so this, when I ask this question, does not mean, and we don't want to support the program services, the populations, and that is about increased awareness, and also about, are you willing to accept the tax keep increase? And because look at the city's revenue stream resources right now, it seems like is the property tax increase is the only way to get our city's revenue increase to support the program and the services. I would like to ask this question to all the speakers and Edmontonians, and including our city councils as well. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. As the question was not directed to any of the particular members, I'm going to go to Councillor Rutherford next for her questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to circle back to, Janine with Kids Cottage to just elaborate, because you talked about infrastructure. Could you be a bit more specific about what your ideal infrastructure would look like? Because I'm not really getting a picture of that. Thank you.
Certainly. I'll try my best, but please do ask clarifying questions. I'm good with that. What if I could wave my magic wand and look for infrastructure, it would be what is existing infrastructure now that's not being utilized that can be another crisis nursery. Presently, we have 12 beds. Those 12, and those are cribs too, they're always utilized. If we could have some type of existing infrastructure where we could replicate what is a best practice so that we can decrease the turnaway rate. Also, if I could wave my magic wand, it would be somewhere that is central enough in location that has transportation, and I will centralized transportation. And I'll give you an example of why I'm asking for that. Right now, it takes any caregiver, and we've had this often, 3 hours to get to us from Millwoods. So if you can think of a mom, and this has happened specifically during COVID, who has been stuck in her home, her apartment, with 2 very young children, and she is really struggling. It took her 3 hours to get to us, and many bus transfers. By the time she was to us, she was at her wit's end. So waving my magic wand, existing infrastructure that can be replicated, but has central enough transportation for everyone in the city.
And so if there was infrastructure available, would you have the operating dollars to support that?
I believe that we would, yes.
Thank you. And then I want to go to Panita, if she's available.
Yeah, still here.
So first of all, loved your promotion of the public washrooms. I've been with the city for a long time, and I've heard the conversation on public washrooms, and I'm shocked that I'm still here, and it's still a temporary fix, as well as with, potable water, as we learned this summer. My question is if you could elaborate more on your first comment on economic recovery and what that would look like. I didn't get a clear picture of what that would look like in terms of a budget ask for this year. So maybe I just misunderstood, but if you could just elaborate or explain that further, that would be great.
Yeah, no, thank you for asking. And it was entirely a result of me trying to rush in 3 items in my 5 minutes. It was the Cultural Industries Recovery Fund. It was one of the added items along with the public washrooms ask. So it is a package in there. There should be a briefing for you. So it's basically the ability to, I think through EAC, fund artists, have the money go directly to artists in order for artists to be performing in hard hit venues and in public spaces.
Great, thank you so much. And then my last question is to Heike? Heike, is that right? With Paths for People?
Yeah, that's right.
You mentioned, investment in capital projects and sort of neighborhood renewal. Do you feel like the current neighborhood renewal investments in multimodal transportation is working and efficient, or are you asking for an increase? Because I know right now in the budget adjustment, it is talking about sort of an administrative fix, as they're calling it. But you mentioned neighborhood renewal, so I just wanted to clarify, were you supportive of that, or did you want something different so I could understand?
Absolutely, and thank you for that question. We're asking administration to be more bold in the infrastructure decisions we're making through these projects, especially in the suburbs as well. I think there is a great opportunity for City Council to build safer bike lanes and wider sidewalks for kids and people of all ages to utilize, and I think it'll be a great initiative in our neighborhoods.
Great, thank you so much, everyone, for your great answers.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will be very quick. My question is for Heike as well. Just wondering, you did mention some of those, we'll call them quick wins, low cost, high impact ideas. And one of the ones you mentioned was around Vision Zero Street Labs. I'm wondering if you could just speak to Paths for People's support of Vision Zero Street Labs and how you see us being able to, amplify that in the short term and what that might look like.
That's such a great question. Thank you for that. So Paths for People is very much in support of Vision Zero Street Labs, and we've been involved with the initiatives for a while now. I think it gives people agency over their streets. One thing that we're really focusing on, and we've heard very clearly, is from our members in the suburbs, and we're talking about how our neighbors there know best what solutions work for their streets, as their streets look very different. So I think some of those examples could include like curb bulbs at crosswalks that are surrounded by cars, or sidewalk expansions. So just really leaving it up to the actual communities to test out solutions that work best for them is a great initiative for City Council to support.
Great, thank you. And so I guess my follow-up to that would be, are you specifically asking for us to kind of increase funding on the Street Lab side so that more projects like the ones you just described can be executed in neighborhoods across our city?
We're asking you to increase funding for this program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair for a minute?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Gibbons, on the Heritage Festival, if the refurbishment of the park goes ahead and is done without any interruption, or it's not scheduled, it's not done in stages, you would have to move next year?
No, next year we'd be in the park. We'd be moving for our 50th anniversary in 2023.
2023, and the new place you would move to, in your mind, is very small, would that be able to come? How many pavilions would be able to accommodate?
Well, I think we'd probably have to cut at least half.
Half of it.
And then each of them would, the recommendation we've received is 50 pavilions and one 20 by 20 tent each, as opposed to now they're allowed up to 3 30 by 30 tents. So you're going from 2,700 square feet to 400 square feet, and then roughly half the pavilions.
And you would have to be there for 3 years or 4 years?
Well, 3, but realistically probably 4, you know,
right.
to assume there's some extensions in there.
Okay. If you don't feel comfortable answering this question, please do not. Just want to understand the kind of the working relationship that you have with the events folks at the, what I sense is for a sense of frustration of not being accommodating needs and not being listened to, and I got a sense from the Shakespeare Festival as well. I just what is the relationship productive and strong enough to resolve issues?
You know, that's not necessarily a fair question because.
Okay, don't answer
you know,
that.
Everybody answers to many masters,
Yep.
right? So we don't always necessarily come from the same position.
Maybe we'll ask that question. You don't have to answer that question. I thought you might feel comfortable, and I apologize for asking that question. But I do sense the frustration in the relationship in that way. So no, thank you, and thank you everyone for being here. Really appreciate all the insights that you shared with us and great ideas that you have put forward for council to consider. It's always a difficult balance for council members to balance, but we will do our best to do so. Cool. So thank you so much, everyone. We have some housekeeping work to do,
You can
Madam
have the,
Clerk, right?
excuse me, you can have the chair back.
Yes, I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Okay, I'll take that. I think. So
Mayor,
what
I
is?
can move. Oh.
No, we have some. You got the motions?
Yeah, I think I do. I think we just need to move to postpone the items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3 to tomorrow's city council meeting.
Second.
So that will be after the in-private meeting. We'll be coming back to the budget discussions. That's what it is. Cool. And at 1:30, right? Tomorrow. Okay. So moved by Councillor Nag, seconded by Councillor Tang. So please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
The voting system is not working. It says refuse to connect. Maybe I've got disconnect. Please affirmed.
Okay, we have the votes.
Got the votes. Display the votes. That is carried. What do we have next? Where's my sheet? I lost my sheet. There we go. Thank you, Councillor Tang. What would I do without you? Okay, we don't have no bylaws, private reports, notice of, sorry. I just want to quickly thank council members for accommodating the extension of the order of the day. We caught up with our schedule now, so we'll be back to our normal schedule. Really appreciate that, accommodating that. Appreciate it. Cool. No, any notice of motions? Without customary notice, we are adjourned till tomorrow. Cool. Thank you, everyone.